music wasn't working this time. Thanks, Millie, for letting me know. I was trying to keep you guys entertained while I bring up the panel here. So I guess you'll just have to listen to me blab for a second. Um, Dustin, welcome up. Millie, thanks for co-hosting. It's great to have you again.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Yeah. I mean, we should see some pretty interesting events today. I just can't believe that we actually see, that there are some rhinos who are even entertaining and in talks with Democrats about voting for a Democrat Speaker of the House, Hakeem Jeffries. To me, this is just beyond treacherous. I mean, this is insane.
Yep. And, I saw a tweet today. I don't remember exactly who it was from, and said that there are a hell of a lot of Democrats in the Republican Party, but not a single Republican in the Democrat Party. I mean, because all of the Democrats, every single one of them will vote for Hakeem Jeffries, and that's a guarantee. It's a guarantee. They're not going to cross over. They're not going to try to, you know, uh, put anybody else up. They're all going to vote for Hakeem Jeffries, and then you're going to end up having some of these Republicans are going to go in and actually, I heard this morning that there was a Democrat, Jamie Raskin, that said that that Liz Cheney should be Speaker of the House, and I swear, not a single Republican would ever vote for Liz Cheney at this point. So at least give them that much credit. But yeah, it's going to be an eventful day. It's going to be an eventful day. So we're going to be going for a while here.
Well, this is where we need people to be on the phones, calling up their representatives. We need a list, effectively, of all of the rhino Republicans that are entertaining talks with the Democrats to not vote for Jim Jordan and instead support Hakeem Jeffries. We need a list of who these people are. One, so that we can get the grassroots to call them and blow up their phones and let them know that they're going to lose their next race if they decide to vote with the Democrats. But also, we need to have that list and make sure that we continue to pass that list around come the next election so we can make sure we know who the traitors are and we'll vote them out.
So,
Thank
um,
you. Thank you, Sammy, for putting that up in the nest.
yeah, I threw that one up. It's one of the only accurate lists I've seen so far this morning. Drew Ferguson, do not call. We already got him to agree. So he made the commitment to several people on the phone yesterday. So we don't need to be angrily calling somebody who's already come to around to our team. I'll say this to the overall look of things. I thought it was possible that we'd get this done in one vote. Doesn't look like we will. My guess is, and what I'm hearing is that some of these members who are going to make their little protest vote for Kevin McCarthy, their big daddy, they're just so sad. They're going to make a protest vote for Kevin on the first ballot, but on the second or third, they're going to come around. So I do think we're going to see a victory today.
That's what I've heard from insiders as well, is that it'll probably be, if it happens, it'll probably be on the third vote. Now, on the other hand, you do have to worry about people that are kind of flip-flopping back and forth and them possibly, being like, okay, well, hell, nobody is, there's no chance here anymore because Jim Jordan didn't have the votes on the first two, and then they end up flipping to a no vote on the third one. I mean, that's also a possibility. So let's hope that doesn't happen. Just have to keep up the pressure. I mean, the pressure campaign that's been going on this weekend was incredible, absolutely incredible on all fronts. I think people on X had a lot to do with it. People calling their representatives, which does actually work, as we've figured out, and as well as Jim Jordan was working his ass off on the Hill, convincing people, even people that were hard nosed, like Mike Rogers, the toupee guy. Even got him to come over. So.
Right, and they only have room for four votes going, right? Like, isn't it that the margin is off by 4 votes? So Jim Jordan needs to pretty much get almost every Republican vote that there is in order to win. Whereas the Democrats, on the other hand, we know that they will all just vote in unison for Hakeem Jeffries. And it's only going to take a couple traitorous rhinos to decide to just, to make a lesson out of this whole situation and vote for Hakeem Jeffries just to keep somebody like Jim Jordan out. I mean, I'm a little bit worried about that only because how divided the Republicans are and how united the Democrats are. I mean, that's something that definitely concerns me. But I know that first off, we're going to see the vote for Jim Jordan. I'm not sure if he's going to have the votes on the first round. I'm not sure. The reports were that there was 10 to 20 outstanding Republicans that still have not thrown their vote for Jim Jordan.
Yeah, and we're going to post an updated list here very shortly. But Jim, all your Capitol Hill experience, all your contacts there, what are you hearing? Are you hearing anything different from what we are?
No, I think some of it is kind of still up in the air a little bit. What I do think is one of two things is going to happen. Either everybody that's holding out right now will think the better of it and say we just need to move on, which I think is a very real possibility. And this becomes somewhat academic from the beginning. The other possibility, which is the one I'd give a little bit of an edge to, is that the people who are presently holding out are so upset about it that they want to make Jordan feel what McCarthy felt in January.
So wait, what are they upset about? What are you talking about? The way that McCarthy was ousted, or the fact that he was ousted? What's their problem here? What are they pouting about?
For the last 10 years, more than 10 years, since the Tea Party wave, and this actually existed somewhat before that, but it really took shape during the Tea Party wave. The establishment Republicans really got frustrated by members like mine, who they kicked off of committees, Tim Huelskamp, the guy I was working for then. These guys came in, or at least a good 25 of them, of the 63 new Tea Party people then, came in and said, listen, we got elected on this mandate. We're going to act on that. And they were determined to really make a stand on spending. Keep in mind, at that time, we had already had two presidencies double our national debt. George W. Bush doubled it, mostly because of war, but other things too. He created, by the way, Medicare Part D, you'll recall. And he doubled the national debt from $4 trillion to roughly $8 trillion. And by the time that 2010 came around, in 2011, Obama had doubled our national debt by by that time it had gotten up to 14 trillion, but he ultimately doubled it by the end of his term to 18 trillion. So that's the backdrop. And recall, sorry, I'm going a little long here, but this, I think, good background for some folks. The backdrop of that is that the Office of Management of Budget in the White House in both 1999 and 2000 projected that we would, based upon what was going on in spending then, that we would pay off the national debt, then $4 trillion some dollars, by 2013. Now keep that in mind. That's an important background to all this. We were on track by the best estimates then, and government estimates aren't perfect, but it was going somewhere. The best estimates then, we would pay off our national debt by 2013, to the point that the Office of Management and Budget, in those two reports, each of them, were trying to give advice on what do we do if we're paying off these 30-year T-bills, whatever ones would remain by that time, early. How would we handle that? That was a real consideration. You can go back and read it. Now we are $33 trillion in debt, 10 years after we were projected to have it paid off. So anyway, these guys were determined to do something about it. Jim Jordon became a ringleader. And I can just tell you.
Well, he founded the Freedom Caucus, right? Back in the early 2010s?
Not early. Yeah, it was 2014, I believe, is when it was founded. But these guys were meeting privately before that. Like, I was there with them in the meetings. Jim was there, all these guys. They were really trying to strategize. How can we deal with this? Ultimately, the pushback was so bad, they kicked guys off their committees like Tim Huelskamp, my boss, Tim Huelskamp, Justin Amash, Walter Jones, and David Schweikert were all kicked off their committees because they were trying to make a hard stand. And so it goes way back to there. And this has been lingering. So they're very upset because they love their spending. We're in a new era. In fact, Bill Clinton was more conservative than many Republicans right now, certainly than every Democrat, because he was saying that the era of big government is over back in the mid-1990s when we started running surpluses in the federal budget. And all that's been thrown out the window. That's kind of the argument we're having. Jim Jordon inspired these guys and helped them. He was the Republican Study Committee chairman initially. And so this is where we're going here. Some of these guys really hate him for having been encouraging of these guys. He was certainly more bombastic about the things, although he was always somewhat measured. He was more bombastic about these things than he has been recently, but they still hold these animosities, and that's where a lot of this is coming from. Sorry to take so long, but I hope that was helpful.
No, you're totally good. Aaron, I'm going to go to you, but I just want to mention that somebody, Judy Heineken in the comments here, and by the way, guys, bottom right-hand corner is comments, and I just sit here and scroll through them and read them off throughout the space. So, but she's saying that Representative Frank Lucas, who is a holdout from Oklahoma, hasn't even spoken to his staff today. They're apparently telling her that they don't know how he will even vote. The staff doesn't even know how he's going to vote. And that's pretty unacceptable when you're supposed to be a representative of the people. And so I don't really know what is going on here with some of these people. I don't know if they're just trying to be difficult for clout, or if they're just Democrats in disguise. I have no idea, but hopefully we'll find out here soon.
Well, real quick before you go to Aaron, let me give you a little background on there. Frank Lewis is the former chairman of the Ag Committee. And the Farm Bill, you'll notice that one of the... Frank Lucas, yes. Yeah. And what you'll remember is Mike Rogers mentioned that he had concerns about the Farm Bill, and that Jim Jordon had allayed his concerns, which was one of the reasons he was willing to say he was going to vote for Jim. Frank Lucas is in the middle of all of that Farm Bill stuff. He is really bad, actually, on that. I made a post on Farm Bill policy today, if anyone's interested in that, but I won't go into it here. But that's been a big bone of contention, and Jim has been opposed to farm bills in the past for good reasons, in my mind. So that's a big thing for Frank Lucas. He really is serious about farm policy. I think he's still on the Ag Committee, though not chairman. So that's
so
the
hopefully we'll get some more information on him here over the next little bit, and see if we can get an answer. We definitely will once there's that 4 vote, though, regardless. So, but anyway, hold us feet to the fire, guys. We'll post a number here shortly. So if anybody is a constituent, if anybody here's from Oklahoma, and he's your boy, call him, please. It works. So, Aaron, welcome to the panel.
Yeah. Good morning, guys. Good morning. I'm out here on the left coast, so you guys got me early. But look, this seems to be playing out exactly the way Matt Gaetz said it was going to be playing out. So last Thursday, you guys remember he had a space. I actually asked him some of these questions, and one of the things he said was, "You're probably going to see the first round of voting, where people are going to stay with who they're standing with, whether it's McCarthy, whether they want to make a point, or whether they want to negotiate between the NDAAs and the farm bills." And it seems to be playing out exactly the way Matt said. He suggested that that'll probably happen. I think Jim's point is also correct, where they want to kind of poke at Jim a little bit and kind of get some get back and retribution. There is some history there, as Jim has pointed out. So this seemed to be playing out the way they anticipated it. I'm actually seeing people flip earlier than I thought they were going to, based on the conversations we've had over the last week. But this was expected. And so I'm with Jim on the latter point that he made regarding the previous history, and there's some blood there, and there's going to be some, just some real juvenile politic type actions that are going on, and they're going to hold his feet to the fire. But again, it looks like they're trying to negotiate NDAA stuff, which is what Mike Rogers was talking about. The gentleman from Oklahoma with the Farm Bill. this seemed to be playing out exactly the way Matt thought it would. So that's interesting and encouraging to me because it seems like they've gamed this out.
Yeah, so are we talking about big government, big spending Republicans or quote unquote Republicans here? Are those the holdouts?
Yeah, they are, because half of the stated holdouts are appropriators. They're people in the House Appropriations Committee. So yeah, big government is a part of it. Actually, there's another sense in which big government is part of it, because a lot of these people are folks who support the Patriot Act and have firmly done so for years. So that aspect of big government is there. There are Republicans in this caucus who, though not as severe as Democrats in wanting to shut down speech that they claim to be harmful, still don't have much of a problem with that, because they, like the Lindsey Graham types, they might not be as bad as Lindsey Graham, all of them, but they definitely see a need for massive defense spending and for government action to cater and control speech. That's another. It's not as important as the appropriators. And again, I shared this on a space, I think, earlier this week. But the appropriators essentially are the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee, and then the chairman of the, I think, 15 subcommittees. Those are called the cardinals. That's the terminology we use in DC, because they're just like the College of Cardinals in the Roman Catholic Church. And if they the thing we always joke about is if they get any bills out, then white smoke has come out of the chimney. I mean, that's how much these guys really control what happens in a caucus. So it is big government. They want big government, most of these people, in some form or another. Maybe not like Democrats want big government, but not far behind it. These are the uniparty people, mostly.
Yeah, I would agree. It's the establishment. Like we think of things in terms of left versus right, Democrat versus Republican, but we also have to remember that there's people who have establishment donor class interests at heart, and it goes much deeper than that. So let's go ahead and go to some of these hands. Dustin, good to see you.
Good morning.
And by the way, just before you jump in here, Dustin, I want to let the audience know, if you want to come up and speak, definitely message me first, just so I have a little bit of an idea of who you are and what you want to speak on, because we end up having people come up here and try to sabotage the space. It's happened before. I got to be careful. But and then also comments, bottom right hand corner, comments, questions. If you don't want to actually give us your voice, give us your questions. It gives us a lot to talk about, and we appreciate it. There's going to be a lot to talk about today. It's going to be a jam-packed day. I don't think anybody really realizes it's going to be pretty much a thrill, and we're going to be streaming a lot of it live here as well once they convene on the floor. I believe noon is when they're set to convene on the floor of the House, and we'll hear nomination speeches, and then we'll have a live vote. So it should be pretty interesting. Dustin, go ahead and jump in.
Yeah, I've heard that they're gaveling at 11 or 11:46. I saw that several places. Want to congratulate everybody for applying so much pressure. Friend of the show, Lou Dobbs, I saw in Don Bacon's comments. I put that up top, which was pretty exciting. Like, he means it. Where like Lou's ready to like get in here and mix it up with us, which I'm crazy excited about. We've been pushing people hard all weekend. Don Bacon and Ken Buck have lost their ever loving minds. So Ken Buck is saying that he refuses to vote for any speaker who does not unequivocally say that the 2020 election was legitimate in every way and nothing was wrong with it. He's in an R13 district in Colorado. He was part of the Tea Party wave. He ran for Senate in 2010, lost narrowly, and then ended up running for the House in 2012. He's been there ever since. He's just lost his ever loving mind. And so I've been taking the tact with Team America Mission that we take and make examples out of some of the people who are acting most foolishly, and then try to be diplomatic with others. And we've had great effect. We saw Mike Rogers after we hammered him with the toupee jokes and phone calls all weekend. Be like, leave my toupee alone. I'll vote for Jim Jordon, right? Which was I was very happy about. I think with Ken Buck and Don Bacon, I saw Beard Vet, put out some of his top donors' phone numbers to call, right, at the agriculture. But this gets to Jim's point, which is what people may not realize is that there is a whole caucus of Republicans who believe that you talk about small government and elections, but you don't actually do that, because why would we refuse giving money away? Like, how else would we get our kickbacks and continue to fund all our super PACs and political infrastructure? And watch these people, because what we're doing at a minimum is exposing some of the people who believe that it's perfectly acceptable to tell us one thing when they're at home asking for our vote, and then do something completely different when they're in Washington D.C.
Exactly. I mean, we see how they act like they represent us and the constituents, but this is going to be the moment of truth right here, where we see if some of these rhinos are really going to align themselves with Hakeem Jeffries and vote against Jim Jordan, then at that point it should be crystal clear where their loyalties lie and who they are loyal to. And that should show every voter next election who not to vote for. And so we need to be making this loud and clear in on Twitter, on social media, commenting, writing them, calling them, letting them know, look, we're all watching you. How you vote is going to determine your future career in politics. If you vote for Democrat Hakeem Jeffries and you don't support Jim Jordan, we will vote you out. We will campaign against you. We will find somebody else to run against you. Your career will be over. That is the message that needs to be sent loud and clear. I mean, I want to hear your guys' predictions, though. How do you guys think it's going to go when this vote happens today at noon? All right, let's go to Gaze for Trump.
Good morning, everybody. So all day yesterday, I tried to keep compiling a running list of those people that we knew were no's or haven't publicly said anything. I wanted to ask Jim, it seems like Republican Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania just tweeted about 30 minutes ago that he introduced a motion to make Patrick McHenry the permanent Speaker pro tem. So that would mean that we could conduct business of Congress without a speaker until the CR runs out. I don't know why he'd want to do that as opposed to just voting for Jordan in the first place, but I've added his name to the list of what I have as 10, which also updated with Mike Lawler, who's come out against Jordan. And if that were the only 10, we'd obviously need to flip 5. But what's your opinion on his plan to keep McHenry as Speaker pro tem to avoid having to vote for a speaker in the first place?
Well, I'm going to preface my comments by saying I really like Mike Kelly, and he does personally like me, and I got to know him while I was there, but now I have to say something quite negative. He really does seem to grab on to the establishment wing of the caucus. He's a nice guy, and I think he was willing to vote for Jim, but this is just evidence of some of the discussions that have been going on in back channels and him trying to find a middle ground to assuage some of the anger of certain people. I think it's a precipitous move, meaning it's going way too far and much farther than it needs to go. This thing will get sorted out today. I think this is going to be likely a non-issue unless there's some discussion going on around this that I'm not privy to. And I talk to people. That doesn't mean I know everything, but I have not heard any serious discussion of this resolution. I think he's just trying to do it to make peace. And I think it's a stupid idea. And Patrick McHenry is the worst of establishment members of Congress. Like, he's really, really bad. The reason, I mean, just to put some light on this, the reason that he was slamming the gavel down on the day that the motion to vacate passed was precisely because he was upset that Nancy Pelosi didn't keep her into the deal. I mean, that's kind of where his anger was at that time. It wasn't with how can we be a better Republican caucus or how can we work through this. No, it's why did those stinking Democrats not help us get through this? That was his concern, and that was consistent with him. I don't think Mike Kelly's the worst of the worst of it. And I just think he's trying to be nice, but it's really a dumb move. It's not going to go anywhere. Patrick McHenry is not a guy I'd ever want in charge of anything in the Republican caucus. I just have to tell you.
Now, reportedly, they're trying to justify it, saying that they need this speaker tempore in order to keep the government open, right? So that's why they're trying to justify putting him in. And this is the Democrats working with the rhinos again to do this. All right, let's go to some of these hands.
Well, by the way, Millie, I just want to say something. And it's not necessary for that purpose. All they have to do is elect Jim Jordon speaker today, and then they'll be able to move through all the appropriations bills. And by the way, even though Jim's not going to make this point, I will. I'm not always so happy when the government's open. Let's just be candid about it. I mean, government's killing us. And there's no need to move more quickly than to get rational debate and rational work once more on how we spend our money. So that's
right.
A
and if
stupid
it's
reason.
closed, they can't keep sending money to Ukraine, right? So there's that. There's that positive.
Amen.
And you're exactly right. Like Jim Jordon, he could come in here and he could do this. So they just need to vote for him. All right, let's go to some of these hands.
Real quick, Millie.
Go ahead, Trash.
Real quick, I just wanted to point out Thomas Massey addressed the Speaker pro tem issue, calling it blatantly unconstitutional and out of the boundaries of the Constitution when he was on with us the other day.
Exactly. All right, so go ahead, Aaron.
Unless there's some discussion going on around this that I'm not privy to, and I talk to people. That doesn't mean I know everything, but I have not heard any serious discussion of this resolution. I think he's just trying to do it to make peace, and I think it's a stupid idea. And Patrick McHenry is the worst of the worst of establishment members of Congress. Like, he's really, really bad. The reason, I mean, just to put some light on this, the reason that he was slamming the gavel down on the day that the motion to vacate passed was precisely because he was upset that Nancy Pelosi didn't keep her into the deal. I mean, that's kind of where his anger was at that time. It wasn't with how can we be a better Republican caucus or how can we work through this. No, it's why did those stinking Democrats not help us get through this? That was his concern. And that was consistent with him. I don't think Mike Kelly's the worst of the worst of it. And I just think he's trying to be nice, but it's really a dumb move. It's not going to go anywhere. Patrick McHenry is not a guy I'd ever want in charge of anything in the Republican caucus. I just have to tell you.
Now, reportedly, they're trying to justify it, saying that they need this speaker tempore in order to keep the government open, right? So that's why they're trying to justify putting him in. And this is the Democrats working with the rhinos again to do this. All right, let's go to some of these hands.
Well, by the way, Millie, I just want to say something. And it's not necessary for that purpose. All they have to do is elect Jim Jordon speaker today, and then they'll be able to move through all the appropriations bills. And by the way, even though Jim's not going to make this point, I will. I'm not always so happy when the government's open. Let's just be candid about it. I mean, government's killing us. And there's no need to move more quickly than to get rational debate and rational work once more on how we spend our money. So that's
right.
A
and
stupid
if it's
reason.
Closed, they can't keep sending money to Ukraine, right? So there's that. There's that positive.
Amen.
And you're exactly right. Like Jim Jordon, he could come in here and he could do this. So they just need to vote for him. All right, let's go to some of these hands.
Real quick, Millie.
Go ahead, Trash.
Real quick, I just wanted to point out Thomas Massey addressed the Speaker pro tem issue, calling it blatantly unconstitutional and out of the boundaries of the Constitution when he was on with us the other day.
Exactly. All right, so go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, no, I was going to bring that up actually, and again, the question was why? Why would he be doing this? I think Jim answered it that he's really pro-establishment, but again, this is about the continuing resolution. This is about the big spending bills, the NDAA. They're posturing to get this through. They want to jam this massive spending through again
Wait,
and
so what
continue
is
to
it? Like,
fund
so you're talking
all.
about the NDAA? Like, what are they demanding out of the NDAA? Which, just for the audience, it's the National
Well,
Defense Authorization Act.
yeah. So the National Defense Authorization Act is a massive spending bill. It funds the military. It's also going to be funding censorship apparatuses within our government. It's going to be funding a lot, and this is the special interest. Basically, it's like a special interest honey hole is what it is. So like all the big lobbies, the special interests, they've all got their money in there, and they're pulling on their establishment unipartyists to get that thing through. So it's been kind of a point of contention. There's one that's kicking around in the Senate. There's the one that's kicking around in the House, and they want to pass it through the House because it's going to have obviously because the people in the House are representative, and with their big donor, big lobby buddies, they want to jam that through. That's where all the special interests get their money. So this is posturing, I think, and then continued resolution. Again, we've got to stop this. This is what Massey was talking about. This is what Gates has been talking about. Jim Jordan's even talked about the CR a little bit. So this is just angling for that negotiation period. But to end my point on that, I'll just say it seems like that we'll be done with this by the end of the day. But there's just going to be some posturing. But I would be shocked if any of these people placed one single vote for a Democrat. It's political suicide. I mean, that would be crazy.
Absolutely. All right, so let's go. Daffy, thank you for your patience. I've seen that your hand has been up for quite a while, and then we'll go to Chaos.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Jim a question. Also, I wanted to also say that we need to let them know that things have changed in the government, but they've also changed with us. We're Big Brother now. We are going to be watching everything they do from now on. We have to. Otherwise, it's just going to get nefarious. But what I wanted to ask Jim was, I'm having a feeling that they're getting extra pay for these committee groups. And so on top of their pay, they're getting paid to be in these committee groups, because I don't understand why they're fighting so hard for these committees. And that would explain where a lot of the money is going. I'm just curious if you know the answer.
When you say committee group, excuse me, are you talking about the formal committees of Congress?
The ones where, like, I really am not
like appropriations, Ways and Means, and
like on the special election committee or the J6 committee and, all those things. It seems like they're getting kickbacks from that on top of their pay, which is ridiculous.
Well, so there is no extra actual pay that any member of Congress gets for what committee they serve on, whether it's a special committee like the J6 committee was, however illegally put together, or the regular standing committees in the House. So that's one thing. Secondly, in terms of kickbacks, well, there are some form of kickbacks that happen for some members of Congress because they're trading stocks based upon inside information they have. The Stock Act did not restrict members of Congress from making insider trades. It only required them to reveal the trades that they're making in the stock market. And then it's left to the media or to us or to others to do the investigation to see if they were doing so on insider information. In that sense, there are kickbacks. And if you're referring to, the kind of campaign funds and stuff like that outside, all of that is pretty well traced. So there have been members of Congress who have gotten in trouble for using some of those funds for their personal use. Duncan Hunter of California is a recent example of that, or a recent notable one. But the big issue in terms of appropriations and spending and committees that people are on is what they can get after they leave Congress. The one idea that Matt Gaetz has shared in some spaces with us recently, and that Ro Khanna, even a Democrat representative, was suggesting, was that you eliminate the ability to do any lobbying of Congress once you've left. See, a lot of these people, the most establishment ones, end up working for lobbying firms if that's their desire, and they're making 300-400, sometimes over $1 million or multiple millions of dollars afterwards. Paul Ryan and Eric Cantor are making millions of dollars a year right now. Most of that based on the fact that they are former members of Congress and former leadership members of Congress. Paul Ryan, Speaker, and Eric Cantor, Majority Leader. They're making a lot of money, and McCarthy will have opportunities to make a lot of money as well afterwards. So that's the other aspect of that, and that's the dynamic that actually exists as best I know how to explain it.
Thank you.
Tori, jump in.
Hey, guys. Great conversation here that I'm listening to. I just wanted to just put this out there into the ether. People should be asking themselves why we're having, so much discussion over Speaker of the House when there's so much going on right now. Because the problem that I see here is, obviously I said, hey, the longer we drag it out, the more stuff doesn't happen, right? And that's because they won't spend time on making that happen. Because even if there's no sitting Speaker in the House, bills can still be passed in the House of Representatives. The Speaker only plays the role of, setting the agenda, determining what bills come to the floor and stuff like that. So there are people like the Majority Leader or Majority Whip that can, take on more, bigger roles while we're trying to fill the space. So it almost feels as if this whole, back and forth of who's going to be Speaker has taken our nation to a dead stop where they're not working for the people, but working for within themselves. When, the Constitution is pretty clear. I mean, right now we're at the brink of being dragged into a global war, and our Congress is focusing on the Speaker of the House as opposed to how to protect U.S. interests and our money. And this is a big red flag for me. Now, many people are like, we should just vote Jordan. See, I don't jump on bandwagons. I honestly believe, and this is just me, that it should be someone on the outside. But if the majority of the House wants to do it, then so be it, right? They're in that position. We pretty much only have a say as far as, pushing against them and telling them what we want. But we all have to sit and consider the optics here. We're being told that we are at a standstill, that we can't pass bills, and that is a fallacy in itself. It just means, and when I say it, it means that they're just too busy doing something else, because House administration can act as, leader. There's so many procedural mechanisms that they have. They can bring out floor votes, rules committees, they can change rules, and that will be even more dangerous. So these are all things that we should all be discussing as to, okay, you guys figure out your Speaker of the House race, but in the meantime, can we start doing things that we need now? Like, what do we need for our operating government? How about restrain the spending? Because right now it seems that all they want to do is send more and more money. And this morning I posted a memorandum of understanding. If you guys understand, the funding for Israel was actually laid out by Kerry in 2016, and they've already laid out billions of dollars up until 2028. So basically, we have a House that is executing Barack Hussein Obama's agenda at the moment, right now, signed by John Kerry. So our concern, if they want Jordan, they need to move on it. If they don't want Jordan, they need to stop pretending that they're for Jordan. Because I speak to members of Congress every day, because I'm working on certain things, and I can tell you that the majority of them are visibly saying they're for Jordan, but are not. And this is where the holdouts are. And this is why some people are keeping their mouths shut. So there's a purpose behind it. And I'd love to, tickle the ears of people to think, okay, what would be the purpose of not having a Speaker of the House and stalling Congress from working when they can still be working and voting for Speaker of the House?
Jim?
Well, I was going to let someone else say something first before I jumped in. I'm not always that interested personally, having worked there. And pardon me, I just took a bite of a cracker there. I'm not always that interested personally in making sure that the House is open and doing work. Now,
Is it not safe
there
to
are
say,
some
Jim, that we've
things
saved
related
billions of dollars based on the fact that the House hasn't done a damn thing in the past, like, 2 weeks?
Potentially, yes. And
Well, Nick, actually, we sent more money based on John Kerry's deal, right? We've actually sent more money
to
recently
whom? To whom, Tori?
to Ukraine and reinforcing our troops because there's deployments now being
But
Well,
it was
but
announced.
only
that
200
wasn't
million
extra
versus.
appropriated funds. That was redirected funds because they can't send money to Ukraine without an appropriation from Congress.
Well, no, they're not. They're not the redirecting.
That's
No,
what I
they're
said. That's
actually
already appropriated funds, is what I'm saying. They're
right.
just
And they're pushing them through. That's what I'm saying. And from the ones from 2016, that's my point.
yeah. Well,
So they're
that was
letting things happen without checks and balances. See, those things won't go out if they're paying attention. That's what I'm saying.
okay.
And
But it
So
so
seems
on
like
that
this is
particular,
McCarthy
illegal.
would have pushed through a 20-something billion dollar Ukraine deal, but and we know that Jim
well,
Jordan is.
let me address what Tori just said though, because this is important. Tori, that's the reason why one of the reasons why this speaker battle is so important, because if you don't have a speaker that can help direct how Congress does business, then you get these circumstances where the administration can be willy-nilly about where it spends money.
And just sends it off. Correct.
Well, no, but what they're doing, again, just to put some clarity on this, they are repurposing money already appropriated in a certain manner. And Congress, one of its major problems is not just the overspending, that's big enough, but by sending money to the administration with no strings attached, which is its role and job. They leave it wide open for the administration to do with money what they want, which, by the way, had that been done appropriately, ostensibly, Donald Trump might not have been able to get his $8 billion for the wall. Now, that would have been a problem, and then you got to deal with things in another way. But nonetheless, that sort of freedom should not be there in the administration. That's what they're doing with Ukraine. It's a horrible, rancid policy. But what Congress does right now won't change that because that money's already been appropriated.
Yeah,
but what they can
Jim,
do is get to the ball and stop how future money is spent. And you need a good, solid speaker, different than the ones we've had for 3 decades, who are willing to restrain that. In fact, Newt Gingrich may have been the last speaker that ever sought to restrain spending, and only for a short time during his 4-year speakership.
Hey, Jim, that's my point. It's unchecked. Back in April, I got whiff of, billions of dollars that were unaccounted for from the DOD. And I hooked up with Congress in June, and I actually gave it to Gosar, and he announced it, that they were missing $6-something billion from their budget.
No, it's $600 billion, and it might be more than $1 trillion.
Well,
but
no.
I'm
talking about what I found, just a specific amount.
No, I know there have been reports. I've seen it. The number is up to 1.2 trillion or more now.
No, it's probably even more astronomical than that, Jim. I'm just speaking on specific transaction, right?
But let me interrupt and just say this.
Get my point that I'm trying to make is the fact that we're fighting with Speaker of the House, and it seems that it's our own people stalling the process, allows for gaps and black sites, right? To not, dark spots, where blind spots, where we can't see where they're putting the money because they're busy on this whole speaker race and no one is paying attention, just to amplify what you said.
Well, and I hate to disappoint you, but that's not going to immediately change, even if here in 5 minutes Jim Jordon became speaker. And the reason is because a lot of that stuff is happening from previous appropriations, and it's going to require new legislation to get that done. And I would argue that the argument you're making is the same one when Kevin McCarthy was speaker, the same one when Paul Ryan was speaker, the same one when John Boehner was speaker. And our problem is we had previous speakers that would not change that paradigm. So therefore, however more we're delaying this process of getting a new speaker, now that the motion to vacate was successful, is worth it because we need to get someone better. And I would maintain of the potential options of anyone who can become a speaker, Jim Jordan's the best option that we have. And I think it's
No, he's
substantive
not.
in that way.
No. I disagree that he's the best option. We
I
have a
didn't
lot
say
more
he's the
options.
best
Yeah.
option. I said the best option of those who can get through this.
Yeah, the problem is that as much as we would like to have an outsider or somebody else, we're not going to get all the Republican votes needed. So it's just going to be a waste of time. We'll have votes and nobody will get through. So at the end of the day, right now, we're trying to figure out who we can actually get through.
Right,
and when you have
should we do that though, Millie?
When you have rhinos threatening to vote for Hakeem Jeffries, in this instance, Jim Jordan is the lesser of two evils over Hakeem Jeffries, wouldn't you say?
I would agree. I would agree, but I don't agree with us jumping on a train because that's the only one that they'll give us. We're in
but
charge,
I don't think we're jumping on a train,
to
Tori.
just stop. So we're expected to just stop everything. Unfortunately, that's not the way it works.
What? Stop what? Stop what? Congress can still make laws. Congress can still have committees. We can still have hearings on Hunter Biden. We can still declare war.
Not without a speaker.
Tori, we can't.
It's in the Constitution.
No, we can't.
No. Listen, let me
Ivan,
explain this for you, Tori.
Make that clear.
Tori.
No, look up your Constitution.
No,
I read that.
Tori, I worked in Congress for 8 years. Listen, you cannot have hearings when there's not a speaker in the House. The speaker sets all that, directs all
That's
that.
wrong. You're categorically wrong. I suggest you look it up because I was wrong too.
Sorry.
I was under the same impression. Hey, I was under the same impression. I mean, you know what? Don't even look it up. Ask ChatGPT. It'll give you the laws too.
Well, even better than ChatGPT.
Let's ask Google.
Ask Ivan Raiklin. Ivan Raiklin's in the House.
Yeah,
and I know
Ivan can tell you that too.
Ivan knows a lot about how these hearings take place and what some of the constitutionality is. Ivan, how's it going? What's your take on this, on the speaker situation? Can you have hearings without a speaker?
First of all, Ivan, if you can introduce yourself to the audience here, because I believe this is the first time on the stage. So, Ivan, I got to unmute bottom left hand corner. Maybe not. While we wait,
Ivan, you're stuck.
They got him.
Am I being called on?
Keep it moving.
Okay,
yes,
we can hear you. Yes.
Sorry about that. So, guys, thanks for inviting me to this, Millie. I'm right outside of the House chambers here where the press gaggle is, just kind of observing. I see out here Ralph Norman, Congressman, Freedom Caucus guy, one of the originally the six holdouts, essentially, I think, as part of the 20 that voted against McCarthy. When somebody asked him how many rounds he expects this thing to go, he kind of smirked and said 3 rounds. But then other members are saying it's kind of like Mortal Kombat. You reset after the first round. So I'm guessing that this is not going to be done in 1 round. And I think most of you guys that are listening in here realize that. Chip Roy's out here speaking. I wish I could do video on this Twitter space, but you can only do audio. He's being interviewed by a gaggle. I'm looking around here. That's probably the latest and greatest at this point. But I did talk to Congressman Norman real quick, and I said, hey, if Jim Jordan doesn't secure the 217 in round 1, is there discussion potentially of getting the best American citizen instead of potentially the best member of Congress to be the speaker? And he said, yeah, I saw that discussion about Speaker Trump. And that's basically all he said. So that's all I have for now, unless people have questions.
Yeah, hey, Ivan, I'm telling people that, even if we don't have a Speaker of the House, Congress can still function. They can pass bills, have committees and oversight and everything. The only thing is someone will have to step up to set the agenda, or the committees will have to be more independent. People are telling me that Congress can't function. They're telling me that they can't function without a speaker, and that's wrong.
Well, right now they have a speaker pro tem, and he has limited powers on what he can do and allow. I haven't looked at the rules that the Republican conference agreed to allow him to do that, but I think that the details of those rules is what sets the agenda right now, because he's the one that decides on setting this House floor vote for speaker and then some of the other adjacent activities. Because I think we have on Thursday scheduled some hearings, as well as next week, or maybe as early as tomorrow. It's on the calendar on the House.gov.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't know the details of it because I've not read that rules package.
The only thing the Speaker pro tem can do, is schedule and hold the vote. That's his job. So the week that was set that was established to have conferences and to talk about this, as opposed to what could have happened, which would have gone to an immediate vote after the speaker was vacated. That was a rule, and that was a decision made by the speaker pro tem. So Tori, you're incorrect. I've looked at this. Right?
Well,
And
actually, you're incorrect because the article clearly says
No,
it.
I'm
Our
not.
Constitution says that the absence of the speaker might complicate the legislative process and potentially slow things down
That
to
is
the
Right.
lack
So
of
legislative
let's just get
the
process,
down to
lack of
Tori.
questions.
leadership, but it
I'm gonna
doesn't
Having
bounce
prevent.
as I
meetings and
continue to
passing
engage with
bills,
members, folks.
having committee hearings is the legislative process.
Yeah, thank you, Ivan. Keep us
Again, it
updated,
doesn't
Ivan.
prevent that.
I don't
Definitely.
know. Chaos is sort of convincing me a little bit.
Okay, well, just read the Constitution, guys. I mean,
I'm
seriously, you
very
need to
familiar
start
with the
reading more.
Constitution, Tori.
Well, then, how do you miss the fact that it says while the
I
absence
haven't missed
might
anything.
complicate? Okay, I'm
The
reading
House sets its
verbatim.
own rules, Tori.
I'm
These are
reading.
the
I'm
House
reading
rules.
verbatim
Speaker
from the
pro
House.
tem, it
I'm
cannot
reading from the
schedule a
House.
committee
Article
hearing.
Holy
1, Section
cow! Are
And
you
I'm
1.
kidding me?
reading
Are
from
Hold
the
we
on,
really
House.
hold
doing
on,
this?
guys. Hold on.
I'm
Listen,
reading.
hold on. Hey, Tori, hold on a minute, okay? And we're going to move from this particular topic. It's important as far as it goes, but we need to go on to further discussion. So, Tori, here's the deal. The legislative, first of all, you need to state article and section. It'd be Article 1, Section whatever that you're saying is in the Constitution. 1. 2, the specific rules of the House limit the duties of the speaker pro tem, the temporary speaker pro tem. And by the way, every person who's not the speaker of the House, who's conducting business on the floor, that is a speaker pro tem. There's a designation between a speaker pro tem and a temporary speaker pro tem. There's a specific, and these are House rules. These are not constitutional guidelines. And that's temporary speaker pro tem may only call the floor open for administrative procedural things like this one, electing a speaker. And also, it must run the duties of the House. So they are managing the sergeant of arms and that sort of thing. So there's that administrative duty. Beyond that, there is no legislative business allowed unless there's a speaker. And you will notice the motion to vacate is more specifically called the motion to vacate the chair. In parliamentary procedure in the House, it is the chair who has authority to move legislative business in the House. If the chair is vacated, which it is still, by the way, the temporary speaker pro tem is not technically in the chair. When there is not someone in the chair, you cannot move legislative business of any type but the House set a rule to allow them under this circumstance to open the floor and begin the process of voting for a speaker. That's it.
Well, speaking with people that are in the House, congressmen that have been on spaces too, right? They even said the House committees can continue their work, holding hearings, considering legislation, and reporting bills to the full House, regardless. That's what I'm trying to say. I want people to understand that just because we don't have a Speaker of the House doesn't
Which congressman
mean.
said that to you? Which one?
Well, I'm not going
Because
to
I
call
want
them
to.
out.
I want to
I'm not
talk
going
to
to call
that
them
guy.
out. I'm not going to. Well, that is basically.
Well, if that's your
You guys
source,
can look it
Tori,
up.
then
It says.
you gotta identify it.
Okay.
Most
Well,
members of the House don't even read the Constitution, to be candid with you. I hate to disappoint you.
Well, this congressman was actually a constitutional attorney. Listen, bottom line is we can do things without a Speaker of the House.
No,
yes, we
even
can.
if they're moving even if you're
Okay,
voting,
yeah.
they
You're
could
right.
have.
You know what? You know what?
Guys,
I'm gonna hand the mic to Aaron, and I'm gonna let
Change
him
topic.
divert the topic. So go ahead, Aaron.
So I'm keeping an eye on things here, and they still have not checked in. Joey Manorino made a good point. He just tweeted out, and I agree with it. I think the sentiments, a lot of us have the same sentiments. He says, be prepared, everyone. Jim Jordan's going to lose on the first ballot, but don't lose hope. The Rhino holdouts have to make their point heard. Once we get to the subsequent ballots, we'll see some more interesting things happen. We're most likely going to get Jordan as speaker, but I'd put chances at about 90%, but it's going to take a few rounds. Now, if the Jordan voters start peeling off subsequent rounds, we're going to see a problem go down. I don't think they want to face primary challenges, so I assume even the hesitant ones will stay in line. I agree with that analysis myself. I just wanted to put that out there. I thought that was a good take. It's kind of what we were talking about. I think Dustin had his hands up too.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit in the morning, and I'll let Dustin respond to this. When we first started the space up, we were talking about the fact that we do expect this to go probably 3 rounds at the minimum, because you'll have the people that are protesting, that are stomping their feet and whining, vote no on 1 and 2, and then by the time round 3 rolls around, maybe they'll finally switch over and vote for Jim Jordon on that 3rd ballot. Because right now they're honestly, this is it's looking like it's almost about political. It's either about political clout, or because nobody knows who the hell these people are. Let's be honest. Okay, nobody that works outside of Capitol Hill actually knows who these people are. So they're making a name for themselves out of this, and that's exactly what they're going to end up doing by going on the floor and voting no on the first 2 ballots. But our best bet is going to be on the 3rd or the 4th. So that's why I'm saying that we're going to be here for a while today, guys. There'll be some interesting developments here. But Dustin, I'd like you to weigh in.
So I would not be surprised if we don't get it done today at all. And so, right, which is some of these holdouts are going to have different demands. We'll see different pressure being applied. Obviously, we need everybody to continue the pressure campaign in every way. I want to just point out that Thomas Massey, when he was with us the other day, right, made it clear that he actually was appreciative of McHenry because McHenry had not gone outside his constitutional boundaries and done work outside of only picking the speaker. And so, right, like Thomas Massey laid this agenda out. The speaker pro tem, as it was laid out in the rules when it was first read, right, he was the next name on the list created by McCarthy when he first took the speakership, right, to if he was incapacitated or unavailable. But he is only allowed to push the business of picking a new speaker, which is also, anyway. So what I think we can expect is Jordan going to cut a deal and make people comfortable with the farm subsidies the way he cut a deal with Mike Rogers, the toupee guy, over the weekend that made him comfortable on the Armed Services Committee, right? Which is Jim Jordan going to be able to right? And this is a tightrope to be able to walk because on one side of the caucus, you have those of us who want to reduce the size and scope of government. And on the other side of the caucus, you have these people who want unlimited subsidies, increased spending, increased war spending. And so trying to thread the needle of putting these 2 different coalitions together, I think is going to be the most interesting part of the next couple of days.
Absolutely. But just to remind everybody, to put the pressure on here, your representative, it looks like the main holdouts, the major holdouts that we're looking on now are Representatives Bacon, Lawler, Mike Kelly, Buck, Jimenez, I probably said that wrong, and Mario Diaz-Balart. Okay, I probably said that one wrong too. But either way, if
Mario Diaz-Balart.
you know what, that's.
And they're getting ready to call the session now, guys. Just want to let you know.
12 o'clock, yeah. So, but anybody, if any of those names that I butchered are your representatives, the phone number is at the top. It's 202-224-3121. Call them, blow them up, and this is how we're going to get it done. I mean, we keep talking about having Thomas
McHenry just gavelled in, FYI.
Well, the one thing I would add
guys,
to that
I just want to, Prodigal, I'm going to let you jump in, but I just want to let everybody know we are actively monitoring anything that is going on the House floor. It's going to be a very slow process. So if there's anything interesting going on, we'll play it for you live here.
Is it being broadcast?
So we'll wait for something interesting, and we'll key you in live here, and we'll actually, once the vote starts going on, we'll actually have the vote live here, broadcasted live on the space. So, but Prodigal, on So glad you're here. You are you're one of my favorite speakers on any space that I go to because you bring the fire. So bring the fire, man.
Yeah, I don't have much fire. I was in like a Zionist jihadi space. They took all my energy. I'm like, I just want what's good for America. They're like, no, drop bombs. I'm like, all right. No, I mean, listen, I think it's a valid point. I think that, even if we're dealing with regulations, like there's give me's that we can ask if we're going to fund this, if they're going to fund it regardless. Like, you look at what our alphabet boys are doing, the Department of Energy, the Department of Education, et cetera. Like, enough with these stupid committee, shows. They cut their funding. That's basically it. I mean, I know people are saying get somebody better, but I think the points are true. Like, listen, I don't like Jim Jordan when it comes to big tech. He gets a lot of money from big tech. But in general, what have we been getting with McCarthy? Absolutely nothing. And everybody who keeps on saying, well, go along to get along, it's at that point. Everybody sees the trajectory this
The
nation's in.
Democrats don't go along to get along, do they? Did Nancy Pelosi go along
No,
to
not
get
not
along?
you can't go along to get along when you normalize, child genitalia mutilation in America. Like, it's clear that their wing, regardless of what anybody wants to say, has been able to impact them culturally and legislatively. And to see the establishment, Republicans, rhinos, neocons, etc., telling us the same crap when we've literally seen the psychos on the left really control everything in regards to policy, and they've given up on anti-war, antitrust busting. But when it comes to their crazy social justice issues, illegal immigration, trans indoctrination, etc., they have made that the mantra of the Democratic Party. And 10 years ago, this would have been unheard of. So to hear these same people who failed 100% to stop this basic leftist takeover of our culture and institutions, saying, well, calm down. It's like, you've been losing this battle for years, if not decades. Like, your time has come and gone. Sit down and shut up.
Can I say something, Prodigal? I agree with you 1,000,000%. Everything you said, 100%. But and right now we're at the problem where we're not analyzing all the situations. There's an attorney in the room, Nick, that requested to speak, who actually deals with government relations in the House and Senate for his clients. He is very well versed, so he can tell you how the House, and this is something that congressmen have expressed, that they can't work, right? Not because they can't, but because they won't let them, because they're allowed to work even without a Speaker of the House. While all of you are insisting that they can't, they can. And let's bring an expert to the floor to explain the laws on that so people can understand, how this function works, because we're all rushing to just pick whatever we've got. This is the best we've got, and we're settling. We have to stop settling. So why not bring up the expert to tell us all? Because that person sits in all the Senate and House meetings for appropriations and rules and bills.
Yeah, sure. Bring
and
him
they can
up.
explain it to you.
I'm all for it. Bring him up. Let's talk
Bring him
about
up. Yeah, let's talk about it.
it. Oh, God.
Well, have him message me first because I got to kind of.
I already DM'd you, Nick, his username, and he's requested.
Yeah. He doesn't follow me, so he needs to DM me. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna have a lot of time to talk about this kind
No,
of
it's
thing.
important though. It's important though, because we're bottlenecking the situation, saying we need a speaker to get shit done. We need to be, if we're having these spaces, we should analyze all aspects and look at all perspectives.
I just
Yeah,
need
but
to know.
if we have 10 members, wait. If we have 10 members who won't go along with anything we say, what do you think we're going to be able to pass? Either way, this battle has to happen. Like,
exactly.
we can't even elect the speaker. You think we're going to be able to pass legislation? Like, let's stop wasting time on
You're
this.
You're right. But we have committees that can actually bring them to the floor. The committees aren't working. Where's the Hunter Biden laptop? Why'd they stop
Bring
that?
the lawyer up or stop this conversation. It's ridiculous.
I don't know if we need another lawyer. That's not fair.
Well, we should get an actual lawyer that goes to Congress and talks to them all the time.
Oh, my God.
But
yeah,
Hey,
the congressional lawyers really do a great.
Hold on. I just want to say this. Guys, it's over with. No more discussion. Tori, we've got the point. I understand what you're saying. I understand what Doc and I have said, a few others. I actually worked in Congress for a long period of time. I know you don't necessarily accept that fully in terms of the explanation. But the fact is this, it's academic at the moment. We're going to have a vote on the Speaker of the House. The purpose of this space is to discuss what's going on with that. So we've got all this info out on the floor. And it's just, we got it out there. Okay. So if we can have this discussion tomorrow, if there's not a Speaker of the House chosen today. So let's put it off till then so that we can get to some of the issues that everyone listening has questions about related to this process as it's being undertaken.
Yeah, and
That's
speaking of
where we're at.
questions, in the bottom right-hand corner, give me your questions right there, because I'm sitting here staring at the call of the House, the quorum vote right now, which basically says whether or not that the member is there. So there's not really much going on, and there is still literally 10 minutes remaining in this vote. So I've got plenty of time to be looking
Well,
through your comments down
go
there
ahead
in
and
the
make
bottom
it
right.
20, by the way. But the reason that this is really important, and definitely leave your questions on the bottom right hand with the purple pill there. The reason this is important is it's going to determine what the threshold is to elect a speaker. So if people don't show up, then that number changes. And the mix
So
between
let's say,
Republicans
Jim,
and
10
Democrats
Democrats don't show up, then what?
well, then the threshold's lower, but that's in the favor of Jim Jordon. But if Republicans don't show up, then the threshold can favor Democrats if there aren't enough Republicans that have shown up. Now they're likely to, and I haven't heard anything. There is one rumor that there's a Democrat that won't show up, but also I think Corey Mills is still getting back from the Middle East for this, and he's not going to be in for the first vote. So anyway, what the reason this is important is because you have to have an absolute majority of the House present in the quorum to elect the speaker. Yeah, first you have to have a quorum. That's already established by the number of people that have come in. But the actual quorum, at the moment of the vote, it must be a majority. So that majority changes based upon how many are in attendance and active.
Yeah, so right now you could see Matt Gaetz wandering around the floor, talking to various members, and obviously a lot of these rhinos not big fans of Matt Gaetz, which is why I'm a big fan of Matt Gaetz, to be honest. The more people in Congress that dislike Matt Gaetz, the more I like him. So that's it's good there. We've got Congress Massey tweeting out a lot. This guy has been in favor of Jim Jordan since, honestly, before McCarthy was even removed. He was talking about, he floated the fact that Jim Jordan would be a great Speaker of the House. So that's kind of where this started, was with Matt Gaetz and Thomas Massey, which are, some of at least the most principled members of Congress. And I know Jim had a lot of experience with Thomas Massey, working with Thomas Massey. I'm a resident of Kentucky, and so he's putting out a lot of commentary. Definitely follow him. Hopefully we'll have him on here later. But right now everybody seems to be a little bit busy. However, Doc, I want to go to you because I want to talk about the Trump aspect of this, and that's something that we got in the bottom right-hand corner here, asking how much of an effect Donald Trump actually has on this vote for speaker. Is it has he swayed anybody? What about these members that are saying no so far, that are saying they will not under any circumstance vote for Jim Jordan?
Well, as far as the Trump thing, as big a fan as I am of Trump, I don't think he has any intention to be the speaker. I don't think he I think he's sort of trolling when he said I'll be speaker, something I think he did on Truth Social. The support for him as speaker, I think, is an effect of saying I'm not happy with anybody else, right? But I don't see that there's any way that Trump could be speaker as long as there are 55 or so rhinos or more in the party. They're never going to support Trump. So I think it's great to sort of, think about it and speculate about it. There are questions. It would be a situation that's never happened before. What situation am I talking about? A candidate for president sitting as a sitting speaker, conducting business, that can relate to, that candidate's, criminal prosecutions. Because one of the things that, a number of congressmen are proposing is defunding Jack Smith's office and other things to legislatively, deal with the Justice Department and the executives, sort of what I call corruption. So I think Jim Jordan's going to be the speaker. I think, whether it's 10 or 12 or 15 that come out in the first or second vote, number one, as Matt Gaetz said in Dustin Space the other day, when they do finally vote against Jim Jordan and against the majority of the party, they'll be doing the exact same thing that Matt Gaetz and those other 18 Freedom Caucus members did back in January, which is to buck the will of the party. And that's one of the primary, criticisms that the rhinos and those that oppose Jim Jordan still as speaker they'd be revealed as hypocrites. And I think it's been easy for them to have the opposition when the ballots have been secret, and we know of the reasons why some of that opposition, what their issues were, and it seems like Jordan and his supporters have very carefully picked these guys off one by one to the point where as it's been observed, Mike Rogers, this freak with a wig, has said that he's not going to support Jim Jordan after almost physically attacking Matt Gaetz, who was a Jim Jordan supporter back in
Did
January.
you call
So
Mike
I
Rogers,
think
the
that
Alabama congressman, a freak with a wig? So you just called him.
yeah, I did. That's my impression of him, and it's a recorded space, so I'm Mike. Um, but yeah, that's my feeling. I think he was very, very, very emotional. I still look at that video clip that someone did a voiceover on. Where's the tiger? Oh my God, it still makes me laugh. But no, I think Jordan's going to be the speaker. I do think it could be today, but I think Dustin's probably right. I think it may take a day or so because people congressmen like coming out in the hallways, getting in front of the cameras, and since they when lawyers have a bad case, what they say, well, if you can't argue the facts, argue the law, and if you can't argue either, bang the table. So these guys are just coming out, bang the table. They're all campaigning right now. Every single person in Congress is campaigning. We're very close to the election right now, and we're very close to the time when they're going to leave DC, right, sometime after the first of the year, and start appearing in town halls and being held accountable for their votes in light of the upcoming election. So I think there's a lot of political theater right now, and I'll just land it there. I think Jordan's going to be the speaker. Whether or not that's a good idea, or whether or not that's the best guy, no, I don't necessarily think it is. But I honestly, I can't put my finger on who would be better that could get the support. There has to be pragmatic sort of approach to this right now, given what we're facing in the Middle East. We can't sit there with our thumbs up the ass, playing politics when there's any number of very powerful forces in the world, trying to engage in World War III. Thanks.
Yeah, so Aaron, I want you to jump in here, but I also want to ask you this question: you have, it seems like a bunch of rhinos that said, "Oh, Matt Gaetz has caused chaos on in the U.S. Congress and all across the United States." I mean, are we all pretty much in agreement here that that's pretty much bullshit? That if anything, this man has saved us billions upon billions of dollars by ousting one of the honestly, somebody that should have never been speaker to begin with, somebody that had no intention, McCarthy, no intention of actually following through with anything that he promised back in January. He promised Matt Gaetz and several others that he wasn't going to, that he wasn't going to do an omnibus bill, and that we were going to release the J6 tapes. I mean, did Matt Gaetz not do us a favor? Is this actually chaos, or are we on the right path here?
No, listen. This is a referendum on members of Congress want the status quo and business as usual. This is a referendum on that, and this is the same conversation that happened 10 months ago in January. They're saying the same thing. Oh, it's chaos. It's crazy. And my comment was the entire time when they were taking those rounds of voting was, oh, look, there's a glimmer of hope that we can still have a functioning republic. It's what it looks like to me, and that's what it looks like here. Matt Gaetz and the other holdouts in the original vote put forth rules. Those rules and those demands were not being upheld. Kevin McCarthy agreed to a single motion to vacate. He agreed to that, and then he was removed from it with it. and to point it out even more, what I will say is this. The reason I raised my hand originally is because I just saw Glenn Beck apparently clipped something from his show. I didn't listen to the clip, but now he's vowing to campaign and primary out anybody that holds out for Speaker Jim Jordan, holds out from not voting for Speaker Jim Jordan. So now you've got Glenn Beck, who, like him or hate him, I don't really have an opinion. I think he's got good stuff on Ukraine that I follow a lot. But
I love
you know,
his
if
whiteboards.
yeah, I know he's great. His whiteboards are fantastic. So, like at the end of the day, when a guy with that kind of platform comes out and says, "We will primary you. You are not safe. Let's get this done and let's get this country back in order." I like it. It's like I said, it's a referendum on doing business as usual, and that's why they're calling it chaos. That's why they're reeing like they're blue-haired goofballs at a feminist rally, pink vagina hats, and that's why they're all doing this. Is because they want business as usual. They want the special interest wants the money to flow. We don't want additional rules that actually restores some of the power back to the people and holds elected representatives accountable. So yeah, I don't think it's chaos at all. We have a glimpse that maybe we have a functioning republic still.
Well said, Trash. Well said. I mean, this is about restoring power, and the fact that McCarthy did not keep his word. I mean, it needs to be made an example of that. This is what happens when you make promises and you don't keep them. So I'm all for it. I just think that we need to apply the pressure to get everyone to rally around putting Jim Jordan, because trust me, he is the lesser of two evils when it comes down to what the alternatives are that they would actually allow to even get in there. All right, let's go,
So,
Dustin.
Hey, Millie, can I
before,
ask you a real quick question?
real quick,
Can I ask a question? Is it true that Jim Jordan doesn't support looking into the January 6th, doesn't agree to release the videos? I've heard that said, but I don't know. I wonder if anyone here can say.
Thomas Massey has specifically said, Matt Gaetz has both specifically said that Jim Jordan is absolutely wanting to get that stuff out. Now, that's what they've said. That's all I got.
That's not what Gates told us yesterday. So, right, what Matt Gaetz told us yesterday, specifically on this, was that he's optimistic, but our work does not stop. This is not a situation where all of a sudden we elect Jim Jordan and we can like look away and order like of the house will all be good, which is right. He was very clear. Jen asked him again about the J6 stuff. And what he said is, I'm optimistic. He sat next to me, but you guys are going to have to extract that from him. And there is no deal with Jim Jordan right now to release the J6 footage. And so, right, the pressure that we have put on the last 4 or 5 days has been incredible. I'm hearing from my contacts inside Congress that they are shook. Like the Capitol is abuzz that so many people are paying attention to something as procedural as picking a member of the House. But if we don't continue that, we can expect kind of business as usual, which is if we want the release of the J6 tapes, if we want a term limits vote or a balanced budget vote or to stop the CR. I mean, Matt Gaetz was very specific yesterday. He's voting for the man and not the policies. He doesn't like Jim Jordan's plan for continuing resolution as a way to solve like the immediate budgetary things. So it's interesting because what the big question on Capitol Hill is, if Jordan gets in, will we continue to mount the kind of pressure campaign around things like the J6 footage? Because Jim Jordan kind of sees it as a political liability. The Democrats right now, their primary argument against Jordan, like what they're trying to like do to prevent him or to disparage him, is that he supported the insurrection in 2020. Ken Buck is like buying this hook, line, and sinker. And so he sees it as a political liability to like, right, do anything that's beneficial to the J6ers. So our job is only just beginning, right? Which is all of these calls you guys are making, you're establishing relationships and a pattern for the long-term success. But it will only succeed if we continue to mount the pressure campaigns, right? Which is Jim Jordan is not some magic bullet as Speaker of the House that we could say, all right, well, our work here is done. We got Jim Jordan in, like the House should be good now. Nothing could be further from the truth. They're counting on us to continue the pressure campaign if we want good
Yeah, so
government.
Dustin, I have an audience question here for you, actually. And by the way, guys, bottom right hand corner, the blue pill or purple pill, actually. I wish it was a red pill, because that's kind of probably what most people in this country need is a red pill. But Dustin, an audience member here named Shayna wants to know if it has what is the agreement right now between Jim Jordan and other House Republicans? Has he agreed to do specific things, in writing or on the record? Do we know anything about that? Did Congressman Gates talk about that yesterday in your space?
Yeah, so it's a great question, Nick. It's pretty clear based on what we've seen with Mike Rogers specifically. Now, Mike Rogers is head of the Armed Services Committee and, right, was holding out because of war spending stuff. And Jim Jordan put out a laundry list of things that he would do in response to Ukraine, like immediately. Like more money to Ukraine, resupplying and restocking their munitions for the Iron Dome. There was like a whole host of things. It's on a tweet from Jim Jordan yesterday that was pretty clear that Mike Rogers and some of the military industrial complex sponsored members of Congress, when he put that out, that's when we got from them. So I think we can expect that was part of the deal. What Gates told us on several of the things from our side of the thing is that there are no deals in place with Jim Jordan on border security, on the J6 tapes, on the 87,000 new IRS agents, that nothing has been structured as far as an official deal, and that we're kind of counting on Jim Jordan to just be what he has presented himself as. And I'm a little concerned about that. I agree pragmatically with the most of the panel that Jim Jordan's the best person that actually has a path to becoming the speaker, and that's why we're doing it. But it further emphasizes the point, which is with Jim Jordan as speaker, I think, and me and Jim have both talked about this like pretty at length, which is at least we have some level of accessibility with Jim Jordan. And we know that we can at least get something put in front of him that he will consider, especially if that's backed up with the kind of pressure that we've applied over the last 4 or 5 days. But our work is just beginning. This is hardly like the end of like what we have to do as far as making the Congress respond to us.
Yeah, and Prodigal, would it seem like a fair comparison would be, if you were to try to compare Jim Jordan and Kevin McCarthy, what we were trying to do back in January was change Kevin McCarthy, okay? Because he didn't really believe any of the things he was agreeing to. He just agreed to them in order to become speaker. In this case, we're trying to go based on Jim Jordan's track record and hope that he doesn't, change for the worse once he becomes Speaker of the House. Would that be a fair assessment?
I mean, it's a fair assessment, but I mean, how much worse can we get? I mean, Dustin brought it up. Whether McCarthy was leading us as the minority or had the majority speaker, I mean, this is a guy who passed the Inflation Act. He's got 87,000 IRS agents coming in. This is a guy who granted every Ukraine funding proposal while not trying to protect U.S. energy production in regards to regulations, closing down of nuclear. I mean, this guy's been a nightmare. You look at some of the stuff he did. I mean, the Inflation Act had a lot for wind energy. Like, how many wind energy projects have been canceled off of the Northeast coast in the last 6 months? We have spent so much money. And this is a guy who, he's a snake. Let's be honest. I'm going to other reps who even left, like Trey Gowdy, etc. Like McCarthy never led the way on RussiaGate. Like at least Jim Jordan talked about these things. If he betrays us, we'll see. But at this point, we just got to see how many snakes are left. And I think what people brought up in regards to, Glenn Beck saying he's going to, that's all these people care about. There's only so many, bullshit right-wing commentators that MSNBC and CNN can give spots, right? They got Liz Cheney, they got Kersinger. There's only so many. So these guys probably want to get reelected. That's all they care about. And if they realize that, this is something Trump started, right? He started this with the people who voted for, impeachment that were 100% wrong. And he won most of those primary battles against them. If these people realize that it's not business as usual. And listen, if you're in a heavily blue or a heavily red state and your money's not going to make a difference, donate to anybody who votes against this. Let these people realize that we're not going along to get along anymore, because where is it leading us? It's leading us to a position where, listen, boomers. There's an article that came out today about illegals in San Diego. I mean, you're talking about like almost a 30% increase year over year. They're up to 200,000 they released. You know, they are destroying American resources for school. They don't care about us. Like, it's at the point now where the left really doesn't care. And I'm tired of the right thinking that these people are going to accept you or like you. You literally have people on the street cheerleading a terrorist organization that's killed 30 Americans and has Americans hostage right now. Like, they don't full mask off. You got the presidents of Cornell, the presidents of professors over at Columbia. Like, these are people who, you know, rightfully so. I respect them because I'm a true believer in what I believe. They believe what they say. So if you think reason and logic is going to get through them, no. And if we have traitors in our midst, it's time to push them out, because we really don't have much sway. Interest rates are going up. The data for retail sales was stronger than expected today. Manufacturing data was strong, even though this data is coming out because GDP doesn't matter. When you have 12 million new illegals in the country consuming, of course GDP is going to go up, right? Homelessness for boomers is the highest it's ever been. Young Americans being forced to live at their parents' home, the highest it's ever been. You look at people living paycheck to paycheck, the highest in decades, right? So there isn't much wiggle room. And this is on the same track where now Biden has us potentially being engulfed in a two-front war, which nobody wants. So, like, there isn't go to the promise of Biden and what a lot of these people who are voting against Jordan promised was Biden is going to give you normalcy. Right? We haven't got normalcy, and they betrayed us on the Inflation Act, and they've betrayed us on all these government investigations that have been weaponized against us. Right? To me, the government being shut down is a good thing if it does get shut down, because right now it's a net negative. Right? It's not doing anybody a benefit other than our enemies who are using our own taxpayer dollars to go after your children and go after us. The IRS agents are coming online pretty soon, people. So, you know, this is not a time to play the middle. People are going to have to choose a side. And at this point, I'll back Jordan until proven otherwise.
Yeah, so I want to buzz in here with Dr. Sebastian Gorka. We have you up here on stage. You were a deputy assistant to President Trump while he was in the White House, and you host America First with Dr. Sebastian Gorka.
Nick, he said he can't hear you.
Oh, no.
Nick, he said he can't hear you.
Darn it.
I can hear whoever just spoke.
Well, tell
Prodigal.
Dr. Gorka I'll bring him down and back
Prodigal.
up. But,
he's going to bring you down and back up so you can hear him.
All right, there we go. Yeah, I don't know. Twitter Spaces is glitchy every once in a while. All right,
I can hear you now.
Well, yeah, once you have over like 1,500, it tends to like delay.
Yeah, it does. We're growing a lot here. Dr. Gorka, can you hear me?
I got you now.
Perfect. All right. So for the audience, again, Dr. Gorka, former deputy assistant to President Trump, also hosts America First with Dr. Sebastian Gorka from 3 to 6 Eastern on the Salem Radio Network. Happy to have you here, Dr. Gorka. Can you give us a rundown of your thoughts here? I mean, do you have a lot of faith in Jim Jordon? Will he be a good Speaker of the House if we can make this happen today?
Look, I can't really add much more to what Prodigal last said. I mean, it's like that song from the 80s, "What have you done for me lately?" What has the Republican Party done for conservative voters in the last, 30 years? Really, it's a disaster. If it weren't for President Trump, who wasn't a member of the GOP establishment, we wouldn't have any of the actual pro-America policies in place, because the GOP, there's not much difference between the GOP and the Democrats except for the letter after their name. So whether it's spending, whether it's immigration, whether it's the big issues, the bloat of the defense sector, the growth of the intelligence community, the use of unconstitutional measures against American citizens, the deep state, on and on and on. We really haven't had anything that represents our votes. Then along comes President Trump, the Freedom Caucus. Look, Jim is a kind of compromise. He's the best we can get, who has the requisite votes. I think he won't go through today. They'll make him sweat a little bit, like they made Kevin sweat. But tomorrow, or latest the day after, I think he will be Speaker unless there's something unforeseen. Jim is a little bit, I mean, look, I like Jim. he has some serious issues in terms of he won't touch some third rail items like the January 6th prisoners, which as chairman of the Judiciary Committee is a problem. He has to walk a line between MAGA and donors, but to be brutally honest, he's probably the most MAGA we can get realistically as Speaker of the House. So, if it's going to be Jim, I'm satisfied because there could be better ones, but they're not going to get the requisite 200 and 17 or 16 votes.
Yeah, so we actually have an audience question for you, Dr. Gorka.
Yeah.
If it's not Jim Jordon, I know there are a lot of people, a lot of MAGA Republicans out there that are. I know Joe Biden likes to use that as a slur now. However, I wear that as a badge of honor. Do you think what would happen if we were to see President Trump actually, maybe jump into the fold? Do you think that I know he said he would do it. Do you think that would be a possibility? Just if everything were to collapse and Jim Jordon couldn't get the job done?
Look, I mean, what happened in 2016? Anything is possible. I like the idea that Bannon promulgated on his show that he comes in for 100 days and just like a bulldozer does what has to be done on the 12 appropriations bills, on the border, on Ukraine, and so forth, and then gets back to campaigning. It would be completely historic. But so was the ouster of Kevin McCarthy, 2 weeks ago. So it's not out of the question. I've always had an issue with the idea of becoming a speaker after you've actually been the commander in chief. That's kind of a demotion. But we are living in such unprecedented times with the Republic on the brink of a precipice. It's kind of the crazy disruptive thing that he does. So Jim could run into a roadblock, but let's be realistic. Who's going to vote for President Trump outside of the Republicans? Look, I had a meeting with Matt Gaetz. I had lunch in the members' dining room a couple of years ago, and I asked him, "Is it as bad on the inside as it looks from the outside when it comes to the Republican Party?" And he said, "Seb, it's actually worse because there's about 20% of us who really care. There's another 40% who are utterly useless and could never survive in the private sector. And the rest of the GOP, another 40%, only care about one thing, getting the big office with the fireplace and the chauffeur-driven SUV." And if you look what happened when Kevin was ousted and how immediately they kicked Nancy and what's his face, the other guy, out of his office. It's like it just confirms what you need to know. Would we get all the votes we need for President Trump when so much of the GOP is still establishment? Hard to believe, but look, I live in the swamp. I wouldn't mind having Congress and the government shut down for a week. I wouldn't mind if they were shut down for 6 months. So that's the kind of chaos I like. So bring it.
Hey, Dr.
No,
Gorka,
Seb.
I have a quick question for Dr. Gorka. Dr. Gorka, just a quick question. Why do you think that right now on social media and on the news, they're giving us a sense of urgency that we need a speaker like right now? What do you think this urgency message that they're trying to push what's the underlying reason for it?
Because the spigots have to flow, right? The spigots of our money have to flow. That's why they hate this. Any delay in the Booz Allens and the Raytheons and the quote unquote strategic advisors getting their money, that's the only reason. Look, let's be brutally honest. The GOP wants to play footsie under the table with the Democrats like they have since the 1970s. That's with the odd caesura of Newt Gingrich, who, remember, and I think Newt, along with VDH, is the smartest person in America alive today. But even Newt said outrageous things about Matt Gaetz. I mean, truly outrageous things. And God bless Matt Gaetz for what he did. So, no, the sense of urgency is so they can get back to business as usual.
And they want to break us, Mr. Gorka. It's pretty clear that they want to. Everything they said was going to be a great golden rainbow that Biden's done is now collapsing in his eyes, and they want the base of the Republican Party to break. And I'm sorry, people. Any speaker is better than McCarthy. Any speaker who doesn't bunk with Frank Luntz, who is sending emails to Hunter Biden begging for interviews with his father, that's a step up for us.
Yeah, yeah.
Jim, question. Do you think that after the first failed vote, they're going to take a recess and go to the 10 or so holdouts and say, what do you want? Or what do you think is going to happen?
As I said, I think Jim will probably be in 3 days' time. They'll make him sweat a bit. But again, anything could happen because the political environment since 15 is it is all uncharted territory.
Yeah, and here's an audience question for you again, Dr. Gorka. How much power does the Speaker of the House actually have? Does Jim Jordan, if he were to become Speaker, does he have to bring any votes to the floor? Can he pretty much block anything that any bill, anything that a committee sends to him?
Well, he can't by himself block it, but he is the master of what gets heard and what gets voted on. Look, it is I had Jim on the show back in January when we were searching for a new speaker, and he said, I don't want to be the speaker. I said, I'd like you to be the speaker, Jim. And he said, I don't want that job. I want to stay chairman of the Judiciary Committee. It is a thankless Could you imagine with how incredibly heterogeneous the GOP is today, with 20 good guys and then the rest of the schlep, that you're actually going to have to herd those people with the thinnest of thin majorities. So yeah, he's very powerful. The speaker is a very powerful position, but it's also an incredibly thankless job.
And I'll tell you, Seb, I can tell you of many meetings, even as far back as 2011, 12, 13, where members were with him, begging him to run for majority leader or whatever. He has always been very hesitant to want to do anything. This is a huge step that he even was willing to do this.
It shocked me when I heard that he's throwing his hat into the ring. I was shocked, especially after what he told my millions of listeners back in January.
Yeah, and I don't know if you were ever in when I told the story, but there was actually a time when members were gathered up in my member's office when I was working for Tim Huelskamp. They were shoving him back in the chair because he was going to walk out when they asked him to run for things. He's an honorable man. I agree with your assessment about what it might be with him, because that's also my experience as well. And I think he is a truly good man. I think you got a better person in there than we've had for some time. The question is, what compromises will be made and have to be made. We got to hold him accountable to it. But at least you're going to have someone that's not a jackwad, basically, is what I'd say.
Yeah. He's the best we can realistically expect.
Yeah, and just to kind of update the audience here, it looks like Elise Stefanik, who is the leader of the House Republican Caucus, or House Republican Conference, says she's currently doing a nomination speech for Jim Jordan. And we expect a vote. Obviously, there's going to be a nomination speech by the Democrats for Hakeem Jeffries, and then about 1:00 Eastern time, we're expecting a vote on the floor. It will be the first of, as we're expecting, at least several votes today, and people will probably, hopefully, jump from a no vote. They might do a protest vote on the first round, saying no to Jim Jordan. And then maybe on the second or third vote, they flip over to yes votes for Jim Jordan. At least that's what a lot of experts are saying. That's the congressman that I've talked to has said the same thing. That's what they're hopeful for. But the first vote's going to be very telling here around 1:00 today.
Quick jump in. I invited General Flynn, so for the co-host and the host, please keep an eye out if he pops in, please.
Absolutely, will do.
Who?
General Mike Flynn.
General Flynn.
Oh, you mean who? That was a
Hey,
joke. Okay.
hey, hey, Nick, can I jump in here real
Absolutely. Go ahead.
quick? It's a little bit delayed, but I wanted to piggyback on something that Prodigal said about how important this time is right now and moving forward for the American people. This is why it's so important to research your candidates that you are throwing your weight behind um, to have in these spots. You know, just I cannot stress to you enough how much researching these candidates, researching their voting record, and not donating to the RNC or the GOP, but directly to the candidates. Even though it's a vote red situation, if you go directly to the candidate's website, that money is allocated directly for that candidate, not just put in a pool and dispersed the way, they see fit. And if, and to Dustin's point, our grassroots efforts, guys, you know that this is a hill that I will die on. It is working. The calls, the emails, they do hear us. We are burning those phone lines down. We are annoying the crap out of them. And that's what needs to happen. That we, the people, are taking our elected officials back and saying, no, 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 we're going to hold your feet to the fire. If you don't like your representative, this is when it's up to you to vote them out. Infiltrating your GOP with America First candidates is so important. And we don't have any more time to do it. And if you're one of these black pillars, well, my vote's not going to matter. That's bullcrap. Because your vote, along with another person that's saying, those add up. Every single one of us has a duty to the United States of America and to the Constitution to vote in elected officials that will stand by it and do right by the United States Constitution, not rip it and burn it apart. So that's all I kind of wanted to say.
Well, and
You
and
are so right.
to that end, related to grassroots work, and I also want Sebastian Gorka to kind of address this as well. One of the things that Jim Jordan brings, no matter what all the other negatives may be, is that I think there's a real chance that you're going to see grassroots activists, the conservatives that refuse to give money to the RNC, for example, that get upset when they get those phone calls. I think you have a real chance of bringing those people more in, not just to help with small dollar donations, but to actually get involved in campaigns potentially around the country if Jim puts himself out there a bit more. I think it can potentially inspire a lot of that.
Millie?
Oh, go ahead. Yep, sorry. I wasn't sure if you were asking Sebastian Gorka a question, Jim. But yeah.
Well, look, I mean, look. I mean, I have nothing really more to add. I mean, just look at Scott Presler. I mean, look at Scott Presler and his relationship with the GOP. It's been, 120 days, and Rona Romney McDaniel refuses to even talk to the man who's done the most to mobilize the grassroots and get people registered to vote than anyone outside of the president. It really tells you everything you need
You
to
could
know.
even argue the fact, Dr. Gorka, that he was the reason that Louisiana just was able to elect or flip their
Yeah,
seat to a
totally.
Republican governor.
Totally. Yeah, absolutely.
Scott Presler, I'll text him. Hopefully, we can have him on here. If he's a busy guy though.
And I would just add to that. He just announced today that he was able, over a very short period of time, less than a week, recruit 500 activists who can do work in Pennsylvania, because he's also targeting this Supreme Court election that's there. Now, I've been building grassroots stuff for 30 years. Do you know the challenge in recruiting people? And that really makes a difference. And of course, I know when Scott Presler
Can I
does
give
it,
you a
there'll
metric
be
on that?
action on
Can I give you a metric on that? So my wife is running the door knocking here in Northern Virginia. She's been given one of the list is 900 homes, and she had 48 people, conservatives, volunteer online to go door knocking with her. 48, one person showed up. of the people who actually volunteered. That's the level of in inertia that the RNC just refuses to tackle.
You know, it's so
exactly right.
true. It's so true. I remember, just deciding one day, I was young, I was in my early 20s, and I just decided, you know what, maybe I should go participate in the 2016 presidential election. So I went to my local caucus in Colorado where I was living, and I was surprised. I thought I was just going to go there and, vote on someone and participate, but so few people actually showed up, and it was at a school, and it ended up being that there was like maybe less than 12 people, I'm not even kidding, less than a dozen people in my area and showed up. And one person said, oh, there was like a couple of them that said Ted Cruz, and I said, well, nobody wanted to volunteer to be the representative for Trump, so I said, all right, well, fine, I'll do it, right? But there was a bunch of people that supported Trump, right? So I ended up getting voted in to be a delegate for Trump just because I showed up, right? And then when I went to the next level, I was able to cast a vote for Trump. So it ends up just boiling down to who shows up and who participates. And you have to be showing up and participating. And it's at those caucuses, at those small little gatherings, that it really actually makes a big deal.
Well,
And on
and
top
what
of that too, Millie, sorry, Jim, but becoming a precinct committeeman, I mean, you're the one that chooses your delegates. And if, go into precinct strategy, if you don't know how to do it, you can go to the website. There are classes. You can reach out to me. I would love to help you. I know you can reach out to Dustin too, but this is it, y'all. This is our last chance to save our republic. And if we don't do it now, we're not going to have another one, because you can fight against communism, Marxism, socialism, but once you're in it, it's almost impossible to get out.
You
And
only have to fight your way out.
that's right. That's right, Seb. You're exactly right. And we don't want that. I can assure you, everyone, no one wants to go against the United States military. Okay. So we can just put that out of our heads, but we can use our voices and be unapologetic about being a constitutional conservative and getting up, use your voice, use the power that you have at the vote, at the voting booth on election day. Bring people with you. Don't give, help them. If they give you an excuse, be like, you know what? I'm coming to get you. I'm taking you with me. It isn't that hard to do.
But
You
also, what's really crucial, I mean, when you've got people as separated on the spectrum from Governor Youngkin to President Trump, all saying vote early. Guys, we have to take it, seriously. I know we love to carry our ballots to the ballot box on election day, but who knows what happens to an election day? We need to be as forward-leaning as the Democrats are. So one of the most important messages is what the president calls, it's not ballot harvesting, it's vote banking, and get
right.
your votes in now, especially if there's anybody in Virginia right now. The voting has, we have early voting this November, and every seat is up in the House and the Senate. So guys, if you're in Virginia, you need to vote early.
You're
and
exactly right,
listen,
Seb.
one of the things that a lot of people don't understand is that, let's say it's a statewide race. If you have 500 people that have dedicated themselves just to 3 hours a week of making phone calls, and then to help organize public events where you have grassroots stuff going on, you can literally, unless you're in the middle of New York State or Vermont, just your typical red or blue or even purple state, you can move a statewide election with just that few people who do consistent effort over a few months. It's that simple to do it. I've seen it happen time and time again. We sometimes underestimate how much we can actually get done. And these are the key things that we always have to remember. As I say constantly, the way you win elections is not with all the cool stuff, the press conferences, and even though you'll do television ads or radio ads, that's not the X factor. The X factor is the grassroots work. The Republican Party is so dedicated to making certain that major consultants make millions of dollars off of placing television ads, that they entirely ignore, evidenced by what Ronna McDaniel's doing with Scott Pressler and other indicators. They totally ignore the things that actually win campaigns because it's banking votes.
Hang
As
on.
Seb
That's,
said, to win.
but that's because they get paid the same amount of money if they lose.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Well, more.
And in fact, this
Well,
this is one of the reasons, by the way, why, and amongst others, and it's actually probably a candidate problem, but this is why Ron DeSantis hasn't gotten anywhere. His general consultant is a guy who brings in $400 million a year total and doesn't even win 40% of the races that he gets in, but he gets paid every single time.
He's a guy, Jeff Rowe is a guy who refuses to allow candidate Youngkin on my show with 3.5 million listeners until the last week before the election. That tells you everything you need to know about the strategic advisors clique in DC who call themselves Republicans.
I should send you this privately, Seb, but he also made a claim to potential investors in his business. I've got this documented where he said, we retain 68% of all the money that comes in. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So what do you actually do for these people? It's crazy.
Well, this is the point, Jim. And so Rick Perry actually allowed a bunch of academics to randomize in his last campaign. They wrote a book called Rick Perry and His Eggheads, right? To determine the effectiveness of each of the different kinds of like campaign things. Television ads were just a slight like nudge in the right direction. Radio ads had almost no impact. Robocalls, which Jeff Rowe and the consultant class love because they get like more than like 2/3 of the money that gets spent on them, like to place the robocalls. They have a negative impact on election, like academically studied. The thing that overwhelmingly made a difference: people knocking on doors and making phone calls. Real people knocking on doors and making phone calls.
Most important thing.
Mhm.
Anybody who tells you the truth about campaign, human to human contact is the most influential.
Yes, and they've cut that, and they've made people complacent and comfortable within their homes during the whole COVID situation, right? Well, you got to get uncomfortable because saving your nation is uncomfortable, guys. And even if you're talking to one person, if you are able to have a conversation, an in-person conversation, get their wheels spinning, right? And change hearts and minds just by one, that will spread. Don't do it in a divisive way. This I'm so right, you're so wrong. That's not going to work, right? Because you get on the defensive, but you're having civil discussions. You're prepared with a platform for your candidate, of course. In mine, it would be President Trump. But even using the Conservative Party platform to be able to say, well, you know what? Actually, let me tell you about this, and you go further. But voter education is the next step. You can register as many people as you want. But if you're not educating these voters on, for instance, election day and what day that is, your efforts will be completely lost because I know here in Georgia, that is a really big issue. You can ask people, are they registered to vote? And then they'll be like, I don't know when election day is. You got to take it a little bit further, and you actually have a heart for not just the country, but the people of your state. And again, to Jim's point, your state seats are just as important because they safeguard your state's constitution, which are being also ripped to shreds.
So we have a question from the comments.
Well, real
to
quick,
the
Millie,
panel.
before you do that, and I do want you to go to that audience question here, but I do want to update everybody. So up at the top, in the Nest or Jumbotron or whatever you want to call it, we have an updated list here. Well, it was up to date as of 3 minutes ago, and it is now updated again, of the current holdouts, where you have firm no's as Mario Diaz-Balart, Don Bacon, Mike Kelly, Mike Lawler, Carlos Jimenez, Ken Buck, leaning no, Victoria Spartz, Marionette Miller Meeks, Steve Womack, John Rutherford, undecided and won't say, Tom Keene Jr., and Young Kim. So that is pinned to the top. However, we actually just got an update here, and it seems that one of the leaning no's, which is Marionette Miller Meeks, is now a yes but only on the first ballot. She has decided to go from leaning no to yes only on the first ballot. That is Marionette Miller Meeks. And then Tom Keene Jr., who was an undecided or just wouldn't say, is now a yes. So we can move two more to the yes category, at least for the first ballot. So we're kind of whittling them down here, guys.
Well, one other update. So they are beginning the vote right now, and there have been so far 17 people that have voted, and there was one vote for someone else. I'm not listening to the audio, but so that it has
The
begun.
only two that have been
And,
nominated, though, are Jordan and Hakeem Jeffries on the Democrat side. And every
you don't have
Democrat
to
that is
vote
there is going to vote for.
You're not restricted to voting for nominees only.
Yeah, Don Bacon of Nebraska voted for Kevin McCarthy.
Yeah, so
okay, so we got to vote for McCarthy.
We're going to be keeping track of that vote and letting you know what's going on as we're watching it. And again, we expect that we're going to be here for a little bit today. We're going to be paying attention to this. My guess is that we'll be going into the evening. You'll probably have a vote or two come across. Then there probably will be some sort of recess sometime this afternoon that will allow folks to go discuss and see what they can figure out, or they might meet in conferences to figure out what's going on. So we're going to be keeping close track of this because it'll be playing out. But this first vote is going to tell us a little bit about what's happening, because if you have this entire group of people that Nick just read off, and they actually do follow through, which we expect, not to vote for Jim Jordon, then that's evidence that we may not get this done today. But you never know what can happen, and we're going to keep very close track of it right here.
Yeah, so that vote for McCarthy is not very surprising because Don Bacon seems to be, he's been whining about it on Twitter or X a lot over the past few days. I don't know if him and McCarthy had a thing. I don't know what it is, but for whatever reason, he's been stomping his feet and pouting. It doesn't even know. I don't even know if it has anything to do with Jim Jordon. Just the fact that he's upset that McCarthy is no longer speaker. I don't know. It's a little crazy. So,
well, he's also on the Armed Services Committee, right? And when he tweeted out, Bacon said that, it was because he did 4 tours in the Middle East. However, in a local Nebraska interview, he said it was because Jim Jordon was not good for his district, but didn't give any reason why. So I think that DC Drano today, about an hour ago, reported some money apparently affiliated with some Chinese company that is going to Bacon. So that might be some of the reasons behind that.
It looks like Ken Buck just voted present. So that seems to be wow. Okay, so he just skipped the.
Hey, Nick, while we have Dr. Gorka in, can I just check him a question? Please, while we're waiting for them to tally and stuff, is that okay?
Yeah, real quick. There is no present vote right now, so I don't think Ken Buck voted present. I'm looking at.
Okay. I'm sorry, Ken Buck.
So go ahead and ask your question.
He skipped the first vote. That's what happened.
Okay. So Dr. Gorka, for days, we've been having these spaces talking about Speaker of the House and how important, that we the people get to pick one. And obviously within Congress, Jim Jordon seems to be the only one that they focus with. And that's great because he seems to be the best option. But I have been throwing out the idea of proposing outside candidates. Now we have the President Trump speaker, but I'm with you on that, a lot of people will not vote for him. But what do you think of Alveda King? This is my personal thing, assessment. What do you think if we brought in Alveda King to be that tempered centrist?
Not a chance on earth.
They wouldn't vote for her?
No, not a chance on earth. Okay. She's never run anything in her life. She's never done politics, and the Democrats will say you're just exploiting a black woman.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as much as we might have people that we really would like to see, we have to deal with reality and the situation at hand. Where even somebody like Jim Jordon, who's kind of,
Sorry, can I just interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah, go ahead, Sebastian.
They're not. They're not going to. No Democrat is going to vote for anybody that we put forward. You could put Michelle Obama up, and they're not going to vote for her because if it's our suggestion, that by itself means they're not going to vote for anyone we suggest. Sorry, I just had to throw that in.
No, yeah, you're right. I mean, if you look, the Democrats vote all together in one as one body in unison, whereas the Republicans are very much a divided group of people. That's why I honestly feel there's a little bit of concern regarding the Hakeem Jeffries bid that they're trying to push for, is because the Democrats will all vote for Hakeem Jeffries, and all it takes is a couple Republican rhinos who are upset about the ousting of McCarthy to actually get him through. I mean, it's looking like it's
But
just
but but
probable.
but that Republican rhino would have to be literally suicidal. I mean, they would end up like Liz Cheney. I mean,
Oh
they
yeah, no
know
doubt about it.
that they would be committing suicide politically.
Can I add
Sure,
one
no
thing on
doubt
that real
about it.
quick,
But we've
Millie?
seen them do worse. You know, we've seen them pretty much do worse in other times in history. So, I mean, you have never Trumpers out there. If you look at the Democrats who are talking about this and having these conversations with these rhinos, what they're saying is they're trying to prevent the extremists, the MAGA crowd, from getting the
Yeah,
speakership, and
and
that's like
Millie,
their
I'll let you get a response to that real quick. I just want to give everybody an update what's going on the floor. It looks like Lori Chavez Derrimer of Oregon's 5th district. This is a Republican who apparently was on the yes list for Jim Jordan, has now decided to vote for Kevin McCarthy on the floor. So now we have 2 votes for Kevin McCarthy.
What?
Yeah,
I don't believe
Yeah.
she was on the yes list. I think she just hadn't publicly said
she
so.
was on the
Wait, you said
published yes
Jordan
list.
voted for McCarthy?
No, not Jim Jordan.
Did you just say
No,
Jordan
no, 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 no,
voted
No.
no,
for
no.
McCarthy?
Lori Chavez Derrimer, who is a Republican from Oregon's 5th district, has now voted for Kevin McCarthy.
Okay.
And she was.
I was about to say, what? That was something I didn't see coming.
Yeah, no, that would have been a
And
curveball.
Nick. Yeah, and Nick, apparently, so Chad Pergram was reporting on this. Apparently, that's a district that went for Biden.
Is that the purple-haired lady?
I'm not seeing it based on Googling pictures of her.
Did you just misgender her?
I just want to know who's going to pull the fire alarm first.
So
Yeah, the
That's
purple-haired
what I
lady is a
said.
Democrat, just for the record.
did we find
Yeah, I
out if
bet you knew that one, Gabe.
did we find out if Ken Buck actually voted present? Because what I'm more worried about with
Skipped.
the
Dustin, he
with
skipped.
okay, so it'll come back to him at the end, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But
What they do is all the stragglers who didn't vote, they'll pick it up at the
Yep.
end and give them a chance to vote.
But the bigger fear isn't them voting directly for Hakeem Jeffries. It's 10 of them deciding to vote present, right, which lowers the threshold down necessary for Hakeem Jeffries. So
No, they're not going to vote present. No. Hold on. They're not going. The Republicans are not going to vote present because that will allow Hakeem Jeffries to become
Okay, all right,
speaker.
guys, we got an update here.
what-
We got an update here. I got to jump in here real quick. It looks like Diaz Balart has voted for Steve Scalise. He was on the firm no list, so that's not really a shock. And to kind of add in here, your purple-haired lady who is, are you telling me she's a Republican? No, she's a Democrat. No, the purple-haired lady, it's Rosa DeLauro. That's the only purple-haired lady that we know of. Is there one that's a Republican? I don't know. I just got this message saying that, and she does have purple hair as I'm looking on Google here.
So Jim, Nick, can I just finish the point? Because me and Jim are on the same page. But this is what I want people to be wary of, which is the way if they want to sink, right, and they cut a deal with the Democrats, it won't be for them to vote directly for Jeffries. It will be for 10 of them to vote present, which lowers the threshold down to where the Democrats would be able to get it with a unified vote.
Looks like we have a vote for Lee Zeldin, which I believe this was by Despacito, Representative Despacito. Don't really know much about that representative. It also wasn't on this list.
Isn't that a song?
Wasn't that a song? Oh my God, gays for Trump. Yes.
Yeah, I bet you know that.
Yeah.
How did Sparks vote?
Well, we don't. We're still getting down the line here. We're only in the D's now. We got a long way to go, Phenom. But
So
Representative Despacito is apparently a freshman
Are
New
they from
York.
New York?
Yeah, it's a freshman New York Republican. Voted for Lee Zeldin, who was the GOP nominee for governor of New York last time around. Lost to what's her name, Jim? I don't even want to remember her name. It was Kathy Hochul. Yeah,
yeah.
the lieutenant
That was
governor for
that.
one of the worst governors in history.
So Zeldin did a lot in New York for fundraising and everything else. So that was probably like a tribute vote. He got a lot of Republicans elected, so that's probably what that was.
Yeah,
All right. Well,
he was rising. A rising tide lifts all boats. He lifted all votes. By the way, I just want to answer Dustin's question.
Can't answer yet,
Republicans
Jim, because
are
we
not
have
going to
more
vote.
news. So we also have Jake Ellzey, U.S. Congressman from Texas, a Republican, voted for Mike Garcia for Speaker of the House. Now, just to remind the audience here, these guys are just voting for a bunch of random people. I don't know.
Another tribute.
Yeah, another tribute vote. This is the first go around. We expected a lot of this bullshit, to be honest with you. And the second and third votes are going to be a lot more telling. So just keep that in mind. It is not. We're not seeing anything crazy and unexpected here. We expected some people to come out here and try to make a name for themselves right here in the first vote. So don't get too anxious yet, but we're going to keep covering it. So go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that it's pretty obvious that this is the rhinos basically stomping their feet, throwing a temper tantrum, trying to make a point that we shouldn't have removed McCarthy. I think that's like the point that they're trying to make here. Now, regarding the question from an audience member,
Second vote.
that was from Lonnie
Second
Blue.
vote from Garbarino for Lee Zeldin. So Lee Zeldin now has two. Go ahead, Miller.
So regarding the vote, Lonnie Blue's question was regarding the hearing process. Should this be something that is open up to the public to where we can all watch this and, basically
Robert
we want to hear from the
Garcia.
panel?
Jeffrey.
Sorry, ask that again, Millie, or someone else talking?
Yeah, I don't know who's turning their mic on. The question that Lonnie Blue had pertained to the process. This is happening in kind of a closed setting. Should this be something that's open to the public? Should we be able to be watching the vote actually take place?
Well, we are. It's on C-SPAN right now, and there are probably some broadcast networks that are also showing. This is on the floor and quite public.
Tony
Gonzalez. And they can also go to Live House
Gonzalez has voted for Steve Scalise.
What's so interesting about Lee Zeldin is that he has officially endorsed President Trump. So they're trying to get away from MAGA. That's not doing that.
Well, they're not doing that. I think the analysis is right that they're voting for Zeldin because he did a lot in New York, and they're just trying to figure out what to do.
Well, I
can tell you that when I was working both for Tim Huell's camp and for Thomas Massie, both of whom during speaker votes voted for Jim Jordon, Jim was sitting in his chair and then dropped his head a little further because he didn't want him to do that. So, people just, they'll vote some way to make a statement about something. I wouldn't worry about any disjoint, from Zeldin and MAGA and stuff.
Yeah. Here's something a little funny that happened. Here's a little something funny that happened. Brian Kilmeade was heard on a hot mic calling Don Bacon a dumbass when he voted for who he did.
That's funny.
Based.
So by the way, guys, just an update before you go, Aaron. There are now 8 Republicans so far that have, and we're probably halfway.
It's actually 9. Kay Granger just voted for Scalise.
Okay, Kay Granger for Scalise. Okay, so that looks like 9 so far on the first round that have not voted for Jim Jordon. They've voted for either done tribute votes or throwaway votes or whatever they want to do. So it looks like we're at 9 right now, and we're only in the G's. So we're going to keep going. So go ahead, Aaron.
No, I'm just going to say, I was just going to make a quick comment. I'm watching on the Wall Street Journal YouTube right now, and they've been showing Jim Jordon. He's been looking pretty confident. That's interesting to me. So obviously, I don't know all the conversations that they've been having over the weekend and throughout the week, but He seems pretty confident. Normally, when Jim is not really engaged or interested, it's all over his face. So it looks like he looks a little different. He's pretty chipper. I don't know. There must be something going on that he's working.
I don't know. Is this a surprise to anybody here? And maybe either Dr. Gorka or
No.
Prodigal can jump in here. It seems to, we expected a lot of people to venture off and do these tribute votes. Is this about what we expected?
Given the margin, this is completely understandable. That's why I said the first few rounds are going to make Jim sweat. These are like protest votes. They're meaningless.
I mean, should we start making bets of how many votes it's going to take to find a speaker?
Ooh, a speaker pool, Millie. I like that.
Well, I think the current number is 3 to 4. That seems to be the popular figure. But how many days did it take to run through
7
15
days.
votes for?
Well, you know what they should do? I mean, let's be honest. I've said this for a while. Abbott and DeSantis shouldn't just be sending them to New York City. Send these illegals to every judge who's voting for this stuff and send it to every Republican who's voting against Jordan. Let them live with these policies. Let them just live with it. Use the left's tactics. I mean, this is a group that literally protested outside of SCOTUS homes. And one guy tried to assassinate, one of the justices, and the news completely glazed over it. Like, the Republicans need to get used to playing hardball because the other side is true believers. So at this point, if these guys want to stay in the middle and try to play footsies or whatever, let them live with it. I mean, if Abbott, wants to bring up his national profile, or DeSantis, if he runs again in 2028 after he loses this time, then let them start sending it to Bacon and everybody else. Let them live with what their policies are doing.
Yeah, so I just posted to the top.
We got a tweet from Carlos Jimenez. He says, this was 1 minute ago. He says, for the record, I've always been okay. Only Kevin. 8 colleagues joined all the socialists in Congress to remove our duly elected Republican Speaker, Kevin McCarthy. That should never have happened in the first place.
Republican John James of Michigan didn't respond to the call of his name. So he has been skipped.
Listen, there are going to be people walking in and out. They're not all going to be sitting down.
Why don't they just do their
or
fucking
they're
jobs,
thinking
Jim?
through what they want to do.
Man.
They're trying to figure
Why don't
out
they do their
what
job?
is my first.
What am I paying for?
Well, listen, there's never been a speaker vote ever that didn't have some people have to get called on at the end. There are discussions that take place. John James may be talking with Jim Jordon just to verify, or people whipping for him. That's not abnormal at all. It's just it always happens.
Maybe he had to go to the bathroom.
Is there no way that we can force Congress? So guys, Hunter Biden was just, all the gun charges were dismissed, right? Is there no way that we can pressure Congress to actually do their committee work while they're looking for a speaker?
I think they refiled 3 of them. I don't think they were all unless that's breaking.
Yeah, they re-indicted.
It's breaking. It just broke on American Military News. U.S. District Judge Marilyn Norioka dismissed a gun charge last week that was originally part of it, and they just put it out there. He's been charged, blah blah blah. What I'm saying is, maybe we should tell him, all right, Speaker of the House, you guys figure it out, but we want this stuff to keep going, because now we're not talking about Hunter, we're not talking about the crime, we're not talking about J6, we're not talking about elections, we're not talking about anything.
I don't
except
care
for Speaker.
about Hunter. At this point, let's just talk about Biden. There's enough smoke here.
No, the Hunter thing is a big deal, Prodigal.
I
beg
understand that,
to differ.
but folk, at this point, you don't even need Hunter. You got Bubba.
No. I wouldn't go there. I think we need to press on with Hunter Biden and what he did in his laptop.
No, I
There's
agree,
a lot there.
but Joe needs
that
to be
doesn't get
the
to be
forefront
swept
and
under the
center.
rug.
I mean, they keep on bringing up every time Hunter's brought up. It's got to be Joe Biden right next to him. That he was his rat hole. That he was, et cetera, et cetera. Like I don't. The gun charges.
Obviously haven't researched it.
Yeah,
you
haven't researched it, Prodigal, because I'll tell you what, the evidence is insane on the pay to play, and it's not just Joe Biden. Okay, this is global.
All right. Yep. So we're gonna jump back off this topic and go back to Jim Jordon here, because it looks like we're at 11 no votes for Jim Jordon, which is more than enough to lose the first round vote. So
what was the quorum number? What's the number that they're working off of? Because that would have come at the very outset. How many we need to elect a speaker?
Actually, Jim, do we know the quorum?
Well, I
mean,
missed it.
quorum?
It went off. I was distracted for a moment. I'll double check it though.
Off of
It was like
217, but
210.
it's
Oh, okay.
probably less than that.
I thought it was
Hold
around
on, I'm looking
210.
it up. I'll tell you.
You need to know.
Do we
the
know if
total...
Corey Mills is back from Israel?
He is.
He is not, as far as I know.
Oh, I heard he was back.
Well, it seems like okay. So what I'm getting is the number is still 217, but we'll work to confirm that. We got another Lee Zeldin vote. We've got so we're up to like 12 no's so far.
And Corey Mills is in attendance, but I will also like to note that McCarthy looks miserable.
Corey Mills is in attendance. Correct. You are
yes.
McCarthy should actually do the right thing for the Republicans and their constituents and actually say, stop voting for me and pick somebody new, because it's ridiculous. Why would we put somebody back in who literally
You're going to wait a long
So,
time for McCarthy to do the right thing.
Yes, just so everyone knows, my insider information is that actually, and I was kind of surprised when I heard this, and it's a reliable source, McCarthy has actually been whipping this vote very hard for Jim Jordon. Apparently, I mean, my impression was that he was just going to, give an endorsement and then, let Jim have to deal with it. Apparently, he's whipping this very hard, according to sources I have.
And that's not a great sign, actually.
It is an issue. No doubt about it, Doc. I said this to the person as well.
But aren't they
It's
just
funny
voting
how
for
Matt
McCarthy
Gaetz is the one that's supposed to be so chaotic and crazy, and then they're doing these things like just throwing out random Scalise when he's out and Lee Zeldin. I mean,
Phenomenology, you're exactly right about that. I mean, it's been my contention as well, too. These people, these moderates to, frankly, center-left so-called Republicans that are part of the Uniparty, they whine and gripe about everything, but they're intransigent about any compromise of any sort. They're the ones that are not the compromisers. I think conservatives end up compromising a whole lot while trying to prioritize what's most important to them. These people are losers. Maybe not everybody that's voting against them is a loser, but most of them are. They're total losers because they're crybabies. This is a real bad problem we've got in the Republican caucus right now.
Well,
Kevin
Jim,
McCarthy
was on CNN, and literally he said Matt Gaetz's name like 8 times in less than a minute, and called him chaotic the whole time. It was just, he was obsessed. It was like a drinking game.
But this isn't anything new, right? This is the Republican Party as a whole, and we're not just talking about in the caucuses. I mean, we're talking about all the way down to your county local levels, and with your political pundits on social media. I mean, it's just, the Democrats, I don't care how much they may hate each other, they will go to bat and rally.
Yeah, I mean, look
they
at
do
the
it as a
primaries,
united,
right?
yes, and
Look at
they'll do it as a
they're still
united
trying to
front.
pretend that it's a close race. They have thrown everything they can at Trump. He's up by 40 to 60 points nationally, all the other polls, and they're just staying here and draining money while Dementia Joe is sleepwalking, right? RFK is going to run as an independent, and our own side's pretending no, they're not with us. They are completely ignoring 60 to 70% of the base, and even the ones who are competitive against Trump are just Trump-like, Trump clone wannabes. So, I mean,
exactly.
Let's recognize the party for what it is and the money interest for what it is.
Yep, that's exactly my point, Prodigal, is that exact point, is that the Republican Party, we are in such disarray at the moment, and we have been. And I think these are our growing pains as we, evolve as a party and turn into more of a constitutional conservative party. We're going to get this sort of reaction from our donor class, from our elites, from our rhinos. But then again, it goes right back into why it's so important to be involved.
Okay, we got some breaking news from.
Yeah, hold it for 2 seconds here. I just want to give the audience to let everybody know how this quorum works here. There are 2 vacancies right now: Utah's 2nd district, Rhode Island's 1st district, which might be their only district, and then 1 congressman, Gus Bilirakis, is not in town due to a family funeral. That puts the requirement at 217.
Yeah,
and that
Bill
goes
Arrakis
down
is
with
correct.
Yeah, I just
down with
want to say we
every
got some
president's vote.
breaking news from Olivia Beavers. She says, quote, I personally know 5 will change their votes from yes to no on the second round. That's what they told me. This will get worse. One House member told her just now.
Oh, wow, that's wild because Adam Kinzinger just put out a crazy rant saying, please, we need 5 Republicans to do the right thing, literally like 20 minutes ago.
Well, let's play chicken then. I mean,
Why are they begging?
let's play chicken. At this point, who cares? They want to play chicken. Let's play chicken.
Wait, but why are they begging?
But this should
Why
be
the urgency?
this should be very apparent to everyone watching that they are willing, and I'm talking about your rhinos, they are willing to stall out this vote, to prolong it, right? Because we have to wait until a speaker is chosen in order to, negotiate on with the Senate as far as our government funding. We have appropriations bills that are waiting, and these people, just to peacock and throw temper tantrums, are willing to discard what we, as the people that got them into those positions, what we are wanting. So this needs to be this is quite apparent.
Hey, I'm with Prodigal. I think if the federal government and the House doesn't do anything the rest of the year, that's a really good outcome, right? Because people want them to get together so certain things can get accomplished. But certain things that they want to get accomplished are something that we don't support. So screw it. Just let them dick around and have a bunch of votes. It's a circus. It makes them all look unprofessional. And in the meantime, we all have state governments. We all have local governments, right? Our lives are not going to change because the federal government does not have a Speaker of the House for another day or another week or another month.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things that people forget is that when Congress is in session, it's a threat of some sort, however small or large. And by the way, the stock market shows that Congress being in session is worse than when it's not. And of course, that's always a perception thing. But I mean, the reality is everyone understands Congress doesn't need to be constantly doing things. And then this, oh my gosh, we got to govern, we got to pass spending. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. I mean, we need to do the regular order and not these CRs and omnibuses. But beyond that, who's sitting around hoping Congress spends money? Like it's worse and worse
The
and worse
military
right now.
industrial
Here's the
complex.
thing.
Go ahead, Millie.
Well, here's the thing.
No, I
Here's
do
my
know who. I was
question.
saying that rhetorically.
I
Go
have
ahead, Millie.
actually have a question for you, Jim, and anyone really that can answer, but I have a feeling Jim could probably answer it. The question being, if we postpone and let's say that we can't find a speaker for months on end, is that going to put off the impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden? Would they be able to press forward with that without a speaker?
The answer is maybe yes, but really they can't with this in this sense. The stuff going on in judiciary. Jim is judiciary chairman, so he's got to run for speaker and he's going to focus on that. But no, that is not proceeding forward in any substantive way until and they're not going to want to even if they could because they don't want those hearings going on television while the speaker thing is happening. So anyway, the point being, no, it's not happening right now.
They're
So
gonna
then
break.
time is
They're
of
not
the
gonna
essence.
last.
I mean, is this a way to stall an impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden?
That's not going to stall anything. The government's spending almost $500 billion every 2 weeks just financing debt, right? Just the interest. This is not going to even all that extra spending they have. The way things are going, and Treasury's approaching 5%. They're not. They will break way faster than we will. Because eventually, certain industries, you're seeing it now with housing and other ones, are going to start needing bailouts. A lot of these cities where their tax base has been destroyed from empty office buildings, they're going to need bailouts and they're going to need funding to rehab commercial into residential. They will break. None of us here survive off of government subsidies. All these people survive off government paychecks, and their lobbyists are basically paid to subsidize, their corporate losses while they get to keep all the profits. They will break. But will it take a week? Will it take 2 weeks? Will it take a month? I don't know. But they have way more to lose than we do. What are we going to lose? What has the government done for Americans? What have Republicans done for Americans in the last year? Not much. So who cares? Play chicken.
But this is
Question.
why the Democrats have been talking with some of the rhinos to vote Hakeem Jefferson for the sake of getting the government up and running so they can have a checkbook again, right? So there's
Well,
that
Millie, to
concern as
add
well, that they could just fully do this if the vote goes for too long.
Well, to add to that, they're actually discussing bringing Gavin Newsom to the table. And this is something that people are not expecting. And while many are laughing, you're going to see that I'm right. Because as I've said, there are committees that are operating, but not publicly yet. And these are discussions that are being had. I want to hear, how you guys feel about that they might actually introduce someone else from the outside, like Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, let them turn America into California. They're doing really great.
Oh, jeez.
I just don't see it very probable that they're going to actually successfully bring somebody from the outside. But I could see them, like I was saying, I could see them trying to push Hakeem Jeffries just because there's already talks about that. These are actual talks that are going on right now between the Democrats and some of the rhinos. But yeah, I'm more concerned about, like, is this a way to kind of distract from this impeachment inquiry? Because everyone's focus and mind was on these impeachment inquiries. Then this happens, and now everyone's focused on the speakership. But if we keep the government closed, we can't move forward with these inquiries into Joe Biden. I mean, that will have an impact on him in 2024. So I'm not sure what the strategy is here, but I guess I wanted your guys'
The
take
news
on
is
it.
not going to cover it until the Israeli-Palestinian situation is resolved. Like that,
Just a
that
quick
that is
breaking,
dominating the news cycle.
totally quick breaking news.
Scalise just
Rutherford
voted Jordan.
Rutherford just voted for Scalise, and we got more coming along. And by the way, on
Scalise
that,
just voted for Jordan.
yeah,
Morons.
and that was we. And by the way, one thing to make it very clear here for everyone, this is going to get resolved, and those hearings are going to move forward. Like we're going, we maybe it'll even be a couple days, but once a speaker is elected, and I do believe at the end of the day Jim Jordan's going to be it, then you're just going to start moving forward again, and you've got all the rest of this next year to do it. I'm hopeful, and we're going to have to watch, but I'm hopeful that Jim Jordan is going to be more willing to sign subpoenas than McCarthy was. And if so, then we're going to be even more aggressive. That's one of the things. McCarthy had not signed a Hunter Biden subpoena at by the time the motion to vacate came about. So that's a big issue as well too. I think you're hopefully see more aggressive hearings. I have some concerns with Darrell Issa as Judiciary Chairman in terms of immigration issues because I haven't agreed with him on that. But I think Darrell Issa may end up being very, very strong in the Judiciary Committee on Biden investigations. I'm hopeful for that. So we'll see.
Here's a question for the panel. Why do you guys think they originally voted McCarthy out? And by they, I mean the rhinos, right? The people that we're now seeing have a standoff about Jim Jordan. Some people protest voting for Scalise, some protest voting for McCarthy again. Why do you think they were able to get the votes they needed to vote out McCarthy?
Look, imagine a big corporation and they have a spokesperson. The job of the spokesperson isn't really to speak for the customers, it's to speak for whatever the company mission statement is or whatever their goal is. And that's what the Democrats and these rhino establishment, whatever you want to call them, are doing. Their job is to make anyone slightly associated with MAGA or populism or Trump to look totally unhinged and totally crazy. That has been their messaging since day one, since President Trump came down the escalator, especially during the 2020 election and throughout January 6th. So this is very decidedly a strategy to make sure, if they can, that we don't have anyone slightly MAGA or populist as the speaker, but also to play this out and make everybody look as chaotic as possible. That has been their whole message: chaos.
Now,
That
quick
Matt
updates.
Gaetz is causing chaos.
Yeah, quick, and they want to oppose that on that basis alone. Quick updates: Mike Simpson of Idaho did vote for Scalise.
And then Sparks just did not answer her name just now. So we have
Seriously, people are going to
another
be running to the
absence.
restroom or they're back talking to people
No,
trying to
she
talk
was
them into
Oh,
it.
at this
actually
point, it's lost. If I was in Congress too, I'd be having a drink, relaxing, waiting for the second round. I mean, you got nothing
Victoria
to gain.
Sparks is voting for Jordan. Absolutely.
Well, that
Well,
what
Olivia
Prodigal just said, that
Beavers,
he'd be chilling. Maybe we should call them and tell them to get to work. Okay, round one's done. Get to work. Go into your committees and work. We should tell them
Olivia
that.
It doesn't
Beavers
seem they
is
care what we say.
Olivia Beavers is reporting that Sparks told reporters yesterday she'd support Jordan if he was about to clinch 217, but if he was closer to 210, she wouldn't be the 211th vote.
Oh, that is interesting news. I just
So
saw
she
it.
has no
Good catch.
conviction. She just wants to be on the winning team, is what you're saying. She has no actual value system.
yeah. Why do we elect people like that? I don't understand who votes for these people.
Well,
I
the
mean,
good news is
seriously.
she's not running
Empty
again,
husk,
so
an
this
empty
is her
shell,
last
is
term.
what you're saying.
Nick, have you ever seen Thomas Massey's The Swamp?
I mean, if somebody doesn't
don't
even
know
have
what
an
it is.
English accent, then they obviously are not American.
Sparks or whatever her name is, she put out a lengthy statement yesterday. I think it was about 2 pages, discussing why she was standing the way she's standing. If I remember it, I'll go pull it up. But I think it was over the Ukraine stuff. I'm not sure. Let me go check.
Oh yeah, so she only cares about Ukraine if she can be the deciding vote. If not, then she's not worried about Ukraine. I don't understand where she's on about this issue. But Dr. Gorka, I saw you tried to unmute.
Oh, she is Ukrainian. That's why.
Did you all know that she is native Ukrainian?
No, I did not know that.
Well,
Yeah,
Yeah, we talked
She
about
was
it. We
born in the
talked about it
Soviet
in the
Union
previous
in Ukraine.
space. Yeah, we talked about it in the previous space when she called out, all of these things in Congress and spoke so truly. I think it was like the second space we did.
yeah, about the weaponization of government, right? She had a she had a
Correct.
thick accent, but she gave a good speech.
Yes, she did. And speaking with her office, she said that she's not going to settle. She said that.
Yeah, so it looks like we're getting toward the tail end of the first vote here, and obviously, just for the people that are just joining us here, McCarthy voted for Jim Jordan. Steve Scalise voted for Jim Jordan, even though a bunch of handful of other people voted for Steve Scalise. And so Jim Jordan will not have the votes to win the speakership this go around, on this first vote, which none of us expected to happen anyway. Round 2 and 3 is going to be a lot more telling. And we're hoping for, round 3 or 4, where we actually have a speaker, Jim Jordan. So round 2 will start here. We'll be covering it all day long here. But as of right now, he does not appear to have the votes for round 1, unless you have a bunch of Democrats that, for whatever reason, jump ship.
All day long. How long? How many votes are we? How long is this expected to go? How many votes can they do in one day?
Well, I don't think there's a limit to how many votes they can do in one day, but
in January, the first day that they started voting, they got 3 or 4 votes in, and then it kept going for a few days thereafter. So, they're doing this as a voice vote. It takes a little time, and it depends on how late they want to keep the floor open. I mean, if they keep going till midnight, then they can maybe get a few more votes. We'll have to see.
It'll be interesting if we see more McCarthy
alarm,
votes in the second round.
Maybe if they turn off the heat, that might give them some,
Fina, I'm in the same boat. I think they're trying to slip McCarthy back in one more time to see if enough chaoticness will make it so that people go, maybe it has to be McCarthy. It's the only person we could agree on before.
They better be guarding that fire
alarm. Exactly.
That's what I was saying. I'm like, hide it, put it out of reach for the Democrats.
Jacob.
They're willing to try anything.
No,
any moment now, there's going to be a big water leak in one of the bathrooms. They're going to have to abandon the entire hall.
I've seen some
and the
people,
cameras won't be working.
I've seen some people in the comments saying, like, oh, if you support Jim Jordon, you're selling out, this, that, and the other. You know, what do people not understand
I
about
want
how
those people,
politics
Millie.
work?
I want
How
those.
politics work, right?
Yes.
I
I
mean, it's
want those
ridiculous.
people to suggest someone that can get 218 votes. We'll wait.
Exactly.
We'll
Please,
wait.
we'll wait.
Well,
We'll wait, because as much as we would like somebody else, like, you know, Ron Paul or Trump or Tories suggested Alveda King or all these other people who we think would be better, good luck getting those votes. It'll be a joke. We'll probably get like maybe 1/4 of the votes that we need, because the problem is too many people vote for these freaking rhinos. Okay, so it's not like we just get to have a magic wand and just pick whoever we want. We have to figure out who these rhinos are actually going to maybe possibly vote for. The fact that Jim Jordon has even gotten this far, I'm not really sure how, right? But is Jim Jordon everyone's first and best choice? I'd say no. I would say it's not. Most of the people in this room have had concerns about Jim Jordon. But because we're backing Jim Jordon over the alternatives, the worst evils in this case, right? That doesn't mean we're selling out. It means that we're realistic and we understand how the political world works and who's likely to actually get voted for.
well, and
Exactly.
Millie,
We
to
not
that
agree
point,
on everything. Sorry, Aaron.
yes, and so to that point, the same people that are saying these things down there, I'm seeing the same comments saying, "Well, that's it. Hakeem Jeffries just won," because they don't understand how this works. Like those 9 people or 10 people didn't vote for Jeffries; they just voted for somebody else. That doesn't mean it's going to flip. Like just like okay, holy cow, please stop. But yeah, no, like, and to that point, but this is going exactly like we thought it was going to go. Like this is exactly what we thought it was going to go. You could have some tribute votes. You're going to have some protest votes. You're going to have some, you know, pissing and moaning and you know, present and all this stuff, and it's just jockeying. But one thing I have noticed, I'm not seeing any negotiating going on the floor. So maybe we'll see that after this vote, but I'm not seeing it.
No, you're exactly right, Aaron. And you have to understand, people need to stop being reactionary. Okay. This is all just a show, smoke and mirrors. Okay. But also, you know, we may not agree on a candidate on the way he votes or his stances on things 100% of the time. And to almost everyone on this panel, you have to take the lesser of two evils. It can't be someone ultra MAGA. They will never pull in the 218 or anyone from the left. And you have to keep that in mind. Is unfortunately MAGA, we are the minority in the House. And
By the way, so quick
Wow,
quick
wow. Okay,
update.
so yeah, it looks like so.
John James just voted for Tom Cole. There was someone before that that voted for someone different. Did you see that, Nick?
Yes, I did. Sparks just voted for Thomas Massey. And these are, guys, just for the audience, these are people that didn't vote the first time around, as in they were in the bathroom or going and having a beer or something. So Representative Sparks, who is, you know, the native Ukrainian that we were talking about earlier, actually just voted for Thomas Massey for Speaker of the House. And that leaves 20 Republicans that voted against Jim Jordon in this speaker election. And so now we move on to round 2. But it's also worth noting that Jim Jordon now has more votes against him. So there's 20. That's more than we expected in the first round. But the second round is going to be a lot more telling because we had a lot more protest votes and throwaway votes, like voting for Thomas Massey. As much as I would like to see him speaker, that's not going to happen.
So someone I'm talking to who's a reporter and tracking this closely, and I don't know how reliable this is, but keeps insisting to me that this is quite doable for Jordon moving forward, that he just has to work through some things. So we'll see. I don't know if I'm convinced of that yet, but I feel confident that Jim will get it. But this is going to be very telling to see what happens between now and the next vote, because, and then it's totally McCarthy didn't get a majority of the votes on quite a few of the votes that happened back in January. So the fact that Jeffries has more than Jordon is just a function of Republicans are doing something different.
You know what's telling about this, though, Jim?
So if you guys that are tracking this, I know Gaze has been, Nick has been. I don't have the list in front of me. Who did Scalise and McCarthy vote for?
Scalise voted for Jordan.
McCarthy
McCarthy
voted
also
for
voted for Jim Jordon.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's important context to remember.
Well, yeah, because McCarthy is out there. From the reporting I'm getting, he has been out there whipping for Jim. So that's why there might be. I'm not convinced of this yet, but there might be a real move to say, "Hey, listen, guys, if you're going to do it the first time, but let's come back together." And guys like Scalise, who's not working for Jim, by the way, according to what I understand. But McCarthy may, try to do the let's let calmer heads prevail thing. We'll have to see.
So do you think that this is just so they can all get their huffing and puffing out, their hissy
At a
fit?
minimum, yes. It could be more than that, but at a minimum, that's exactly what it is. Because think about it. All these people were pissed off at the 20 people who wouldn't support Jordan back in January, and they're even more pissed off at Matt Gaetz and the other 7 who voted to vacate the chair. So they're having a temper tantrum at a minimum. There might be more to it than that, but at a minimum, it's a temper tantrum, yes.
So I'm interested to see these 20 Republicans, because yesterday when everyone was making their phone calls, we got assurances from a bunch of offices that they'd be voting for Jordan on the first vote. So I'm really interested to see those 20 names and who's on that list, to see if they were any of the ones who told their constituents on the phone that they would be voting for Jordan on the first vote.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pin up to the top here the current vote totals that we had from round 1. And as we said, round 2 and 3 are going to be much more telling, because many of the protest votes and tribute votes will most likely flip to Jim Jordon. So those totals are, as I said, pinned to the top of the space here in the Jumbotron or Nest or whatever you want to call it. 212, 200 for Jordan, 7 for Scalise, 6 for McCarthy, 3 for Lee Zeldin, 1 for Garcia, 1 for Tom Emmer, 1 for Tom Cole, 1 for Thomas Massey. So that's where we're sitting right now, and I'm about to post the full list of who voted, which Republicans voted against Jim Jordon here very shortly.
I think Bacon should just vote for Zelensky and get it over with.
Yeah, that's his bud.
I mean, do we believe that a lot of this has to do with the fact that it looks like Jim Jordon is not exactly a big fan of, maybe sending more billions of dollars to Ukraine?
That's part of it. I mean, there's a concern. I don't know what kind of pushback you're going to get from Jordan. And by the way, I think he'll let votes happen on the floor about it. The bigger issue is these are appropriators and they want their money. I mean, that's what this has been about, just so everyone understands. That's what it's been about forever in this century, is appropriators wanting their money to be able to do things. I'm not only upset with Newt Gingrich for calling Matt Gaetz and these guys traitors. I mean, it may not have been the best thing to do, but he was calling them traitors after the motion to vacate. But the system that we're in that allows these CRs, and the fact that since 1997, we have never, since that time, gone through all 12 bills in regular order, appropriations bills, is because of what Newt Gingrich set up when he became speaker. What they did is they had a K Street project. Tom DeLay in particular headed that up. And by the way, I've had private discussions with Tom DeLay. He regrets it. But they had a K Street project. They knew that Democrats were able to win up to that time because they controlled K Street, all the lobbyists. And so they began a process of bringing the lobbyists in and saying, listen, you're not getting anything unless you are contributing to us. That was literally the pitch. The other thing is that Gingrich convinced people to change the rules so that there wasn't so much power in the committee chairman. And that power was transferred into the speaker's office. And in that time, it's like, oh, well, if Newt's doing it, then we're all fine with that. Well, what ended up happening is that speakers ever since then have been utilizing that power and are controlling everything that's going on. So and they want only a few appropriators and the leaders in each of the houses to write the bills. That's what happens. So many of these appropriators are people that were in on the inside of these omnibus and CR bills. And now they know that they're not going to have as much sway, that they're actually going to give other people the power. So they're having a hissy fit over it. It's a real problem. This is showing you how much corruption does exist in the Republican Party. Not all Republicans are corrupt, but there are a bunch of them that are, and it's a real problem.
Just most of them.
Right?
Yes, just most of them.
It's because look, guys, it's like the left wing and the right wing of the same bird. That is how the deep state operates. You think that they would only put their assets in one political party? Give me a break. You have to be able to have control in both sides. So clearly, what we're actually seeing play out here is a battle over America with the intelligence agencies and the deep state, literally trying to keep a foothold on our country while it sells itself out. Right? People try to get rich. They're making tons of money. They come into office, and to sell our country out, they become millionaires. On a regular salary, somehow someone like Nancy Pelosi and these others can have mega mansions. Okay, this is not okay. It's not all right. And so the serious problem here is that we have a battle right now where the American people, and it's mostly the grassroots conservative MAGA movement, are actually deciding to take back their government and to give these puppets a run for their money. So, never underestimate the uniparty. Never underestimate the ability that these Democrats and rhinos could scheme together against the MAGA people and the people of this country. We saw them do it with President Trump over and over again, right? So why would they not do it with us? And I think really, as much as many of us have our concerns with Jim Jordan, right? He's not perfect by any means. Look at how the rhinos in the establishment are treating him. Okay, that should be your first signal that he must not be that bad, right? Because if he was, all of these rhinos would be super happy and be throwing their vote at him immediately. So maybe this first vote, the no's, it's actually a good sign in that he must not be that bad as some people think he is in this panel.
Hey, Millie, just real quick, there's Anna Paulina Luna. I don't know if anyone's seen it. She's on the floor with her baby right now. Quite amazing.
I just wanted to say, these discussions we're having for Speaker of the House are reminiscent of who's going to get the Republican nomination. It feels like there are arguments being made, lesser evils, this and that. I think right now, as we're demanding that we have a Speaker of the House, we should also demand them to work. Right? And rather than us take a side and say, well, that's all they're giving us, and that's the only one that realistically can happen. We are the magic wand. We are in charge. We pay them, and they should listen to us. And we're slamming their phones every day, telling them what we want. And what we have to do is keep pushing them. All right, you can't figure it out. You guys can't cut deals that you're doing behind closed doors. Well, why aren't you working? We've got the Chinese positioning themselves in Africa. We've got people dying all over the world. We're running out of money, right? We don't have anything. We're letting investigations go wayside. Our borders wide open. We should tell them, while you're looking for Speaker of the House and you're playing footsie, can we please get to work? Because they can work without a Speaker of the House.
Well, if the roles were reversed, absolutely. The Democrats would be sending subpoenas as we speak. Absolutely, they would. And I remember the first time I had a slightly sinking feeling about Jim Jordan. I wasn't glad about it, but it was around midterms. And he was on Just the News with, I'm just forgetting his name.
John Solomon?
Yeah, John Solomon. And he's like, this is going to be great. If there's going to be a red wave. So you guys are going to bring in Nancy Pelosi and question her. And he actually did kind of like an Obama, like, well, it's going to work like this. We're going to definitely look at everything. And I was just, my heart kind of sank at that moment. I lost a little bit of confidence, but I kind of brushed it aside, hoping things would get better because he speaks, so fervently about getting to the bottom of it, getting justice. So, but I mean, I imagine they're also in a situation that we can't really imagine. Like, imagine you're like a manager and all of the employees want one thing from you, but management wants something else, upper management wants something else. Like, I definitely don't envy them, but I just wish that they would do the right thing. And I think that part of what's happening right now is they want to ultimately punish Matt Gaetz, because he was just the way Trump isn't really working alone. He's the voice for populism. Gaetz is doing the same thing, and they want to punish him as well.
Okay, guys, so I just want to give everybody an update here. I have posted to the top, as requested by the audience there in the bottom right-hand corner, I've posted the list, the comprehensive list of who voted for who are the traitors here, who did not vote for Jim Jordan, who voted for McCarthy, Zeldin, Scalise, Garcia, Tom Cole, and Thomas Massie. We have all of them listed out. There are 20 of them, 20 Republicans that voted against Jim Jordan. So, but we have an opportunity to have them change their votes for the expected round 2, round 3 votes that will probably happen today. It looks like a notice has come from House Majority Whip Cole that additional votes in the House are likely today. So we're going to be seeing this. They just recessed to go and
to nominate the gentleman from.
Was, but
that was me. Sorry, I apologize.
No problem at all. But yeah, so they're going to go back and they're going to have some pretty stern chats, I'd say. Jim, what exactly would you be expecting to happen in a time like this? I mean, they're recessing in between the first and second votes for Speaker of the House. What's going on in the background?
Just real quick,
actually,
I bet what's going on in the background is exactly what's been going on in the background here in this room for the last 2 hours.
Yeah, so Elise Stefanik is now nominating Jordan again, and we're going to proceed to another vote shortly after, which will be coming sometime soon.
Okay, but what is so? Has anybody left what's going on the House floor right now? What are we seeing?
Right now, Elise Stefanik is making her nomination speech. We'll probably move over to whoever is going to make a nomination speech on the Democrat side, and then go right back into a vote, it looks like, so far at least.
What's the likelihood that we can get Kevin McCarthy to give the nominating speech for Jim Jordan?
That's a good question.
Interesting question, actually.
He probably will be asked to do that along the way. He's maybe holding his fire for right now, and but that'll be interesting if and when it happens.
And we could also have Steve Scalise do the same thing. I believe when both McCarthy and Scalise, when they did cast their vote in round 1 for Jim Jordan, they were met with a pretty hearty round of applause. And so I think that their endorsement of Jim Jordan made a lot of a difference when it came to some of the other members that were originally no votes. And when you have the toupee guy, what's his name, Mike Rogers from Alabama, the guy that came out and look, if any of you have a toupee, Jim, I don't know if you have a toupee or anybody. I have nothing wrong with it. It's just please at least
Jim
make your
called
toupee,
out.
No, at least make your toupee fairly convincing, right? If you're Mike Rogers, I got to think about it. I mean, look at this guy. I mean, it looks like he's wearing a hat.
He totally got that from Sally's.
It's his helmet. He's special.
He was a failed spokesman for Hair Club for Men. This is all he had left, sadly.
He's no longer the president.
Yeah, but anyway, I mean, how much of a difference did that make? Are we talking about dozens of votes, maybe 50, 60 votes, just having the endorsement of Scalise and McCarthy? It seems like a lot of these people, Jim, just kind of go in the direction that they're told to go by their perceived masters. Am I wrong?
Sorry, I didn't unmute. No, I think you're right in a general sense. Sebastian Gorka did make a pretty good. He gave a pretty good analysis of how things break down. It's kind of similar to something I've always said. In any legislative body, you've got about 20 to 30% of people that are there for all the right reasons, and they've got not just merely good intentions, but they're willing to follow through on it. And then after that, what you have are about 50% of people that are just they just follow what anyone tells them, and then you got about 10 to 20% that are there for all the wrong reasons, including up to corruption. And typically leadership is usually made up of 90% of that worst 10%. That's very common. So that's the dynamic you have. So yeah, most people are there just to get reelected. I mean, especially in Congress, they want to keep the $174,000 a year paycheck.
Yeah, so we are expecting round two to be, it's imminently coming here. Round two, we expect, again, a lot of the protest votes, tribute votes, which I like to call, at this point, bullshit votes, to flip to Jim Jordon. And, so we're hoping that actually ends up being the case here. Aaron, Vinny, you unmuted. Go ahead, Vinny.
I was gonna say earlier, just for something to talk about. You were saying how do they vote for all the rhinos? A lot of people don't really come in as rhinos; they get turned into rhinos, because when you work with the swamp, they give you all the money. They get you the committees. They'll say they'll finance you, and then if you go against them, then they say, hey, we're gonna put all of our resources behind your primary. Play ball. And so that's what happens. That's why the term limit, a lot of people think term limits are good, because the longer you stay there, the more likely you are to become swampy, because it gets normalized to you. So and then what I said earlier was Massey had a thing when he first got in. I'm not sure, Jim, if you were part of this, but he had this little documentary called The Swamp, and it kind of showed you how it's literally like you get there and to sell out is the way. So to stick to your principles is not the normal. Like, that's bucking the trend. And then you piss people off and they know who you are and they try and get you out as quick as possible. It's really sad.
Yeah, it is really sad. This is the swamp. This is the DC swamp that we're dealing with. And we wonder why our politicians don't represent us when it's all about money, right? And they want the donor money. They want the money from these big corporate interests, these big investment funds. And that's who's paying their bills. So, of course, they're going to be wanting to do things that make them happy, right? I mean, we see this happen so much in politics, though. It's not even just in like DC. It's actually in local governments as well, with like even county commissioners or your local governors or your mayors. I mean, it goes everywhere. People get bought out, they sell out, and that's really what selling out means. It means when they're offering you some kind of money or something of that sort to actually sell out and no longer represent your constituents and instead represent the donors and the donor class. And that's not okay. Those people, literally, we need to vote them out. We need to primary them out. We actually have to be that source of we have to actually put our money where our mouth is, because unfortunately these big donors, these wealthy donors and investment funds, they have money and they can throw that money around, and that money is power. So we, the people, actually have to be willing to, unfortunately, just the way the system is, we have to be willing to put our money where our mouth is and actually throw money behind America First candidates and to help their campaigns in order for them to actually be successful. And that doesn't only mean Republicans necessarily. There could be independent candidates as well that you really like, that are America First, that that maybe they didn't get in because the corrupt rhino Republicans didn't let them in, because Tory, others have experienced this type of situation as well, where when you try to run as Republican, there's corruption in the GOP and the Republican Party. They won't even let you in sometimes. So we have to be smart. We have to be supporting people. That's key, because the current situation, obviously it has to change. I don't know, what do you guys think should be done? What solutions could we come up with on this panel to help curb this problem, where money seems to be the main theme here? Should we have limits on campaigns, how much a campaign can receive or spend? I mean, what do we do here? Real savvy. Go ahead.
Aaron, did you want to take this first?
Go for it.
No, this is where this is a grassroots effort when it comes to donations to candidates. If you look at President Trump's campaign and his donors, sorry, I got a call. They are specifically small dollar donations. So there needs to be a sense of urgency behind our blue collar Americans. I mean, if to donate, not just, of course, to President Trump, but to America First candidates. Matt Gaetz is another one that if you look at his campaign donations, there are a lot of small dollar donations. We don't necessarily need to amp up the amount, but it's the amount of people that are donating. And I think it goes back to, well, what's it really going to do? What's it really going to help? That money adds up because President Trump's war chest right now is quite possibly the highest any candidate has ever gotten. And it's because of small dollar donations. And the candidates really need to rally behind that and say, you know what? I know it's hard right now in Biden's America. Not everyone can give a great deal, but $5 really does help because it adds up.
And speaking of helping, we've got 2,000 people in here. So I just put a tweet up in the Jumbotron with the Washington, D.C. office numbers of the 20 Republican holdouts who voted against Jim Jordan.
Wait, why are we just doing the holdouts though? So we're all just in for Jordan right away? Why are we rushing? Why are we telling people what they need to do? We're supposed to be having conversations.
Well, he got 200 votes.
And
all right, Jen, go ahead. I see your hand up. And next, Vinny.
Yeah, I think, what Vinny said before about the swamp and being there, I think the more interaction that we have with the people in Congress, right? So making phone calls, having them come into Twitter spaces, having that one-on-one with them where they know that the people are paying attention. And I think it was Massey who said like he could go days without even getting a single phone call. And I think the more we get involved with Congress and even on the little votes or the things that they don't think we're paying attention to and holding their feet to the fire and making sure that they're standing for America first, I think that's another huge way of bringing this back.
Well,
thanks so much, Jen. Oh, go ahead, Josh.
I was just going to say, you asked, well, what can we do, Millie? And so I think that messaging has started, and it started really with Trump because we saw what the RNC and the GOP were doing to America First candidates. We saw how Mitch McConnell misused funds. We also saw how McCarthy did it as well. He did it to Joe Kent. He did it to J.R. Majewski. He did it to Carolyn Levitt. And so the message was always with Trump, donate directly. Don't donate to the RNC. They don't have your interest at heart. That's what the whole Ronna McDaniel fight came from. That's what Harmeet been talking about. So I think that is the messaging that needs to keep going on. Hey, because there is small donations, but they're all the vast majority, if they're not going to Trump, they're going to specifically the RNC and the GOP because people, the average person that's not highly engaged or a politico, they're just like, I don't know, I want to fix this country, and I believe that the Republicans can do it for me, so let me send my $20 to the GOP and the RNC, and then it's weaponized against people that are America First candidates. So instead, it has to be a grassroots conversation. The conversation needs to be, you need to donate directly to the people that you want in there, because the RNC is not going to save you, the GOP is not going to save you. They have directly aligned against the values that you want as an American citizen, and they have aligned themselves with special interest and big money donors and lobbies. So they are not working in your best interest. And I think that's what the conversation needs to be had, just to answer your question, Millie.
Thank you so much. Yeah. And my question to Vinny, or maybe
Matt Gaetz just joined, Millie, or Nick,
sure.
I don't want to bring him up so he can speak.
Oh, Matt Gaetz just joined the room. All right, let's get him up here. If you guys see him down there, let's get him up here. I guess my question while we're getting Matt Gaetz up for you, Vinny, is do you think that the economy right now, we're seeing the middle class really get hit hard under the Biden administration's policies. Do you feel like the economy is affecting the ability for the middle class to throw their money politically at campaigns and to have more of a say over the donor class?
Oh, absolutely. I think I think what's happening is you're seeing a lot of people lose hope. That's why I'm not a fan of black pills. I think black pills make people want to not participate instead of look for solutions. And sometimes solutions aren't easy. That's why, not to pitch what we're doing, but that's why we're trying to set up ulterior infrastructure so that we can kind of take over the Republican Party, because the Republican Party isn't, the RNC doesn't represent us anymore. So we have to build our own infrastructure. We have to figure out a way to give these people who want to do the right thing another way to go, because it's either the easy way with the lobbyists or the hard way with the people that are mad at them all the time and all that kind of stuff. When we can kind of come in and be like, hey, stick to what we want and we'll give you all the support in the world. We'll burn down the phone lines all day. We'll have the phones ring and we'll do what we can. We'll keep the grassroots behind you. And but what you were saying, yeah, I think the economy being so bad makes people go, politics and money doesn't work anyway. Like, my little donation's not going to do anything. And that's why we have to get people to understand 74 million people voted for Trump. Every person gave $1. Now put $5. That's a lot of money. So we have to get people's heart back in the game. We have to let people know we can win. That's why I think, hitting about what Scott did in Louisiana. And if I think Scott can flip the voter roll in PA and we have a good November this November, maybe we'll wake some people up and we can get moving again. But yeah, the economy is definitely affecting people. But guess what? The economy also is motivating people to go to our side. So we just have to reactivate people, and we have to win the argument of, do you like it now, or did you like it when gas was $1.50? And with some people, that's all it is. So.
And real quick, Nick, I did throw Matt a mic, so I want to make sure we have a space for him on here. It looks like we've got one spot, so I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I can't see him actually.
I found him.
I keep getting that message. I can't see him. So, but yeah, I guess we will try to get Matt Gaetz up here.
Yeah, there are more coming in. Nick, there were more coming in, and I couldn't jump in because I couldn't unmute. I've invited a couple of congressmen that were speaking, so hopefully they'll jump back on because I saw them, and I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah, if you guys get bumped down, don't take offense. We're just trying to make space for some of these representatives to come in and speak to us.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on what Chaos has said, the names of the 20 Republicans who voted against Jim Jordan, you could call them and tell them that you support what they're doing. My point wasn't to say this is the way you should vote. This were just the 20 people that are in the ball game who have all the sway right now. So call them and express your support, or call them and express your displeasure.
I think it's important to note, though, for instance, with people like Scalise, like Gates, like Luna, like President Trump, who is behind and who have put their endorsement behind Jim Jordan, that, again, speaks to the point that we were talking about before, how the Republican Party looks just like a chaos mess clown show. This is uniting behind the candidate that our leader of our party, President Donald J. Trump, has endorsed. Period. End of story. You got to take a page and get behind the leader of our movement.
Thank you so much. Now, Gays for Trump put up a tweet. In the nest, there are the names of the Republicans who voted against Jim Jordan, as well as their phone numbers. So I guess now would be probably a good time for many people to start ringing them, letting them know how they feel about how they voted. Let them know if they are your representative, how you feel and what you would like to see them do and who you would like to see them support or vote for. Phenom, go ahead.
Hey, so I want to share really quick some data that's pretty encouraging, and to kind of piggyback off on what Vinny was saying with regard to like the sentiment, the economy, and everything that's happening. So in the Louisiana vote that we just had, the Democrats were down 40% in New Orleans County from the previous gubernatorial election. So we're not even talking about numbers of more Republicans voting or even more registered Republicans. We're talking about 40% less Democrat voters showing up. Now, the other thing that's interesting is Orleans Parish is 54% Black and 70% non-white. So it's not really even an outlier. It's just showing a trend that the Republican Party is really in a crisis as far as voters are concerned. And I think it's definitely the economy and these kitchen table issues. So the momentum is there and we're starting to see it.
Can I just say something, guys? So now we can't even get President Trump to chime in anymore because the Judge Chuckton just officially issued a gag order. More worse than anything. Like, he can't talk about other people running or anything. She just issued it. Just thought I'd drop that in here.
Thanks so much. Oh, go ahead.
No, I need to look at it. I think it's specifically related to the case, but yeah, I'll go take a look at it.
Yeah, it's specifically related to his court cases. It's not about the 2024 elections.
It says, and I quote, his presidential candidacy does not give him the carte blanche to vilify public servants who are simply doing their jobs. He does not have the right to say and do exactly what he pleases.
They're talking about like court clerks and stuff.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So I guess they're still at recess. Is that right? It looks like I'm
so far. Yeah.
Yeah, if they're
so
at recess, I mean, that's why I'm saying right now would be a good time for people to be calling them.
100%. Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up, actually. So I actually reshared Manarino's tweet, which is an excellent tweet, by the way. Heed the warnings that he also put in there. Some of these people are unhinged and they don't understand. It's okay to express your displeasure without being out of control. Like, gosh, go ahead, Matt.
No, I was just going to say, if you're a conservative influencer of any kind right now, and if your feed is not filled with different congressmen's phone numbers that voted against this, nomination of Jim Jordon, you're not doing your job, and you don't. The time is now to stand up and do this. It doesn't take long. I'm riding Steve Womack's ass like a government mule. I literally live in the same town as him. I helped this piece of shit get elected. Pardon the language. I've helped with his campaign and many other state senators and state reps. I'm literally sick and tired of this guy. He would look me in the eye the last time we were in Reagan International together because he knows. And I'm just to the point where if you're an influencer, any kind, I mean, it doesn't care if you have 1,500 or 1.5 million and you're a conservative, you should be posting these guys' names and phone numbers to their offices all over your social media feeds to get their constituents calling. If you're not doing that, this is change. This is literally how we get change in this country.
And we do know that it is effective. When you guys call in, it is so effective. You guys actually have an immense amount of impact on the decisions, and you can get these people to vote in a different way. It does seem like a lot of these self-righteous rhinos are all about self-preservation. But if they really feel like their voters are going to completely about face and turn on them, then they will do what they need to do to preserve themselves, even if they are sellouts. So, getting them to do that and to vote, you can do it by calling them and having that impact. I think it really, and overall, it seems like a lot of them, they end up caving to peer pressure. They cave to the crowd or the herd, if that makes sense. So, we can actually have an impact, and we have been having an impact. And that's why so many representatives have actually been coming into these Twitter spaces and speaking to us and hearing what the people have to say, and pretty much using some of the I guess the same verbiage that we've been using in these spaces, because they are listening. They're seeing what we're doing. They're paying attention because so many people are lighting up the phones. And just like I think it was a woman in here named Linda yesterday was talking about how she did a thing with her friends where she would call somebody and then tell them to call somebody to call. And before they were done, she said that they had over 60 people call their representative, which is amazing. That is just so amazing. So if
Yeah, and
you guys
Breitbart
can
put
do
out a
that.
story yesterday saying that a House staffer said their phone lines were getting lit up. And for those of you who were following the vote yesterday, we flipped 5 voters yesterday. We got Ann Wagner, we got Whitman, we got 5 people to switch to yes for Jordan yesterday. And so now that we know who the new 20 are, we got to start working on them again.
Well,
And
and the major
regardless
one
of
was
it,
Mike Rogers, right? And if you look at that Breitbart story, the quote is activists melting phone lines with respectful pleas to GOP members of Congress to unify and end the conference's divisions. The level of grassroots interest across the board in this matter is essentially unparalleled.
exactly. And so regardless of this even being Jim Jordan, right? This isn't about Jim Jordan. What this represents the people taking action, the people participating, becoming involved, realizing the power they have and utilizing the power. This is I would say it's a capabilities demonstration on behalf of the people realizing the influence and the power that they have. So I'm more excited about that than anything else. Go ahead, Real Savvy.
No, we had that impact in Georgia. Our representative was a no vote for Jordan, and we let him up. And he made a statement late last night saying that, in fact, he has now changed his vote. He'll be voting for Jordan. But your point,
Hey, Sav, you're rubber banding pretty bad.
now,
50-50.
Oh no.
We'll have to wait for her to get in a better area. You're rubber banding really bad, Savvy.
Okay, I'll drop down and then come back.
Of course, that was perfect.
Yeah, now she sounds good. Yeah. You're good now, Sav.
It's good now. Oh gosh.
Nope.
No.
False alarm.
Oh, no. Okay, drop me down. I'll come back.
You can only hear. Can you hear me now? Everything else is rubbered.
Isn't that your conspiracy theory? That's the only part they put out when you're struggling is you can hear me now, right?
Someone said that yesterday.
It's like one of those Verizon commercials.
But yeah, that article just shows how much of an impact we have. What's it called? I think earlier last week we were really just putting everything together. I think Tori and everybody just streaming everything and kind of pulling of our resources together, and streaming in different places and getting people to call and email and all the different things that we can do. I think when we really come together and make a really loud noise like that, and just we're on YouTube, we're on Rumble, we're on Periscope, we're on WhatsApp, like there's all these different things. It's pretty undeniable. So I also just want to thank everyone who is in here, because I know Tori's YouTube channel and everything. I know Matt and Nick and Millie and Jen and Phenom, all you guys retweeting and coming up with tweets and doing all this kind of stuff and making memes and stuff. Like we really got Mike Rogers' attention, I think, and we got to see what happened. And then from the little bit of work that we did even after that, it seemed like it spilled into Sunday too and stuff. So like if we keep using this and keep gathering things and more eyeballs, I also think we're motivating people too to be like, you know what, I want to get involved. So I think we just need to keep pulling things together and doing these spaces and then just streaming everything and thinking outside of the box, because I think people just like the fact that there's people thinking of how to fight for them. So
Yeah, I'm not a big account like a lot of you guys are. I put out a tweet with 10 of the Twitter handles of the people that we knew were going to be no votes. It got 35,000 views, impressions, and like that. So people are out there looking for the information, and so I think as long as we keep putting out the phone numbers, the Twitter handles of those members of Congress, that people are going to respond.
Yep. Go ahead, Todd.
I just have a question out of left field, but I'm just kind of curious. And I don't have a feeling about her one way or the other because I don't know that much about her, although I always found her kind of impressive. But why do you suppose Elise Stefanik has not been somebody whose name was bandied about as a possible leader?
I think Trump did actually put forth Elise Stefanik's name before Scalise withdrew, or after Scalise withdrew. Is that correct?
I hadn't seen.
I
Phenom, do you
remember
know?
her name being floated a couple days ago, but nothing really came of it.
Just curious because she's pretty powerful. I think she's third in line, isn't she? And I thought the speech she gave earlier was really impressive. So just surprised she wasn't kind of in the mix, but just my own curiosity. That's all. Thanks.
I feel like the people whose names they are throwing out, again, they know it's not going to get there, so they're just doing it to cause, wreak some havoc. I mean, everyone knows people aren't going to all jump in and vote for Lee Zeldin, even though he's a great guy.
Hey, Nick or Millie, I'm trying to add George Santos, but I'm not able to add people for some reason.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's connecting
we
right
got him.
now.
He's up.
He's connecting right now.
I love Twitter.
Here we go.
I love Twitter. Twitter is the best place ever. I'm sorry, X. X is the best place ever, guys. Come on.
Is he on?
He's still connecting.
He's connecting.
Okay.
Look,
Yeah, he needs to spank Vish. Vish is slow on responses.
The problem that we're having here is we're 0 for 2 on successfully having congressmen connect. So we were having issues with getting in. We can probably get him back here later with Matt Gaetz, who I couldn't even see him. People are messaging me being like, "Hey, Matt Gaetz is trying to get up," and I'm like, "What are you talking about? Are you talking about Matt Couch? I mean, I love Matt Couch and all, but he's up here already." No, they were talking about Matt Gaetz, but I couldn't see him in the audience. So and he had to run back. And George Santos trying to connect. He is.
Yeah, I see George. Hey, George, I see you.
Yeah, I just sent him an invite again. So maybe we can bring him up. There we go. There we go. Yeah, here we go, guys. We have Congressman George Santos up here on stage, who always has something fiery to say. Congressman Santos, welcome to the stage, sir. How is today going for you? What are your overall thoughts?
How are you all? I'm reporting live from the largest circus on planet Earth, the only one you can see from the moon. All kidding aside, Nick, great space. I just jumped in real quick to say one thing. I am voting for Jordan, whether it's 1, 2, 10, 100 ballots. This is all bullshit. Bullshit, because if you want to compare my conservative colleagues in the beginning of the year giving former Speaker McCarthy some heartburn just because they were fighting for conservative ideals and policies and rules, that's one thing. Not one of the 20, and I'm not going to disparage them, but not one of the 20 has put forward policy or anything other than this isn't going to work well in my district for re-election. That's not a reason not to vote for a speaker, period. And I don't care whose feelings I hurt. I don't care, because at this point, I don't think there's that much more feelings I can hurt in this world. But the reality is, my district wants Jim Jordon. My constituents are blowing up my phone. I have one of my constituents right now in this space who just said, George, you're about to join the space that I'm in. And they're very, very excited to have Jordan as speaker. So if my colleagues who do not want Jim Jordan as speaker offer real policy reasons and pointers that they want to achieve, and that's why they're withholding their vote, I will respect them. Now, if this is just because of politics and they're buying into the garbage that is being, all the smearing and slanderous attacks that are being put upon and cast upon Jim Jordan, a man who served this body for 16 years with honor, is absolute horseshit, because then you're no better than the Democrats. And my nickname for these folks, until they prove otherwise, is going to be obstructionist rhinos. And anybody who doesn't like it, go ahead and cry, because I'm not changing my tone.
Yeah, so Congressman, first of all, I love everything that you have to say. But round 2, are you expecting this to be a lot different? This is a question we keep getting in the audience down there, the bottom purple pill guys, bottom right-hand corner. Question for George Santos, Congressman George Santos. Put him down there, and I'll be asking him. They want to know, is this going to change for round two? Are we going to see people like, or did we just see a bunch of protest and tribute votes in round one? People voting for Zeldin and Thomas
Look, let me
Massey
make it
and
clear. Lee Zeldin is a great guy. He's the reason we're in the majority. But if Lee Zeldin were a serious option, you would have seen a lot more than just 3 members from Long Island, which I have a theory on that. I think it's 2 members trying to cover another member. But look, this is just silly. There's no reason. New Yorkers like Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan stands for truth, honor, and integrity. The man is holding the fire of hell at the feet of the Biden administration. Why wouldn't you want him to be the Speaker of the House? That's my big question, because every single little talking point that these guys all ran on was the weaponization of government, inflation, corruption in the Biden White House. Why the hell are we not voting to elect the guy who's been at the forefront of it all, holding the fire?
George, can I ask you a question, please? Can you, great to speak to you again. It's been a while. Can you give us some insight of what kind of discussions are happening in the back where we can't see, in regards to who we're voting for and what? Like, kind of like you alluded, some people are throwing cover, which I agree with you 100%. Can you give us some insight as the people? Because we can't see what's going on behind closed doors, and we would love to know what's going on behind closed doors.
Oh, I bet you would love, and everybody else would love. But
I do.
here's the reality. It would be dishonorable in my part to divulge any private conversations that I'm aware of or privy or a part of, for the simple fact of being able to maintain our relationships with one another and be able to work together. So and respectfully, I mean this. It's nothing. It's no nuclear secret codes, and there's no secret dealings. But the conversations are private for the nature of respecting each other's relationship with one another. I wouldn't be jumping into those. But look, I will concede the space to the firebrand himself who just jumped in. He has a lot more to say than I ever do. So you guys are in
No,
good hands
Santos.
there.
If you leave, I leave,
No,
Santos.
no, no, I'm not leaving. I'm just going to let you talk.
I was talking about Congress, not this space. No, I'm kidding.
Dinner sure looks good.
Congressman Gates, the guy that is apparently perpetuating all of this chaos and just
he's an agent of chaos,
terrible.
Nick. Just get it straight.
Yeah, agent of chaos. You've burned down the country, although nobody thinks that at all, besides anybody that's sitting in Congress. Thank you for coming up. How's it feeling today? What you're seeing on the floor, is this what you kind of expected? I mean, round one, we've been talking about this since this morning. Round one, we expect a lot of protest votes and what were we calling them? Tribute votes. Do you expect a lot of them to change here in round two?
Well, we've already seen movement since the last vote. Doug LaMalfa indicating that on the next round he'll vote for Jim Jordan. That seemed to be a tribute vote for Kevin McCarthy. And we want to welcome any of that group of 19 that remains back into the fold, back into the party. And we don't want to see them doing a deal with the Democrats. And if they do, if the way the House of Representatives is run is in coalition with the Democrats, well, that's a lot like what we just had for the last 9 months. Coalition with the Democrats to underwrite Biden's debt, coalition with the Democrats to pass the continuing resolution, coalition with the Democrats on Ukraine, because certainly the majority doesn't support sending more money to Ukraine. So if that's the way it goes, this exercise will function to flush out the pheasants, as you might say. But our hope, our expectation is that we'll get Jim Jordan over the finish line, and I'd love to be able to do it today.
Are some of the questions happening?
I second that sentiment. I just want to get it over the finish line today. I welcome all of my colleagues who voted against him. If this was some sort of ceremonious thing for you, you got it out of your system. Come to the table and let's make Jim Jordan Speaker.
Thank you so much. Are some of the questions that are happening in like the closed door sessions, do they pertain to the Biden impeachment inquiry at all? I'm just concerned because we had the Biden impeachment inquiry happening, and then McCarthy was essentially removed. And, do you think that we could see a change if we get a new speaker in
Well,
regards to that?
I hope we would get a change in that our efforts going forward would be serious as opposed to unserious. Now, it's important to share with everyone that we haven't put our pencils down. Just last week, I was taking the deposition of Matthew Graves, DOJ official, to ask about the pressures that were put on Weiss in the Hunter Biden matters. So we've kept up our deposition schedule, our litigation schedule, to try to get the information we need. My critique of what we've been doing for 9 months is that it's been a lot of nibbling around the edges without going at the heart of the matter. And having litigated complex cases before, I know you've got to be on time. You've got to be on schedule when you have a limited runway to be able to pursue an outcome. And here, the fact that we've not even sent a subpoena to Hunter Biden is just derelict. And I blame the prior speaker for it. But now under Jim Jordon, I think we'd have thoughtful, appropriate, but rigorous and robust oversight and pursuit of impeachment. I don't think this is really an issue for the holdouts, though. I think that, Nick put it really well in one of his posts, that you've got holdouts who are protesting their frustrations with me and with those who removed McCarthy by voting for McCarthy. There are some who are protesting the way Steve Scalise was treated. Steve Scalise was designated, our speaker designate. Had his name come to the floor, I would have voted for him. But there were a number of people who wouldn't. Now, keep in mind, these aren't the same people, by and large, who voted with me to remove McCarthy. It was a different group of people.
Yeah, I was one of them.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you were wrong about that, George. I think I would have voted for Steve Scalise. I think you should have voted for Steve Scalise. But be that as it may, he did not pursue a floor vote. He made the decision by himself that he did not want to engage in that, and so that's how we got to Jordon. And now you've got these 20 holdouts who don't like that it went that way for Scalise. Some don't like that it went that way for McCarthy, and I think the smallest number would be those who actually don't like Jordon. So the reason I think there's opportunity for movement, and why you've already seen movement since the last vote series, is that it's not like there's some big anti-Jim Jordon sentiment out there. There's just a process concern, and maybe in the meetings that are happening right now, Jim can work a process that gives them a pound of my flesh or does whatever is necessary to ease their concerns.
Look, I just want to echo something here. At what Gates just said, and it's simple. We just need to come together on this one. It's going to be tough that we're ever going to agree on anything unanimously. Look, Gates and I I respect this man and his valor for his country and everything he does in this body. We've disagreed on a couple of stuff. I didn't support vacating McCarthy. He was the architect of it. That nothing changes, right? The reality here is,
George, your low T is showing.
That's okay. That's fine. Look, I come in here. I come in these spaces, and everybody knows my position on that. And look,
no, I love it. Yeah.
You all have fun with it, but it's fine. I still keep coming though. They know I know how they feel, but I still show up, right? Because I think that's important to have that diversity of thought. So I disagree with Gates that I don't think Scalise would have been the right pick for a multitude of reasons, but specifically on leadership skills. I think he's a great man, right? But here's the deal: there is no anti-Jim Jordon sentiment. There is no Jim is not good enough. I think this is all just petty grievances, and that we're gonna be able to get past it. And look, it might take one or two more rounds, but I think we're gonna get there. We're gonna inch closer. And for all of those who are putting out some nonsense theories that it's going to fall apart in the next one, you're wrong. And that kind of thought out there doesn't help us unite. It encourages chaos. So I ask you guys to refrain from making those blatant crazy assumptions, because there is a unified front for Jordon, and I believe he will be speaker today.
And George,
are there any oaths? Sorry, really quick. Are there any oaths or promises that you guys kind of make Jim Jordan adhere to when you nominate him? Because I believe that McCarthy, there was some kind of rules set forth for him. And what are the oaths or promises or rules set forth for somebody like Jim Jordan if he becomes Speaker?
All right, so it's a little different this time because the removal of McCarthy doesn't erase the rules of the House under which McCarthy operated. But at the beginning of every Congress, you have to pass new rules. It's not like Nancy Pelosi's rules just are the default position. You have to begin the Congress with a new rules package. And so we made the strategic decision back in January to negotiate that rules package alongside the speaker contest. Here, the rules already exist. So there's some members who only will support Jordan if he'll share their perspective on the motion to vacate, for example. They don't think it was good that I used that, and they want to raise the threshold for it. But that would require kind of separate action that the body would have to act on to change what is the existing default. So I have no deal with Jordan, no commitment. Jordan doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who makes bad deals or inappropriate deals, or really deals at all for the sake of a leadership position. But we'll see. I think that a lot of the defense hawks who I serve with on the Armed Services Committee, wanted to really hear out his perspective on defense, on top line defense spending. I know a lot of conversations occurred around that subject that resulted in people like Ken Calvert of California, Mike Rogers, Rob Whitman coming on board around the same time period. So that's not to say there was a deal, but just, I think, greater clarity around how a Speaker Jordan would approach some of those specific issues.
I just wanted to jump in here, and George, Matt, thank you guys for joining. But George, you just cleared up a major point that we had been discussing earlier before you two came in, is that the Democrat Party, they work in tandem with one another. And right now, the Republican Party, we look like a joke because we can't rally behind someone. And yet you said, you would have put all your weight behind another candidate. And though, Jordan wasn't necessarily your first pick, you went with those that your constituents want and that you listen to, and one that the leader of our party, President Donald Trump, has endorsed as well. And I think that speaks volumes for your leadership. Matt, thank you for yours, for completely, you can't change things up without changing things up. But that sentiment needs to be echoed through our entire party, because if we cannot work together, though people may hate each other, but the visual of our party actually coming together and working for a speaker that we as Americans want, that would speak volumes. And this posturing and throwing away votes it looks ridiculous. So I wanted to just let you know that I appreciate that. And Matt, I think by now I appreciate you very much.
Matt Gaetz, you have such a fan club. It's so annoying.
Oh my gosh.
George, you're part of my fan club.
George. I'm a fan of yours too, George.
George, you're the biggest diva in Congress. You don't get a little bit of attention.
That's actually true. That's a fact. Yes, you can say it. Look, there's.
Did you tell him what the name of your political action committee that you're going to start is?
Yeah, no. So Matt Gaetz just inspired me to start a political action committee called SLAY, the SLAY PAC.
Obviously, that's a statement George Santos made that will be subject to some scrutiny as to its veracity. But SLAY PAC.
Matt, I think you need to start posting more dinner pics and maybe even some recipes along with it.
Yo, yeah.
By the way,
I took so much heat for that. People were like, "Why are you eating nice things when things are bad for the country?" And it's because my wife, works real hard and does the grocery shopping, and then it's my job to do the dishes and cook like a good husband.
So here's something that I've actually asked Matt, and I'm going to bring it up here. Just quick quick change of subject. Can you all try to help me convince him that him and I should have a cook-off, a chopped style cook-off, congressional cook-off? Can I get y'all's support to convince this thick-headed man to do it? Because he says he's the best cook. I beg to differ. I'm better at it, but whatever.
First of all,
All in favor,
don't
say
confuse a
aye.
thick head. Don't confuse a
Well,
thick
hey,
head
if
of
you
hair
guys get
for a
us a
thick head.
speaker, then let's have a party, right?
Well,
Yes.
You
no.
guys can cook off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
you
can
know
cook
what?
out
So
down on the southern border.
Only if Gordon
To the top,
Ramsay
guys.
is over
I
there.
just pinned to the top what Mrs. Gates apparently she posted yesterday about Matt's cooking, saying that she has a chef as a husband. So that's now pinned to the top. It looks pretty good there, Congressman Santos. I don't
Nick,
know if
my
you really
spouse
want to
says
go
the
up
same
against Matt.
thing. So it's my spouse says the same thing. So it's a tie.
I think we can all agree to the sentiment George picks or it didn't happen.
That's fine. All right. You know what? Game fucking on, Matt. It's on.
Ginger brought the receipts, George.
So
Game on. Game on pictures. We're not food picture posters, but all right. Just
I think Gordon Ramsay would have even approved of that meal that Matt Gates prepared.
Well, let's get back to the speaker's business because
all right. So
this
here,
is more
I got a question for George because the New York delegation right now is obviously up to, there's something going on.
It's the Long Island delegation and adjacent. It's not the whole delegation.
Okay, whatever. So these guys that vote for Zeldin, if Lee Zeldin calls them and says, "Hey, I've worked closely with Jim. Jim's going to be a great speaker for everyone from New York to to California to Florida to Minnesota and everywhere in between." Do you think Lee Zeldin has the ability to move those votes?
Look, here's my opinion. I think Lee Zeldin wouldn't even encourage him to vote for him. But I think we have one of the Long Islanders out of all four of us. We have one that sits in if I'm not mistaken, it's a Joe Biden 16 seat, which is the Esposito. He won by the grace of God, right? And Lee Zeldin at the top of the ticket. And I think he's trying to model himself more as this centrist, work across party lines with everybody kind of situation. And I think to him, it's more palpable and tangible and morally acceptable to go ahead and protest vote for Zeldin than to vote for Jordon, who the Democrats have now labeled as the architect of insurrection and all these other garbage talking points. So I believe Lolota and Garbarino are voting for Zeldin in support of the Esposito so he doesn't single himself out. Because both Garbarino and Lolota are not in really risky districts that they should be worried about.
Yeah, but what's interesting, what you're saying there is if Zeldin could flip D'Esposito, you think that's 3 votes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a matter
that's
of
a big deal. That's a
political
big deal.
calculus. Yeah, absolutely. And I think Mike Lawler has said it early on that he did not believe that he would have an issue voting for Jordon, but he was only going to vote it if his vote mattered. So he clearly, by the time we got to Lawler, his vote didn't matter, so he just did what he wanted to.
Yeah, I don't think Lawler stands in the way of a Speaker Jordan either.
No, he doesn't. Lawler's too smart for this. He's just going to do whatever he thinks he can now. But when push comes to shove, he's smart. He's a political operative. He's won every impossible race that's ever put in front of him, and he knows what he has to do. And look, like I said, my new nickname is going to be simple. If by the next vote, we still have certain holdouts, so they're just going to continue to be called my obstructionist rhinos who don't want Congress to open and back up and running.
All right, well, I'm not saying anything bad about them, but I am going to go try to work some votes. Y'all have a fun space with
I have
Mr.
to run too, but I appreciate you all. Matt, go kick ass. Go get them to vote.
Hey, Congressman Gates, real quick. It's Ivan Raiklan. I wanted to thank both of you. He's out. I wanted to thank both of them for attending the vigil at the D.C. Gulag, the only 2 of the 435 members of Congress. And having said that, is there any discussion with Jordon on who he would be selecting as the next House Sergeant at Arms to start the process of basically creating leverage over the Capitol Police Chief for the release of the footage?
That was a really good question, Ivan. Unfortunately, they both just left.
Yep. They usually do
Man,
that when I ask that question.
really. Who do you think it should be? Some people have said
Cash
General
Patel.
Flynn. Oh, Cash Patel. That's
And here's
interesting.
why. He just wrote the book on government gangsters. A he was a staffer for Devin Nunes, so he understands the inner workings of the House. He was the one that uncovered the illegal spying and the Russia component. He was also that was at the very beginning, so he understands most of the deep state actors within the national security apparatus. And then number two, he served as the chief of staff for acting Secretary of Defense Chris Miller, so he knows that perspective of January 6th from the DoD side of things. If you give him access from the inside, I think he's going to be very motivated, particularly in light of his X-22 interview he just did, where he basically said that the House Sergeant at Arms is in a position to not only subpoena, essentially, whom the Speaker wants to subpoena, but also enforce that subpoena through law enforcement capability uh, in its own right as a House body and not have to rely on the Department of Justice. Meaning, if Cash Patel is the sergeant at arms, I would recommend that he hire, I don't know, J6 defendants to help with research. And number two, hire those recently retired, if you will, or exited military service members from Tier 1 special operations units because they didn't want to comply with the unlawful mandate within the DoD, so that those individuals, I don't know, from, let's just say, name the Tier 1 unit, so that they could go ahead and enforce the subpoena to compel physically, lawfully, those that are being subpoenaed. Think back to what they've done to, I don't know, Steve Bannon. Remember they swatted him? Well, we can lawfully do that through a sergeant at arms that has the courage to implement that. And then obviously you would have to change out the U.S. Capitol Police Chief. And I think the sergeant at arms, if I'm not mistaken, on January 3rd of 2024 will become the chairman of the Capitol Police Board, which will be in that position to fire and then hire a new U.S. Capitol Police Chief, as well as that new Capitol Police Chief can go ahead and appoint the next general counsel, which will help create the legal framework to be able to implement maximally, with maximal authority, the enforcement of subpoenas and necessary rules of engagement within the U.S. House of Representatives grounds, so that, I'll just say this, should the lawless and illegitimate executive branch, quote unquote, failures, the failureship, comes in to testify, and let's just say they are detained, arrested, and held in the House jurisdiction by the Sergeant at Arms, and their surrogates want to, quote unquote, rescue them. When you have individuals that have 10, 20 plus years of experience more than the capability of those executive branch actors that would be in a position to rescue their failureship, I think the calculus changes to the point where they would not want to rescue their failureship.
Hey, Ivan, can I ask you a question? Since
Sir.
you're there in Congress, maybe you know more than I do. But as I understand it, the Capitol Police do have a jail there on the Capitol. So they are able to arrest, right? I don't believe they're able to prosecute. And the scope of their powers as it is restrained to the Capitol grounds itself. So my understanding is, in the absence of the Justice Department cooperating with the Capitol Police to take persons that they place under arrest and file charges and thereafter prosecute, I think that's the only way to that mechanism works. And do you feel differently, or is there something I'm missing?
There's a slight nuance, and so the whole insider game is the Capitol Police Board. I look at the speakers fight from the lens of, it's the uniparty that has to have a Speaker of the House that will maintain the current order, meaning it will not expose the J6 Fedsurrection. So they have to have somebody in place as the Speaker that keeps the Sergeant at Arms at a position where they don't force the current Capitol Police Chief out. So I've done numerous briefings on this and I travel the country. But bottom line here is, you have 3 voting members of the Capitol Police Board, which are the House and Senate Sergeants at Arms and the architect of the Capitol. So the non-voting member of the Capitol Police Board is the U.S. Capitol Police Chief. The one that's currently there was put in place in July 23rd of 2021 after he took over from the acting Capitol Police Chief, Yogananda Pittman. And so Thomas Manger is the current guy who was essentially appointed by the sergeants at arms, the House, which was Pelosi's sergeant at arms, and Schumer's sergeant at arms. So Manger is loyal to Schumer and Pelosi. You can imagine what that looks like. And he was put there to continue to cover up for what happened on January 6th. Now, when we changed the dynamic of that Capitol Police Board with somebody that will actually want to look into January 6th, unlike under McCarthy, because I argue that McCarthy was somewhat in on, I don't want to go into too many details, but the sergeant at arms that he appointed is an acting sergeant at arms. And based on all the indicators, he was placed there as an acting. And since he's not the chair this year of the Capitol Police Board, they were probably going to appoint someone next year if McCarthy stayed in place on January 3rd to be the chair of the Capitol Police Board, but that would be palatable to the uniparty so that he would not create the necessary leverage to kick out the current Capitol Police Chief. Because the Capitol Police Chief right now, Thomas Manger, is there to cover for the Fed's direction. And these aren't my words. I mean, you can look back and listen to everything that Chief Sund has testified about, the former Capitol Police Chief, and also talked about on Tucker, whether it be his second interview with Tucker that was aired on X or the first one, which I think will probably eventually get the full disclosure of it eventually. And then Tarek Johnson. So just to kind of wrap this part up is that what we're fighting right now is control of the Capitol Police Board to then expose J6. Because if we expose J6, then everything else unravels. Both parties, meaning the illegal 2020 election, the COVID, the pandemic component of everything, and everything else. And that is why they're fighting tooth and nail to make sure that they have a Speaker of the House that will continue to provide cover via this Capitol Police Board from exposing what truly happened on January 6th. And it'll implicate not only the legislative branch actors from the 117th Congress, to include McCarthy, I argue, but also, the feds that were involved and, and coordinated with the Intel and Interagency Coordination Division Chief, Yogananda Pittman, IICD Chief for the U.S. Capitol Police. But I've done a very detailed deep dive on all of this, and I just think that the speaker's fight primarily is to maintain the established order to lock in the coup, the parliamentary coup that happened on January 6th, and to not have it exposed. Luckily, we have elements within the Congress, particularly Barry Loudermilk and his subcommittee on oversight for the House Admin Committee, that's trying to get to the truth. But you have the chair of the committee that he reports to, essentially, Brian Stile chairs that, who's a Paul Ryan replacement. And so you can gather what the dynamics are there. So it's an internal fight and struggle to get to the truth of J6, but because so many powerful people on both sides of the aisle would be implicated, that's why it's been 3 years with no release of the CCTV footage to prove that it was curated, manipulated in evidence before it was sent over to the DOJ.
Hey, Ivan, who would you see as replacing Jordan on the House Judiciary Committee as chair? Just curious.
If I were betting, that's a good question. If I were betting, man, I'd put a lot of money on Mike Johnson.
Well, wouldn't in regular order, wouldn't it go to the next senior person on the committee?
Isn't that
so? Daryl Issa or Ken Buck right now?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I mean, Daryl Issa would probably, under the normal rules. I'm not sure because he came out of retirement essentially to run for the seat again, and I'm hearing that he's not running for re-election, so I'm not sure my guess is that he may not want that position. And so if that's the case, it'll be, like you said, And I don't know if Ken Buck would garner the necessary support considering he's doing what he's doing the last
No,
couple
no way
weeks.
it can be Ken
So that's
Buck.
why I'm saying Mike Johnson might be is in that pole position.
Ivan,
And for those that are wondering what he's referring to, Ken Buck is reportedly trying to get a job with CNN.
Ivan, are you on the ground there in DC at the hearings?
No, I just left in the middle of the vote after trying to ask a question of Congressman Eric Swallowswell, but he ran off, and then I also tried to ask a question of
Yeah,
uh,
well, he blocked me, so I
yeah.
can't even tweet at him anymore.
So
How
30
to block people in person? You just have to run from them,
Yeah,
right?
so I mean, he basically ignored me cordially. But then I also tried to ask a question of the brother of 30 Pence, asking him why didn't his brother allow for a quorum on January 6th, and he said, "I don't want to do that today." And unfortunately, he ran off before I could ask him, "What day you want to do it?" Because I'm free tomorrow, the next week, and probably the next decade when you have a moment.
That's awesome. What was the sense of, like? How did it like? What could you tell that people were talking about in back rooms?
No, it was basically where the press gaggle was, so they were ready to go with the press gaggle, and I think that no one really knows what's going to happen until the vote actually occurs, as we saw. Some people were saying that Jordan was going to get 206. It looks like there were 6 folks that surprised us who did not vote for Jordan. So I think, no one really knows what's going to transpire. So Congresswoman Miliotopoulos said it's going to be at least 5 and maybe up to 15 votes. Others were saying it's going to be 3 votes. Others said no clue. So we're kind of in this play it by ear. And as I jumped in and listened to Congressman Gates, his strategy is very effective. I'm sure he's probably going to go and talk to Congressman Lee Zeldin. And then I might do the same thing to find out what's going on with that and to see if he can go ahead and communicate to those 3 in the New York delegation to go ahead and pull for Jordan. Now, I think the person in the most influential position, in addition to Zeldin, obviously, is probably what's her name, Congresswoman. She stood up to nominate Jordan. She's in leadership.
Elise
Elise
Stefanik.
Stefanik.
I don't know why I always forget her name. So yeah, Elise Stefanik. I supported her when she first ran as a freshman. So she's trying to thread the needle between that, the MAGA and the more conventional uh, Republican stance, and I think she's been able to play a fairly effective, threading that needle, and especially with today's when she stood up and rose to nominate Jordan, it was, one part of it was, wow, this is very America first. But then the other part of it was, all right, she's still kind of making talking points to send money to other countries, thus putting American interests secondary, is in my opinion. So I think she threads the needle pretty well. And I think because she's from New York, is in a strong position to influence, particularly the Despositos and maybe a couple of, maybe at least one of the other voters.
Question, Ivan, have you heard any people talking at the hearings or in the hallways about what we're doing on Spaces?
I think I don't think that most of the members really care about Spaces because most of their influence and funding comes from backroom deals and the big money, is my opinion. And it's only those that are actually participating in Spaces that see the value of it. Because let's face it, Gates, his money comes from small dollar donors from the people, and so he has to rely on that for his influence and leverage. And luckily, we've been able to place him in this massively strong position to literally, I want to use my delicate language here, he literally put his implements on the chopping block, massive risk to his political and even beyond political career to go after McCarthy. And the reason why he was able to do that is because of Spaces and literally his ability to so effectively and cogently articulate his stance in very compelling fashion, transparently, that has allowed him to survive.
Yeah, and again, this is the obviously the big question. This is the question I've asked Matt before, and really he's been consistent on this conversation since he got into Congress. I think he even did a documentary about the phone rooms and the phone bank and having to make calls and do all these things versus, taking special interest money, big donor money, all those things. And when you first get to DC as a freshman, and what are you interested in? Oh, I see you want to be on the Armed Services Committee. Well, it just so happens that I've got X, Y, and Z person from that sector over here, or XYZ person from this sector, and there might be a future past Congress for you within this think tank or this or that or the other. And so it is very effective and very important to know that these small money donors, the individual donors, if you can wield that, it does have a lot of influence, and I think he is doing it well. I think that's a good
Well,
point.
having said that, I see we have Congressman Rep. Mike Turner is in the space. So
For him a mic, I've been trying to get him up.
Yeah, we're working on it here.
we want to hear from the people on the inside that we actually know who the registered voters are, right? There's 430 so, and we know which party they're registered to. So this is a pretty transparent election, unlike all the other ones that can incorporate all the other skewing and manipulation, et cetera, that we've uncovered over the last few years.
Right, so we are awaiting vote number 2, round 2. We do expect it today. That even comes from Congressman Jim Jordon's people. So we expect another round here shortly. In the meantime, we're kind of getting sentiment from different Congress people, especially ones that put up tribute votes and such. I was looking down in the comments section in the bottom right-hand corner there, the purple pill, and somebody actually linked to a post from Congressman Anthony Despacito, which, yes, I know, guys. I realize it's a song. It's not a very good song, and he's not a very good congressman. But either way, he did put out a statement, posted to the top. He's talking about, basically, it just looks like the guy kind of wants some attention. He said he wants a speaker who understands Long Island's unique needs. So, because nobody's ever heard of Congressman Despacito, he's put out a statement now that's posted to the top. So, we're waiting round 2. Aaron,
Hey,
you unmuted?
can I make a comment real quick about Despacito? A little context.
Sure. Yeah, that would be good. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I guess there was a delay. Yeah, so Congressman Despacito actually is a member of the House Administration Committee. The reason why that committee is very important is one of the 3 subcommittees on that committee, which is called the Oversight Subcommittee, and it has jurisdictional oversight over the Capitol Police Board. So, the Capitol Police Chief, the Inspector General of the Capitol Police, right? The General Counsel of the Capitol Police, and then the House Sergeant at Arms. And how that's relevant to this discussion, I think, is that they are the ones, in the absence of a specific J6 committee on our side, like Nancy Pelosi created, I argue at the behest of Pence and Liz Cheney as the conduit for that to cover up for J6. This is the committee that's closest to having the authority to uncover further evidence of a Fedsurrection of J6. And I've been communicating with them literally, let's just say almost daily since January, when Congressman Loudermilk was elected or selected as the chairman of that committee. Now, Despacito is one of those members. And the reason why he's important, he's a retired New York Police Department officer. And so having that perspective of a basically serving on the biggest local police organization in the country, knowing those dynamics, I think he's uniquely qualified, particularly in that role and as a freshman, to expose some of the corruption potentially and transgressions that occurred on January 6th because of the lens that he comes with, and not having been, I guess, tainted or exposed because he wasn't in Congress on January 6th of 2021. So even though he's not voting for Jordan, and I get it, he's in that purple or I guess left-leaning district, I think if we understand that he has an outsized influence on being able to expose what happened on January 6th, I argue we have to delicately move him in our favor, because we don't want to push so hard on him that he basically stops going after the truth of January 6th. This is my perspective. So those are my 2 cents.
That is actually a pretty important point. And there, you're going to have even if there are a couple of defectors, Jim Jordan can still become speaker. Pick and choose your battles. The ones that are really movable, and he might be movable eventually, but the ones that are really movable in this whole crowd, as I'm pulling back up my list here, are Rutherford, I think, is potentially movable. Kim Buck should be moving, although he's trying to go work for CNN. Former friend of mine, because anyway, just a lot of things there. I think Mike Kelly's movable. Some of the ones that are probably least movable are Bacon, possibly Desposito, possibly John Rutherford. But I think you can get Sparts and LaMalfa. I don't know. John James is really weird. I can't figure him out. Mike Simpson either. By the way, here's another thing to really point out. 7 of these 20 are all appropriators. Like, these are the swamp creatures. Okay. Kay Granger, Mike Simpson, Mario Diaz-Balart, Steve Womack, John Rutherford, Tony Gonzalez, and Jake Elzey. Those people are going to be among the toughest because they want everything. They want to own the budget. They love having the power to determine not only what they can get in their districts, but what they can keep others from getting in their districts as well, because they control what goes to the floor. And this is part of the problem of the whole doing CRs and omnibuses, because if you do a CR and omnibus, then these are the people who are in control. Whereas if we're following regular order and have all these appropriation bills on the floor with the ability to offer amendments, then they don't have as much control. That's maybe the biggest issue that's at stake amongst a few others. So those are the bad guys, frankly, in my opinion.
All right. So, does anyone have any results yet for the second vote, or know when the second vote is going to happen, Nick?
I've
Trash?
been checking right now. I'm not seeing it yet, but
Well, yeah, Ivan, I just want to say thank you for your analysis. I know you're always very knowledgeable of what's going on inside of the house, and since you were there on the ground today, we
Thanks for the
appreciate.
invite. I might actually head back up there, depending on when they announce this next vote. And can I ask a question? Pose a hypothetical?
Sure.
What happens if Jim Jordan stands up on the House floor in round 2 and says, because I can't secure the necessary votes, I'm going to nominate someone else?
Well, let's say
Trump or something?
This. The only person he could offer is Kevin McCarthy or Steve Scalise. Those are the only 2 options. And Scalise is not going to get the votes, and McCarthy isn't. So you just got the other side of this issue doing exactly the same thing. And by the way, I just got word from a reporter friend of mine that they apparently they have said that they're going to be voting soon. It's not confirmed, but he's right there face to face with it. But that's the thing. Who else can you offer? I mean, this is really the issue.
Could offer Trump. Now, I don't know if you would have some never Trumpers, though, that would refuse. But here's the interesting part about it. Even just to offer Trump to see a vote, it would be a really good, a lot of the people that would vote against Trump, they would be signing their own, what do I call political campaign death certificate. Like their careers would be over. Look at everyone that has went against Trump, like Liz Cheney and others. They have pretty much had their careers destroyed. So, I mean, if you put Trump up on there and let them vote, I think the interesting thing that would come out of it would be these people signing their own end of their own political careers.
Right. I think it might even be a forcing mechanism for the holdouts to then actually vote for Jordan by simply doing that.
Remember at one point there were talks that he was going to show up at one of the meetings? What if he just like tweets out patriotically and peacefully, let your voices be heard?
Listen, I think it'd be really intriguing. There's no way that you're going to be able to get Donald Trump as speaker, or at least I perceive. Let me put it this way: anything's possible, but I perceive there's no way for that to happen.
Well,
But
Jim, there
to
was
show
no way that Donald Trump
people
could have been elected president in
to
2016 either.
no, I get it, Nick. Let me finish what I'm saying. There's no way that I see that can happen. Anything can happen, but it would be very good, in my opinion, for the American people to see who the never Trumpers in the caucus are, or the ones who are brave enough at this stage, at least, to do that. Because that really, if you get down to the core of it, as someone who is as conservative as Matt Gaetz or Thomas Massey or Chip Roy, I don't consider Donald Trump in terms of actual policy exactly where I'm at, but I do want him to be president because he's fantastic and he's done some really good things. But what is the problem here is the never Trump thing, because the heart of what Republican voters want, even though there are some that maybe don't like Trump, but most people are like, well, they're fine with Donald Trump being president. They want that kind of effort taking place in Washington, D.C. It's not just the most dedicated grassroots folks. Even after the primary season's done and Donald Trump's going to get the nomination, you're not going to see massive defections at all. You're very tiny. And you're going to see a lot of people, though, very energized. That's the energy of the party right now. And I think it's healthy, even though I don't agree with everything that Donald Trump did. But I'm very happy with what the man does. And I think the American people are, and many of these members of Congress are as well, too. There is a real opportunity that, and this is a healthy thing, in my opinion, this is a real opportunity to show who the scoundrels are and who the people we can rely on. So, yeah, I'd be happy to see that vote, although I wouldn't think the outcome would.
Well, hear me out on this, Jim. So imagine if there's a groundswell of talk amongst the grassroots and the people about if Jim Jordan doesn't get in, the next person that needs to be nominated is Trump, right? And a bunch of people start like posturing and positioning that if Jim Jordan doesn't get in, next guy's going to be Trump. Well, that's going to get the rhinos to just cave and go, okay, fine, Jim Jordan, because they're not going to want to sign their own end of their political careers by having to vote no for Trump, because Trump will not let them live it down. Trump will be at all his next political campaigns, letting everyone know who the sellouts and the traitors are who voted no. So, there might be something to that just to see it go down,
Millie, Jim, can I chime in for 1 second real quick? I just want to say this, there's no chance in hell that Trump's ever going to be put up on a speaker vote, folks. It's not going to happen.
Well, no, yeah, I'm not
No,
saying
I mean, I'm
that
just saying,
there
if these
is.
people cared about your opinions, Millie, Jim Jordan would be the Speaker of the House right now. We wouldn't be having this conversation. They don't care. Their money does not come from, you and me and people like that. It comes from PACs and special interest groups and things like that. That's who they're beholden to.
But they'll care. Listen, these people will care when Trump's calling them out publicly at his rallies and tens of thousands of people are booing their names. So that's what I'm saying, okay? Doesn't
I
matter
don't
what
think
I
you would
say.
ever get it to a vote is what I'm saying. You're never going to even get this to the vote on the floor. It's not going to happen. There's not enough Republicans that would put his name through. Yeah, I mean, I would have never thought that Chip Roy would turn on Donald Trump like he has. And that's a whole other subject and a whole other discussion. But when you look at
what the whole point, it's an exercise in letting them out themselves. Don't you get it? The
Real
whole
quick,
point is letting
quick,
the never Trumpers out themselves.
No, I get it, but my point is, how are you going to even know the vote? Because it's never going to make it to the floor. You're not going to know. Period.
It's going to be a secret vote, is what Matt's saying. It's going to be behind closed doors.
What Millie is promoting is an Overton window strategy, which is, right, if these guys don't want to play ball, then we need to advance a candidate, right, that they really are afraid of, so that they'll swallow the pill. Right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Well, so let me throw something in there real quick.
Real quick, Jim. I just want to finish on this point real quick, which is I was very hesitant to get behind Jim Jordan, right? I have my questions about big tech and big pharma, who he answers to. If this clown show cannot unite behind Jim Jordan, I want to turn this into the circus that it deserves to be. I don't know what ballot number that is, but if they go 5, 10, 15 ballots, and I encourage all of my people to suck it up and go support Jim Jordan despite like what I was concerned about, let me tell you, like at that point, it's all out where I will try to build 50 disparate coalitions inside the Republican Party who can fight with each other endlessly. Like at that point, like if you can't suck it up and unite behind Jim Jordan, right, despite our protests, despite the fact that we decided to unify, well then let the circus be a circus and at least get some entertainment, right? I want to see I want to see Roseanne Barr, I want to see Andrew Tate, I want to see Zelensky, like I want to see them all nominated, and like just let them hash out and expose themselves to the clowns that they are.
Well, so by the way, one brilliant part about your point, Dustin, is I do believe the Overton window has shifted so that you could have an interesting vote on Donald Trump in this. But keep one thing in mind about the dynamic here, guys, and this is a constitutional matter as well. The House, once we elect members to the House, it's their job to organize themselves. That includes electing a speaker, creating their own rules. Like we don't create those rules as voters. We send representatives who do this. So the challenge with that is, even though we should provide pressure from the outside, and that's wholly appropriate because that's our right to do that, they have to figure it out themselves, and we elect them to do that. What we need to do is figure out how to, on a more consistent, regular basis, influence them in the right direction. And that's why this is healthy, because we know who the nut jobs are. Like I shared up in the top there. There's already Gonzalez's opponent has already put out, hey, and he got a lot of people looking at it. Hey, support me because we're going to take this guy out of here. That's the healthy part of this that we're all doing, that every one of you are doing because of the pressure that you've put on. And so we're winning this process, that we're at this stage where Jim Jordan might become speaker. I'm convinced that he's the only guy who has any sense of activists like us that could even potentially become speaker. And if he does, I guarantee you, folks, it's a net positive. And you're going to have frustrations. But man, to just have somebody that's willing to think through this, and who is MAGA, he will stand up for Donald Trump in that position. You're not going to have a Paul Ryan who was literally working against Donald Trump the entire time. And Donald Trump didn't recognize it fully. He was trying to be nice with him because Mike Pence was good friends with Paul Ryan, and I believe gave Trump the idea that he could talk Paul Ryan into helping out. Well, he didn't. He undermined him everywhere. So this is a big problem, and Jim Jordan's a big step forward just in that regard alone. Like, he is the Trump candidate for this in many ways, even with all the weaknesses and problems that may come along the way. So but again, back to phenomenology suggestion, or Millie's, I can't remember, I guess it's Millie's suggestion, that we vote for Trump. I would love to see it, and I'd love to out these people that way.
I have a message from Esposito, somebody that just called Esposito's office. They said that their guy read, and this person is in their district, they read a prepared statement that said that Esposito will not vote for Jordan because of 9/11, or because of 9/11. I wonder if he means January 6th, money and Sandy hurricane relief. I wonder if he meant to say January 6th, but that's what the...
No, I think it's Sandy Hurricane.
No, he did not. We've actually,
back at the time when we were voting on that.
Jim, it's actually, just to clarify for the audience here, it's actually pinned at the top. It's the second pinned post now that shows the statement that De Esposito, Republican from New York, posted. Go ahead, Jim.
Despacito. But anyway, so it is Sandy relief because Jim Jordan led the conservative move against the Sandy relief that got Chris Christie all up in an uproar, so that he did photo ops with Barack Obama that helped him get reelected. I mean, it was that close to the election in 2012. And Jim Jordan, and I was there at the time, Jim Jordan, amongst all the conservative guys, were working hard against Sandy relief. So there's no doubt about it. That was part of it. And by the way, one of the worst things about his statement that he's negative Desposito about Sandy relief is FEMA dollars that are put together as emergency funding. That is the most corrupt money in all of government. It's far more corrupt than even the Ukraine money. Folks, I'm telling you, because they keep this slush fund going and they're paying off political contractors. It is not primarily helping people in desperation, and it does do some of that. I think it's entirely unconstitutional for the federal government to be doing any kind of relief money like that. By the way, just quick side note. But some of it is good. Most of it is a slush fund that pays off political patronage. It is amazing when people make that argument because they like to tell you and try to make the case all the people they're helping, and why would you turn back emergency money? Well, the reason is you should, because they're paying off their friends and buddies.
Thank you so much. Dustin, go ahead.
Can I take a moment to call out my good friend Matt Couch? I saw you put out a tweet earlier, Matt. You're in Arkansas too. Steve Womack is acting a little goofy, and I think there'd be a lot of people in this room who might be excited about maybe you making a run for Congress.
Yeah, that tweet was a huge mistake. It went viral. Was not expecting that to happen. Was just trying to prove a point, maybe push Steve in a different direction. I hope that clown get elected, and as well as many other state senators and reps in this state. He's a disgrace and an embarrassment. He always has been lazy. I mean, it's just this is a guy who who literally wouldn't. I mean, he won't look me in the eye. He looks down at his shoes when I'm at events with him, and so it's just one of those things where I don't know. I mean, I put out a tweet for what Dustin's talking about possibly running, and it went. I mean, it went viral. I think it's got close to 1 million views or something already. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
But
lucky for you, Matt, we pinned it to the top up here.
Oh, thanks. Really appreciate the support, Nick. Jesus. Yeah,
Matt,
I mean, I've been
you
going
already
after a lot
know.
of guys, Don Bacon and lots of folks. And so I'll yield back to Trash here. But, I mean, I'm interested, but, I mean, at the same time, it's, it's a political, running for, I've ran campaigns. There's a big difference between running them and being the guy that's actually running for office when it comes to peeling the onion back. And I got nothing to hide. I've got a bankruptcy in my past from a marriage. I'll own it. I mean, I don't mind throwing out Denton and Hale shit and, playing a saxophone in front of Arsenio Hall. I mean, that I'm cool with all that. It doesn't bother. I'm not easily intimidated here. So I think that's what's going to get to these guys if it's somebody like I run, because I just don't. I mean, I don't care what they say about me. I mean, my God, all you do is Google my name and look at Rolling Stone or BuzzFeed or Right Wing Watch. So if I cared about what these people said, I'd be in the fetal position every day crying, Nick.
Yeah, and just before I toss it to you, Aaron, I just want to remind the audience here, we're expecting this second vote, round 2 vote for Jim Jordan for Speaker any minute now. I mean, I don't know what they're doing. Maybe they went out for drinks. Maybe they're bullshitting around in the back room. I mean, who really knows? But either way, we are expecting a round 2 vote here shortly. We're expecting some votes to flip toward Jordan, but there is also the possibility that some votes flip away from Jim Jordan. So, I mean, there's really, this is sort of unpredictable because, a lot of these Congress people react based on what their lobbyists and donors tell them to do. And I guess those phone calls are happening right now. But Aaron, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to bring everyone's attention. I don't know if this was just discussed or not, but Matt Couch had a tweet that went viral, and he's going to run against Womack. So I don't know if we've talked about that yet, but I just wanted to kind of put that out there. But on a serious, and Matt, I'm already behind you 100%. We've already talked about it. But
oh yeah, man. Juanita Broderick just sent me a text and said she'll be on the campaign trail with me. So this is just getting out of control.
Can you remind the audience, Matt, who Juanita Broderick
love is in bloom.
I'm telling you, yeah. Well, Juanita's a dear friend. She's like another mom to me. She lives an hour away in Fort Smith, Arkansas. She's the one that she has a great book, by the way, called "Put Some Ice on It." If you haven't read it, I encourage you to get it. But basically, she's the one that Bill Clinton had her way with, and basically, as he was leaving the hotel room, he tossed her an ice pack and said, "Better put some ice on that." And Donald Trump even had her sitting in the front row at his debates with Hillary Clinton. So Juanita's a firecracker. For 80 years old, I would not want to piss her off, Nick.
No, hang on just real quick. So I want to get to Dustin here, and the real reason I unmuted was earlier in the conversation when we were listening to Congressman Gates and Santos. They did bring up points in unifying and trying to find a way to unify this and get it over the finish line. But number two, I just had this thought, and Matt, I actually text you this when they brought up specifically the 3 votes out of the New York sector, and I got to wonder what Chris Christie's doing and trying to rally up support and pressure. It seems like that's probably what he's doing if they're talking about Hurricane Sandy. But I think that felt like a signal flare, and so like to Nick, your point, where we may see some votes swing the other way. But it felt like all of them voting for Zeldin was a signal flare, like, hey, you need to come talk to us. And I think Matt understood that. It sounds like he went to go talk to them. So I see the tweet. I understand the history behind it. I think Jim, excellent context on that, by the way. But it seems to me that there is a path forward here. But we're probably going to see more clownery and grandstanding, I think, on this next vote. Like you said, Nick, I think we'll see some switch the other way. We've had people that indicated that's exactly what they're going to do. It's going to be a little bit of a circus. And it's funny enough, the only people accusing chaos are people accusing Gates and others of chaos, but these are the ones that are actually causing the chaos, right? So, Matt, I'm with you 1,000%. I say we get Womack out of there. We're going to put you in there. And honestly, dude, you have way more national support than anybody trying to unseat anybody in that district. It's probably a reality, Matt. I got to be honest.
Why I have
Yeah,
to,
I know. Dustin Stockton's text messages are scaring the hell out of me right now.
I was gonna say I have some breaking news. Matt Couch has committed to me via text message that he is running against Steve Womack if he does not change his vote. Like that is a full-fledged written commitment. Matt Couch, I am so proud of you, brother.
And for some godforsaken reason, Matt has asked me to run his campaign, and I don't understand why anybody would do that. That sounds
Well,
like an absolute disaster.
and
And there's
Nick,
no casting couch. There's a congressional couch.
and Nick,
No more. Never do that again. Never, never,
I've
ever do that again. No more of your sound effects. Okay, Ivan, you're great, but your sound effects aren't.
and I've also committed
I thought you were yelling at me, Nick.
I would just like to confirm that I was a witness to Matt asking Nick to run his campaign. So you're not able to like wriggle your way out of this one, Matt.
You guys are all laughing now, but when Nick and Dustin and Aaron, have to be on my staff and go to this shithole and live in D.C. with me, it's not gonna be. We're not gonna be laughing anymore. I'm just throwing that out there.
Trust me,
Dibs on
Matt.
the
I got to
super
tell you,
PAC.
Matt.
That's where all the real money is. It's where all the fat cats go. So I'm running Matt's super PAC officially.
Yeah,
And by
when
the way, Matt,
when Trash and Jen are my spokespeople, the liberal media are going to have Why do you have a male and a female spokesperson? Because that's what we are. We're all about equality on this campaign.
diversity.
and by the way, Matt, I do want to tell you it is a cesspool. Sorry to break your bubble. I know you're really excited.
Thrilled, Jim.
Womack,
Thrilled.
but
Yeah.
I got some breaking news. If you guys are into breaking news,
Love it. Go ahead,
we
John.
don't do that here. We don't like
2016 presidential candidate, former governor of Louisiana, Bobby Jindal, has just endorsed Donald Trump for president in 2024. So he's got that going for him.
Bobby
Well, I'll
Jindal
tell
is
you what.
awesome. He is such a great person. I love Bobby Jindal.
He makes a mean gumbo too, by the way.
He was a fantastic governor, and we're going to have an even more fantastic governor now that my friend Jeff Landry is going to be governor of Louisiana. You think Jindal was good? It is going to knock it out of the freaking park. Louisiana is going to be so fun.
Hey, Jim, you should bring Scott Pressler up since he was the guy down there clotheslining people to help make that happen. He's down here.
I'm a huge fan of Landry. Obviously, I'm because of the Missouri v. Biden case. I've listened to him speak. Huge fan. So when I saw that come out that he won and in convincing fashion, I was really happy for that. Jeff Landry is an American patriot.
He is. He. By the way, he comes across. He's a total. Like I always tell him this. You're like total swamp people because he is. I mean, he's a total Louisiana guy. But what's interesting is he's one of the most, and I've known a few of them, he's one of the most brilliant lawyers that I've ever known. He would be in Republican study committee meetings schooling people on this NDAA crap that we've been fighting for 10, 15 years. And I mean, he embarrassed people. The guy is awesome. And Missouri v. Biden, as you mentioned, Aaron, it really has its strength because Jeff Landry grabbed hold of it when they had a change in attorney general in Missouri. He was already involved anyway, but the guy is amazing. I'm just really thrilled that he's going to be governor.
Yeah, I'm highly impressed with him. Real quick, I got a message in my DM. It seems like it probably makes sense to me. It's regarding the holdouts in New York. I'm going to read it because it does make sense. It says, I'm from Long Island. I'm a friend of George. Talking about Santos, he's my congressman. This person's saying it's the Nassau and Suffolk GOP chairs that are anti-America First. So they seem to be part of this. But just wanted to throw that out there if anybody had anything.
That would not be surprising, by the way.
Yeah, so that seems to be, and that it seems to be that they're probably using those events as an excuse when the reality is this is probably what. But I still feel like that was a signal flare, voting for Zeldin, and I think that I'm hoping we can find some common ground and make this work.
It would be nice for Lee to come out and endorse Jim because I think Lee probably is favorable to Jim. I'm not a big fan of Lee Zeldin's voting record, but he does everything I've seen. I didn't ever know him because he came in after I left Capitol Hill, but just seems like a really tremendous guy. He's kind of your moderate Republican. That's just
yeah. You're more of a Kathy Hochul type guy, aren't you, Jim?
Oh, totally, Kathy Hochul. Wow,
she is hot as hell.
Like Hillary.
Nick, I'm eating lunch. Stop it.
Yeah, really, that's kind of gross. But hey, she really looks awesome with her mask on.
For somebody that was not elected, really, for governor, she's wielding an awful lot of power there. So, but any updates, guys? I'm sitting here eating my lunch. Sorry about that. I'm on the left coast, so it's 12:30, and we're obviously going to be going all day. So I do need my calories.
Did any of the congressmen say whether or not the threshold for the motion to vacate was on the chopping block?
They did not indicate. And actually, we had Gates and Santos in the space. Everyone's pressing them. What deals are being made? We want to know, but they are not forthcoming on what they're talking about in the background. And I understand why. Once you publicly come out with something you're talking about in private, regardless of how you feel as an American, and I don't like it, I like transparency. You can't break that trust because it'll cause serious problems, which I would expect. It would be like me being in a direct message group and me just like sharing screenshots of it and putting it out in public. Although these people are in Congress that are making decisions for our government, so I kind of get it. I don't like it, but I get it.
Yeah, I think all of these conversations should be taking place out on the floor in front of everybody.
I mean, I get it. I'm with you.
And why aren't they, Jim? Just because that's an audience question I keep getting down there in the bottom right-hand corner as I sit here and munch on bread, because that's pretty much the only thing I have here, and I can't leave for the rest of the day because I got to wait on people to stop fucking around with the whole Jim Jordon vote thing. But
it's because the House makes their own rules, right? The Constitution gives them that flexibility, and they don't want people to see how the sausage is made. And
yeah, what's the question? Why don't they do the public votes? Is that what?
Yeah, I mean, come on. Why can't we do things in front of the people that elected them to office? Why do we have to do backroom deals all the time? All it does is make people lose faith in the system, and you know that.
Well, they've had 2 weeks. They've had 2 weeks to negotiate in the back rooms, right? The fact that they
they keep going on vacation, Dustin. They keep going on vacation. I don't know where they're going.
That's why I'm just so irate. Like, you've had 2 weeks behind the scenes to cut whatever deals. Like, get to effing work, right? Like, just get to effing work.
No, I agree with you, but like so Dustin, I agree. This should have been hashed out long before. They could have done this. It was to prove a point publicly, right? It was to use your vote publicly to do some kind of grandstanding and some kind of signaling to either your voting bloc or people who are your opponents. And it's just boring to me. Like, it's stupid. Like, let's sit down. Let's be adults. Let's figure this out. Enough with the grandstanding.
So the reason we do this is because we have a two-party system. I mean, that's at the core of it. That's why. Because these guys, they organize by party, and they want to be able to control the process. I mean, the other vestige of this that's just as bad as these private meetings that they have related to picking the speaker, like we're all rightly complaining about, is the Republican conference and the Democrat conference have a subgroup within them called the steering committee. The steering committee does all the voting on who'll be committee chairs. Like they usually do it by the speaker's preference. But that steering committee, which has about 25 people on it, they make all those decisions. And those decisions are important in the sense that, not that it should be important in this regard, but it is important because committee assignments can determine how much money you raise. And they literally choose the people to get that quote unquote benefit. And I'm using air quotes here, to be able to, to hold people in line, because we'll take you off if you don't. As I've had a boss who didn't play the game, had that happen to him. This is also part of the problem with these appropriators that are holding out, because they're crybabies who want their special privileges, and they get it because they align up with leadership. And this system has gotten so rank for so long. It's a vestige of a two-party system. This is why George Washington argued against it in his farewell address and said, be careful, because he already saw it developing between the Jeffersonian Democrats and the Federalists. He saw what was coming down the line. He was wise to point it out. And that backroom dealing is why we have such a problem today.
Yes, it is. I agree. And again, it's that whole pipeline of special interests and everything else. Matt Gaetz talked about this a lot. And like, listen, I'm a fan of Matt Gaetz right now, but I may not be, depending upon what he does moving forward. It's always going to change because it's policy, not personality. But again, he seems to be the only one bringing this to the conversation, right? He's talking about, as a freshman, when you get into DC, you get up there, says, hey, what kind of committees do you want to be on? Oh, no kidding. Well, I've got X, Y, and Z person that would be good for you to talk to. Let's go out and have some nice dinners and steaks and wine and get wined and dined. And then it just starts that process. And then it's completely corrupted what the purpose of our Constitution was supposed to be and what our process was supposed to be. And I'm Dustin, I'm with you in many respects. But at the end of the day, if it takes 15 votes to get this done, at least we've got some semblance of a functioning republic. And maybe we can start little by little chipping away, getting more people into these positions that do hold the Constitution in America first, agendas. And slowly but surely, maybe we can grab some of this back. I think that's the only answer. Nick, do you have any update if because they're supposed to be starting the vote here, what, 15 minutes, I think someone said?
Yeah, that's the last number that I heard. 5 minutes ago, I heard 20 minutes. So I guess that would mean about 15 minutes from now, hopefully. But you know how Congress is; they're never on time. So we'll see.
Well, let me tell you what I perceive is going on, just because I have to tell you, I've never, staff members except for leadership staff don't go in to these House caucus meetings. So I was never on leadership staff, so I never went in one. But I always felt I was sort of there because I was hearing from my members what was going on. And let me tell you what I think is happening right now. We'll find out. We're going to find out shortly. But if I had to guess, what's happening is that these 20 people, most of these 20 people said, okay, there you go. So we didn't let Scalise run because he didn't have the votes. Now you don't have the votes. So what are you going to do about that? And that kind of discussion's happening. I think that's why it's delaying and hadn't come back quickly, because they're having this discussion, and those people are probably pretty much putting their nose to the grindstone, so to speak, and saying they want to do something different. And some people are possibly making a pitch for Scalise or McCarthy. Now, that having been said, I think better heads ultimately are going to prevail, and I think Jim Jordan's going to be speaker. But that kind of tension, I think, is probably what's roiling around internally.
Who do you think we can get Rogers to lunge at this time? Because I need some new meme material.
Well, I like to tell the story that my friend and former fellow chief of staff Richard Hudson is the one who stopped the first major physical altercation on the floor of the House of Representatives since the Civil War. And I don't know, he might have already done that in this conference meeting. He's a pretty high strung dude, that's for sure.
I'm sorry, Annie Grayer. It looks like she's a reporter for CNN on Capitol Hill. She's reporting saying source tells me Scalise and Jordan just met. Looks like it was about 15 minutes ago. Jordan asked for Scalise's help in the speaker race. Scalise wouldn't commit, not being a team player. Now, again, Capitol Hill reporter from CNN. I don't know, what her bent is on that, or if there's anything that's true. But
No, that's probably true. I just was seeing that myself. Here's another one from Lee Zeldin. He tweeted out and said, with so many pressing issues facing our nation and world, America is not getting the leadership it needs from the White House and Senate. I've worked closely with Jim Jordan for many years, and am confident he has the talent to do a great job as the next House Speaker.
That reads to me, stop voting for me, you idiots.
And by the way, again, I don't know Lee well, but my sense of him from everything I hear is that he certainly did not stir that up. Those were just New York people saying, okay, we don't want to vote for McCarthy maybe, or whatever. Who do we want to vote for? And they did that.
Jim, do we have any idea like what the appropriation guys and the defense guys really want to see for Ukraine in the budget? Is there a number that you're hearing?
No, I haven't heard numbers. I've they want a blank check for Ukraine, because most of them, maybe not all of them, but most of them have determined that we're going all in for Ukraine financially to let them do whatever they need to do to hold off Russia for as long as they can. That's what I think that is all about.
I just read a report that said that the House was going to keep voting as long as it took to get a speaker elected. I was curious how much the temporary speaker that's overseeing these proceedings has power over like how this is scheduled and how long it can be drawn out.
They have all power. McHenry has all power about opening the floor. He'll listen to others and they'll decide together. But ultimately, he's the one that opens the floor and proceeds with votes.
So, Jim, does that mean that he can proceed with business as usual?
It does not. There is no provision, and I just reconfirmed that in a little back end research. He has no authority to move legislative business at all. An elected Speaker pro tem does have that ability, or at least it's limited, but not quite as limited. But an appointed Speaker pro tem, when the chair is vacant, has no authority to move legislation at all.
This question came up last night: does the Speaker pro tem fall into the line of succession, presidential succession?
That's a good question. I don't know that for sure. My guess is not. And I've heard discussion along those lines, but they very well may be in the line of succession. But my guess is not. I mean, it is called the Speaker pro tem, which just means temporary, on purpose. And so my guess is that it wouldn't fall in the line of succession. But I'd have to look that up, because that rule is not a House rule. That's a legal standard, and I just haven't looked at what the law says recently to see if it accounts for that.
I did want to kind of, and it's going to be hard, but I'm glad Dustin and Jen are here and Matt's here as well. Maybe Jim, you have some insight, but I've been brought up an interesting point earlier that I've known, and I was talking to Matt in the back channels about this, because I've spoken with Tarek from the Capitol Police, and a lot of this fight may be part of what he was talking about, that they really are trying to keep a lid on what happened at January 6th. And that's why they're struggling. That's why there's all these battles about the tapes and everything else. And when you appoint a new, new Capitol Police Commissioner, or whatever the actual official title is, that is going to cause ripples. And I think that's part of the fight here. I wanted to kind of unpack that if you guys know a little bit more, because I've heard Tariq talk about this, and now I'm hearing it again. Does anybody have any insight on that conversation?
I don't know. I don't.
I I imagine, Aaron, that plays in. I don't think it's a primary matter. Now, it is an important one though. And when you hear people like some of these no votes for Jim Jordan saying that he needs to be someone that is not an election denier or whatever, and however they're wording that, that tells me that it's an issue for sure. There are definitely people who have this odd, weird idea that giving up the J6 tapes, for example, is going to cause harm at the Capitol. I think that's bogus and absurd. Like, oh, well, I know where the cameras are. So, okay, whatever. I mean, yeah, maybe that's important, but listen, they got cameras freaking everywhere. So you find the one spot. I mean, and if that's a problem, then put a camera there if it's not there. These kind of issues, when it comes to the House of Representatives, which is not precisely the same as the president and the Secret Service, the need to protect Secret Service, because the president can actually take specific actions which you need to be cautious of. A legislative body, even though you need security there, their only power is what they send over to a president to sign. Beyond that, they don't have really any power at all. Their power is legislative only, it's not administrative. So there are just so many stupid arguments that these people make that really mean nothing and frankly frustrate the American people to the point that now McCarthy is subject to the first speaker in history to be subject to a motion to vacate. And that's, I think, again, this is why this whole thing's healthy, because we're having these discussions and it's got to come out in the open and people need to be seen for who they are.
Nick, when I get back to the office, I might actually be able to add like some audio or whatever. I don't know if you know this, but I put out a thread that Matt Gaetz, he was on Timcast like 8 or 9 months ago, and I kind of clipped it and had several different clips in it. But I think it might be beneficial to play some of those clips. They're only about a minute long, and it broke down the 3 different structures of what they negotiated, how they negotiated, and I also have the clips about him talking about when it's like to go into DC. Like that might be some valuable background context for the space if you would want me to do that to kind of shake things up a bit. I don't know.
Absolutely, absolutely, and it all depends on timing here, because while we do expect a round 2 vote here very shortly, we also expect a round 3 vote sometime after. So we can definitely do that. We're gonna have plenty of time, and I
Hey,
think that would be interesting, because that seems to be a question that a lot of people are having, Aaron.
hey, Nick, Trash, Millie, and everybody. Real quick, I came up to, I had a suggestion for the meme makers because I can't do that. But I also, with regard to the question with Capitol Police and the speaker having the ability to, if you will, name a new person in charge of that, it's my understanding that Nancy Pelosi also locked down all the J6 videos as work product of the committee. And because she is responsible for what committees, happen or whatever, she had supposedly the authority to do that. And she had it written that only the speaker has the ability to release those. So that's what she decreed, right? So giving up the speaker spot now may mean that that's open season. And I have a sneaking suspicion that one of Kevin McCarthy's deals with her, along with letting her stay in the office, was not releasing those tapes for God knows what reason, what she has over him. But as regards to the memes, I foresee a wagon with no wheels being pulled by Bacon with McCarthy sitting in the chair, right? With a rhino horn or something. I don't know.
I love that meme idea, Dr. Angela.
I can
Look,
make
we are, guys, we are a part of the great meme war of I guess technically 2024. And it's just heating up now. I don't know if everybody saw the memes that came out this weekend for some of the best that I've seen in a long time for Mike Rogers, Captain Toupee himself. They were
I called him
absolutely
Rep Rug Rogers.
Rep Rug Rogers.
Rep Rug Rogers. Yep.
Vote for Jim Jordan, or there will be hell to pay.
I liked my Rogers Karen meme myself. Seemed to have ruffled some feathers with women with similar haircuts. Not sure what that's about, but yeah, no, I'll work on that one for you, Angela. I think I've got an idea. That sounds more like a comic, but I think I can make that work. With no wheels, huh? Matt's got his hand up for some reason.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if any of you meme makers can get a picture of Steve Womack and put a big ass fly on his head because he looks just like Mike Pence, I'd like to get that around all my constituents on social media in the Ozarks here.
Congressman
yeah, give me 30 seconds. Yeah, give me 30 seconds. I got it.
I did that with Hakeem.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, in the meantime, while Aaron takes his 30 seconds here, just to kind of give an audience an update here, it looks like Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart, who has said that he's one of the I'll use a nice word, members who is stomping his feet and complaining and whining about Jim Jordan for God knows what reason, has just released a formal letter to Patrick McHenry, who is the Speaker pro tem, demanding that a vote happen immediately. I pinned it to the top for anybody that's interested. Although Jim Jordan's team has said that there will be a second vote sometime today. I don't know what this guy's issue is. I don't know what his goals are. Does anybody know? Is anybody keeping tabs on this Mario Diaz-Balart, supposed Republican from Florida that is adamantly against Jim Jordan? Does anybody have any idea what's going on with him?
He's an appropriator. It's into that appropriations thing. He is one, from my experience, he's one of the most establishment people in the Republican caucus. And I mean, he's a nice guy to talk to. He's not, a constant jerk, but he's totally committed to the structure the way it is. Like he's one of the most inflexible in that regard. And it's interesting because he's never been much of a rabble rouser of this sort in the past. But this is also the first time for him that it's ever been tested that I'm
Is he
aware
a
of.
rabble rouser? Do you think he's just trying to get attention now?
Oh, no, he's totally committed to the appropriations process being in control of the likes of the John Boehner, Paul Ryan types. That's what he wants. That's literally what he wants. And he perceives Jim Jordan as breaking that. In fact, I'll tell you, let me put this light on it. I'm convinced that there are people like him, and there are quite a few of them, that are totally going nuts that we might get out of this pattern of doing continuing resolutions. They're scared to death of it because they control everything. I mean, literally, the appropriators and leadership, as I said earlier, write all these CRs. There's no other member input at all. It's one of the most corrupt aspects of this entire process. Both parties' leadership do this, and we need to get these appropriations bills back on the floor so that this spending is held more accountable. They don't want that because Mario Diaz-Balart is a subcommittee chairman in appropriations, and whatever, I can't remember which subcommittee it is, but whatever one that is, he runs the show on spending. He dishes it out, doles it out. I had a circumstance when I was working for Tim Huelskamp. There was going to be a new level 4 bacterial research facility, kind of like the Wuhan lab, except we in the United States we do it the right way. It was going to be in Manhattan, Kansas, and the appropriators, they were threatening Tim, and all this kind of stuff. And I mean, these people were nuts. So Tim was standing firm, and they were threatening to take the funding away from that. And it deserved to be on the Kansas State University campus, which it ultimately did go there, because that is a good place to do this. Is the National Bioagricultural Research Facility, and that's a great school for ag. So it had already started, and they wanted to pull it away, and they were threatening Tim about it. Like, this is the kind of power that they have. They love throwing this kind of stuff at people. They love having this kind of power, and they do not want to give it away. That's literally what's at stake with this Jim Jordan thing. People like him perceive that whole process will go away. Well, frankly, prior to Newt Gingrich, that process didn't exist. You had to really fight for what you wanted. You had to work one-on-one with everybody and get consensus amongst all the members. That does not exist anymore, and they don't want to lose it.
Awesome. So, I guess this is my analysis on it, just from the sounds of it, that this guy's stomping his feet saying, hurry up and vote. Seems like they're trying to do everything they can. The people who are for Jim Jordan rushing to try to persuade more people to vote for Jim Jordan. So they would be, if anything, wanting more time to ensure that they have the votes that they need. So if he's stomping his feet saying, just hurry up and vote, it could be that, he feels like he wants to rush it forward so that when the vote happens, it appears that not much progress has been made for Jim Jordan, so people start to lose hope in that as an option. All right, go ahead, Dustin.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. And the Mr. Gays for Trump has just messaged me with a tweet from Rep. Steve Womack, who will be the former Rep. Steve Womack once Matt Couch gets in the race down there in Arkansas. Steve Womack has been a hard no on Jim Jordan, and he tweeted saying that he agrees with Mario Diaz-Balart. He says we need to bring this to the floor ASAP to get to the work of the American people. I don't know what he means by that. I don't know if he means, I don't know. What are they expecting to happen here? That's what I don't understand. So go ahead, Nelly. You can jump back in. I don't know where you're going to, but
go, Dustin.
Yeah. So I see listen. If this guy Mario Diaz-Balart wants to get some attention, I say we give it to him. So I see a bunch of my meme army down there. I think Paul Blart Mall Cop is a effective meme in this instance, and I will be rewarding CBDC tokens to my 4 or 5 favorite Mario Diaz-Balart appropriations cop, or whatever you guys come up with. But superimposing him on Paul Blart's face, I think, is a winner here.
I should have brought that up, but I have thought about that for years since that movie came out. I'm so glad you made that reference. That would be perfect.
Make sure you guys
other
tag me so I
news
can
here,
share 'em.
guys. In other news here, I don't know. I haven't confirmed this yet. I'm working in the background. There's a lot of stuff going on here today. It's kind of a jam-packed day. I haven't been able to confirm the source here, but it looks like the White House is possibly eyeing a $100 billion Ukraine and Israel request. So maybe it's good that we don't have a speaker right now. might save $100 billion. I'm not sure, but I'd be curious to see how much of that $100 billion would go to Ukraine versus Israel. Are we talking 98 billion for Ukraine and 2 billion for Israel? I feel like it's going to be pretty lopsided.
You mean how much would come back to the pockets of the leaders?
Exactly. Thank you, Dr. Angela. That's exactly what I think.
Well, Jason, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, Mario Diaz-Balart is huge in the Cuban community down in Florida. He comes from Cuban parents. And I know the Cuban community stands behind President Trump, and President Trump's pick is Jim Jordan. So that is another angle of all of this, to try and rally the Cuban community to make phone calls to Mario to let him know that they would like Jim Jordan as speaker.
We did too, and I encourage that. By the way, tag me if you do the Paul Blart memes so I can get the rewards out. But Nick, you saw that Zelensky was trying to tag along with Blinken to Israel. Like, I want to see if the money, where the money. Like, you guys can't take it away from me. This is all I've got left, people.
Yeah, and what happened there? The Israeli government shut him down and said, "Nah, man, no thanks, thanks, but no thanks."
Yeah, they were like, take your Robert De Niro stilt shoes and get the hell out of here, pal.
All right.
Let's see.
I have now successfully added Diaz Ballart's head to a amazing Paul Blart image. I am working on that very closely. That's why I'm here. I'm also eating my lunch, but I've already, Matt, I've already issued you your fly on Womack's head. I am just about done with Ballart here.
Thanks, Trash. I'm adding phone numbers to it now so that my constituents can actually make phone calls based on Womack's fly forehead here.
So obviously we're just having some fun. We're going to be here all day, guys. We're just kind of kicking it around, waiting for this next vote to kick off. I think there's been some amazing analysis today by everybody, and just keep it up and keep it coming. And I'm trying to look at as well as Nick is down in the comments. So keep that going.
Yeah, and it looks like from the people, our sources on the ground there in D.C. that are at the Capitol right now are saying that basically there are Congress people that are just kind of floating around right now, waiting outside the House chamber for something to occur here. They're waiting for the call of the chair, and currently the chair is the real chair is technically vacant, but we're sitting here trying to fill it. But it's Patrick McHenry right now, the Speaker pro tem. And I don't know if you heard this earlier, Jim, but maybe you can kind of give us some insight. It seems that Hakeem Jeffries mentioned something along the lines of possibly making a deal with Republicans to make Patrick McHenry the Speaker of the House.
Well, there was talk of that sort of thing. Who knows? That's basically the deal that Republicans were trying to make with him. There was no attempt to make a deal for Hakeem Jeffries to be Speaker, as far as I know. There might have been some people who said that, actually, but probably not. More likely, they were, trying to get to a place where they could get the Democrats to say, hey, listen, it's been okay for you guys, because they give them most of the stuff that they want. We'll get back to normal, and we'll give you a little bit of goodies if you'll make one of our better guys Speaker. I mean, that's very uniparty, and I'm sure that Jeffries listened to it. But that probably was in the works, absolutely. And everything I heard tells me that it was, but I just don't have anything really firm about that at all.
These people need more heat. Get some heat.
Well, and why do we just accept like them doing protest votes, right? If they're so worried about getting the work of the country back in order and all this other stuff, then why are you sitting there doing protest votes and stomping your feet and being like, oh, I don't like this person, so I'm going to take this voting round at the expense of the American people to say, I don't like this person?
It's so pathetic, and I don't know. It's almost like high school, but maybe on a more pathetic level, where they're coming in and they whine and throw temper tantrums, and there might be some people in the audience that are complicit in this. I won't call them out for right now, because personally I'd like them to come up and answer for their sins. But yeah, and I know there's some people laughing. They know who I'm talking about, and that person knows who I'm talking about too. But anyway, I would like for a lot of these people that are hard nosed, right? They're avoiding cameras, they're avoiding journalists, they're avoiding their constituents, because I think at the end of the day, they know what they're doing is morally wrong. It's about grandstanding. It's about themselves. I don't get it. I don't understand how you can betray your constituents like that, because I guarantee you, if you polled the constituents of these people that are pushing so hard against Jim Jordan, that they wouldn't exactly be happy with that. And you're voted and elected to represent them, not your own best interests, not your special interests. So these people need to start understanding that.
But isn't that a definition of the entire problem of what Washington, D.C. has become, Nick?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is just another embodiment of it.
Well, let's use this process to expose that. The holdouts are out for their own good only.
Jim, over the years that you were in D.C., does it seem to have gotten any better from, let's say, 10 years ago? Like, over the past decade, is it getting worse? Is it getting better? The same?
I think it's at least marginally worse, honestly.
Worse, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, Jim, can I break in with some breaking news right now? This is just came across, but the White House has asked Congress for $100 billion for the Ukraine, Israel, and border security just now coming in. They made a formal request to Congress for $100 billion more just now.
Well, good thing we don't have a speaker. I got some breaking news as well. Wall Street Journal, CNN, and others have confirmed that Israel has bombed that children's hospital, and they're reporting over 900 deaths.
Well,
wait, they're reporting Israel bombed, or they're reporting that Gaza fired and had a misfire?
No, Israel's claimed credit apparently.
So let's avoid going into an Israel.
Yeah, I think the reports on that are
Amen.
definitely conflicting. So we're going to stay away from that for right now.
Let me say this though, I don't know this for a fact. Obviously, I don't have it confirmed, but I would not be surprised if someone in this team that does not want Jordan contacted the White House and asked them to put that statement out. That would not surprise me in the least. I'm not saying it happened. I'm just saying that's when you've got Diaz-Balart and Womack partnering up on that letter to McHenry, which really has no effect at all. They're just trying to make a public statement. That just tells me how these guys are trying to dig their heels in because they feel so threatened with their power being taken away.
Hey, real quick, Diligent. I love the mall cop. Like, we have our first Mario Diaz-Balart mall cop. You guys, we need somebody to go, like, right, I put it up top, like and retweet it, and then make sure you're tagging him in it. Like, he's clearly, like, attention starved. Like, he is as thirsty as a college frat boy on a Thursday night. Like, he is really, really, really thirsty. So make sure you guys are tagging him underneath in the comment after you like and retweet that, and I'll hook some more rewards up. Let's go.
So wait, are they really tying our border security funding to Ukraine funding and Israel funding? So
Yeah, Jen, go
we're
ahead.
not allowed to protect our own country unless we go and fund the Ukraine and Israel. Like that's really freaking evil shit right there.
Correct.
That's a really good way to put it too, because they threw in this whole, oh yeah, well, it's Ukraine, Israel, and border security, but so they throw that border security part in there. There's probably maybe a couple $100 million for border security, which is going to go nowhere. We need billions for border security. Okay, instead of giving, I'm preaching to the choir here. What was it that Donald Trump's wall was going to cost? It was. Something, what was it, $8 billion or something?
Yeah, Dustin can probably answer that one for you.
Yeah. And we can't even get that, but we've already given over $100 billion to Ukraine. And so now we have to say, okay, well, maybe we can do, and they won't do a wall. You know that for sure. They're not going to do a wall.
No, they're going to process. They're going to have more people processing them.
Yeah, so they're going to have the ability to send more people through the border. And by process them, that probably means, okay, yeah, we'll do paperwork, and then we're going to put them up in a hotel in New York City.
That means give them a court date that's 4 or 3 or something years out that they're never going to show up back to, right? They're given a stipend to travel, bus fare, plane fare, and then they're sent off on their merry way. But don't forget to come back for your court date in 3 years.
Yeah, and then the court date gets delayed another 2 years. I mean, I've seen it happen. I've talked to people that are sitting in the queue for. I mean, it's great. And if they don't show up, there's really no repercussions for it. So they're typically ended up being good to go. Sometimes they're better off not showing up.
Well, this is such a crazy, like the border security stuff is so mind blowing. So it was maybe 4 to 6 weeks ago that we did a whole thing because the Biden administration, in anticipation of the House like giving over the raw materials, the steel bollards, over to the states to help them like form their own barriers, sold off the raw materials at like liquidation, pennies on the dollar prices, right? Like, right? Oh, you just have to pay 2 cents on the dollar. Now, right? Mayorkas and the Biden administration have 180'd. Say, oh my God, we need a board. Like it's out of control. Well, we've been telling you. Now they're saying, now they're going back up and buying the same materials we just sold off at pennies on the dollar, probably 4 or 5 times whatever market rate is. Like it is incompetence and financial incompetence at a whole another level. And imagine tying our country's security, right, to more fun. It's not like oh, okay, well, Israel and Ukraine are really hard up and haven't received any support. We have already sent them insane amounts of money. And so to tie our security, especially after what we saw with the terror attack in Israel, like to other countries like benefit, how anti-American can you be? Like this issue, I mean, obviously having built the wall and right knowing how much they've appropriated over the last 30 years. I added up one time, nearly $1 trillion for border, like to build a border barrier, nearly $1 trillion, and it is still wide open. It still took a bunch of ragtag group of American citizens to go close a major gap right in El Paso. It's absurd. And my friends are sitting in prison, right? Accused, right? Brian Colfaz, the triple amputee, right? He's accused of taking $250,000, but he told everybody one time that he wouldn't make a penny of it. Well, he made a little bit of money on some of the side businesses with merchandise, and him and 2 others are sitting in prison right now as a result of literally all they're accused of taking is several $100,000 for 2 years worth of work. This issue is so problematic for us, right? And the idea that we can't secure our borders. How do you have a country if you cannot control who comes in here? And what kind of life are we offering for immigrants if we don't have a controlled system so that they, like every other immigrant who's been able to come in previous generations, doesn't land here and they're not able to chase the American dream because the labor market's overflooded, right? Like a controlled immigration process is necessary, and it's only way that it's good for us and for the migrants who come here. I get all
Dustin,
worked up.
not to mention people who respect and want to abide by our laws, not create their own.
Yeah, but why are we acting like these are poor immigrants coming to America? Okay. Like, I understand, yes, some of them might want to come here and be like immigrants to this country and do good, right? But as we have seen the past couple months, it is all males of fighting age, and they're all coming from places that have really high rates of terrorism, and we don't know why they're here. They're coming from African nations where China and Russia are running amok right now, right? In Venezuela, you have Iran operating. They have missile bases, right? In Colombia, right, there's a whole different, you have Hezbollah operating in Mexico. We're acting like it's only migrants coming to this country. It's not. This is a national security issue that we are not addressing.
Well, by the
Okay,
way,
so I want to go to an audience question here real quick, guys. Bottom right-hand corner, hit that purple pill button. I first heard it called a purple pill yesterday, but I think it's a pretty good descriptor. Aaron, I'm going to direct this question to you. What can Jim Jordan do if he is Speaker of the House to actually correct some of these issues with immigration and the border? How much power would he actually have to secure the border?
It would only be for being able to bring things to the floor for voting, because like there's a lot of stuff there that could be voted on. I don't know the answer of what he could actually physically do for doing that, other than bringing stuff to the floor, maybe starting impeachment inquiries into Mayorkas, uh, basically bringing attention to it. That's the only way that I could see that he would. There may be some constitutional powers that I don't know about, but it's probably just going to be setting the tone, having the hearings, uh, bringing the bills to the floor. That seems to be, and it probably come through appropriations, right, Jim?
Yes.
So that would be the ways.
Okay, and it looks like, guys, for round two here, we've already gotten at least one confirmation of a vote going toward Jim Jordan. But that is from, my gosh, I can't pronounce half of these congressmen's names anymore. Congressman Bill Arakis would be another vote in favor of Jim Jordan. But he missed the first vote due to attending a funeral. So that's the most recent news on it.
That is the correct pronunciation, just FYI.
Perfect.
Hey, Nick, Debbie Dooley just said that Steve Scalise is actually in the background. According to her sources, whipping votes against Jordan, even though he's publicly saying that he's voting for Jordan. And she put out a call actually for everybody to have him actually removed. I can put that in the bubble.
Listen, when it comes to this instance, it's probably likely that Kevin McCarthy, between Scalise and McCarthy, the McCarthy's doing more to try to fix this problem by comparison. I don't know if that's true, but I don't doubt it. And, when I have discussions about things, and just also from my experience, I don't trust Steve Scalise. He doesn't seem trustworthy to me. I mean, I totally respect him for what he's gone through physically, both getting shot and now he's got cancer, and I grieve for him in regards to that. But from a political perspective, he undermined conservatives when he worked with John Boehner to take over the Republican Study Committee back when it used to be pretty good in the early 2010s. And he's been doing it ever since. And I worked with his staff, his chief of staff in particular, from time to time. Never a good interaction. Nothing positive. I don't have a whole lot positive to say about him.
Well, and Jim,
Okay, meme warriors. I'm seeing a crib with a baby in it with his face on it.
okay. So Jim, I've noticed this as well. I think your sense is right. My sense is I have the same sense that McCarthy's actually doing more to unify this and push it forward. Matt Gaetz was talking about this. A lot of us have been talking about this. Steve Scalise took this upon himself, inserted him into this race, and then tried to go down and spike the football for a touchdown before they even were able to actually conference and try to figure out should they be putting forth Scalise or not. And so it wouldn't be shocking to me to learn that their sources are accurate, that he's doing the same thing in the background as well. Why? I don't know. I can't speculate on why, but that's what it seems like to me. I think your math is correct, Jim.
Well, but keep in mind too, this is also a human thing here. I'm not saying it in a positive way, but it's just a human reaction. He was the guy who came out of conference and then had to pull out for whatever reason he decided to do it. I mean, I know the reason why, but he's thinking now, boy, that was premature. I should have stuck in there because now we got to stick around with Jordan, and he could have been Speaker of the House. And listen, people. One thing I like about Jim Jordan is he never went around planning on becoming Speaker of the House someday, ever. Like I can say that with confidence. And now he sees that opportunity was there, so he's going to go finally decide to try to do it. Scalise, amongst many other people, that's exactly the thing that they hope for most in their life, is to be able to do something like that. And it just amazes me. I mean, it corrupts a person's way of thinking to have a passion for those things. It's one thing to want to do it because you've got a plan and you might be able to do something good. But it's another thing just to kind of live and breathe for it. And Scalise is one of those guys. And so is McCarthy.
So Jim, I just got a barrage of text messages from some of my contacts in DC that there is a feud brewing between Scalise and Jordan that's even more serious than is being reported, right? Which is Jordan gave a passionate floor speech in support of Scalise when he was the guy. Scalise has been giving him a cold shrug, right? He voted for him, but they think that maybe Steve Scalise is behind this attempt to block Jim Jordan. That's going to be interesting. I'm keeping an eye on it.
Does it just sound like maybe he's pouting because he was supposed to be the guy? He was the anointed one. I mean, that seems like that might be the case to me. Because if there's anything that we've learned today, is these people are so freaking juvenile. It's pathetic.
Hey, Nick. Why? I've always sort of wondered for those people who are supporting Scalise, why there's not more attention paid to the fact that he's been McCarthy's lieutenant through 2 or 3 administrations, right?
He has
Because they
not
worked
been
together when
McCarthy.
they were the minority party as well.
No, he's
No,
not been McCarthy's lieutenant at all. They have been tracking.
they've been in leadership together then.
Yeah, they've been in leadership together, but they've both been able to build their constituencies to get voted in their positions. They have not been locked arm in arm at all that whole time. That I can confirm for you.
Well, okay. So my criticism then would devolve to he knew what McCarthy was doing. He knew that McCarthy was sharing an office with Pelosi. He likely knew that there was a deal between Pelosi and McCarthy to get Democratic votes in case there was ever a motion to vacate the chair. So I have absolutely no support for Scalise. I don't get it, but that's fine.
Yeah, listen, the two have been rivals for some time. Not hard pressed negative rivals, but they've totally been rivals for all the years that either of them has gotten up into leadership positions. That's an absolute fact.
I mean, Congress just seems to be a cult of personalities at
Well,
the
I mean, it's
expense of the
politics.
American people.
Ronald Reagan was right when he said that politics is the world's second oldest profession. That there's so much truth to that, and there are some people who will get into it, who they do the ambitious things because they're trying to accomplish certain things, but they're not ambitious people. If you know what the distinction that I'm making, and but most people that get into it, particularly after they get into it, if they had altruistic reasons beforehand, just get enamored with themselves because everyone else is enamored with them. I mean, the fact that we are enamored by members of Congress. I mean, I had a guy recently who I've known for a long time, got upset with me over something. This is a member, and it was privately related to me through one of his staff that it would be below him to call me to resolve the issue. And I'm like, and my response was, he ain't below me. I don't know what you're talking about, because I don't consider any of these people below me or us. It's crazy. So when Thomas Massey talks about that congressional pin being my precious, there's a whole lot of truth to that. You see it with these people. It blows my mind. Not absolutely every one of them, but the vast majority of them. They actually think they're somebody because they got elected to Congress. They haven't done anything. All they did was run a campaign that was successful enough to get them elected. And then they fall into the 90% that get reelected every year camp. Oh, wow. Well, you've really accomplished a lot. They haven't accomplished anything in terms of that job. They may have accomplished something outside of Congress, but there's nothing for any member of Congress that makes them so particularly wonderful and special people. That doesn't happen by sitting in a legislative body. This is the thing that drives me most nuts about my experience up there, and then observing things now that I'm not there, is how much these people think about themselves. It's really, really crazy. It's absurd. It's twisted. And it really is problematic. And that's what's playing out right now. Like, Jim Jordan may not be the perfect speaker, But I know for a fact, and every one of those guys knows too, that he's not a bad guy. They just don't like what he's done politically. Every one of them knows that Jim Jordan is a man of character. They know it, and they're still doing this because they want their freaking power and they don't want anyone to take it away from them. It's a petty, baby way of thinking about life. And the biggest babies are the ones that get most upset if any power is taken away. Every time someone is mad because they have power taken away from them, that is a corrupt individual as far as they push that. That's what we're watching here, guys. That's exactly what's happened. That's why every one of you is so right to be suspicious of anybody, because anyone can become subject to this. And it's crazy. And it saddens me for our country, because even though politics has always kind of been this way, you really look at it and it's never been quite this bad, except on a few kind of occasions, leading into the Andrew Jackson presidency was one time. Some of the arguments that were happening between Adams and Jefferson, and then sometime during the Civil War, and of course the 20th century just started to get bad all around. But in the 19th century, we weren't always quite this bad. Then government got real big after the Fed came around, and it's just got worse and worse ever since because people have this sense of power. Sorry for my monologue, but I just wanted to share that.
No, I think.
No, but
Go ahead, Jen.
oh, I was just going to say, Jim, you're really right about those Congress people, because a lot of them haven't accomplished that much, right? They were pushed into this position, or they're really good at taking direction from someone, because it's not even them running their campaigns. They bring in these consultants who are entrenched in DC, that are sent to the people who are doing kind of good. They get in there, they start telling them what to say, how to say it, what dollars to go, or what donors to go dance in front of. And if they're really good at getting money from donors, and they're really good at taking the direction of the people who want to control them, that's how they get in there. And what you see with the swamp is, I feel like the longer you're in Congress, the more of a swamp creature you are, because the more power you gain, and then you're not willing to relinquish that power to somebody else. And that's why you see the Lindsey Grahams and the Mitch McConnells and all these people who are making phone calls being like, no, you're not allowed to do that. And then you see Anna Paulina Luna coming out and be like, Mitch McConnell, stop calling my phone. Like, I don't need you to tell me what to do. Right. And it's that power structure in DC that's really at the heart of it, because they're the ones sending out these people to go run the campaigns of the next, breed of Congress people.
It's quite true. And now, by the way, not everybody that stays there a long time goes bad, but the chances are really low that you don't go bad. So, yeah, again, people love the power. They love to be called congressmen. They love the ability to manipulate their staff, maybe, or it's an absurd way of thinking. It really is. It's entirely absurd. The fact that we have the government as large as we do, that is as consequential as it is absolutely absurd in a free society. And we've got to do the best we can to start drawing this backwards. We started somewhat to do it in the 1990s under a Democrat president, even, if you can believe it, although not in a major way, but it started. If we could ever get that momentum back and then hold on to it this time. And one of the people I most blame for this problem, although I've talked about Newt Gingrich being part of it, is George W. Bush. He went in there, he and Karl Rove, and they decided, hey, we're going to build, quote unquote, a permanent majority. And they started passing these programs. We were on our way to paying off our national debt. And they're passing programs because, hey, we can get by with it. The debt doesn't matter. And by the way, technically, debt is at the levels that it was then is not a burden per se. It's become a real burden, but the problem is the momentum. Like, you'll go into debt cycles in a federal government. If you have a war come your way and you've got to figure out a way to finance it and do, okay, you're going to have debt cycles. I get it, but that should be a hazard that we always are fighting against. And once you get power and you don't have anybody opposing you, then you will keep going with it. It's human nature unless we've disciplined ourselves against it. Now you're looking at a group of disciplined people, or people who have disciplined themselves against it, that have been fighting this battle all this year related to the speaker. And what do they get treated like? They get treated like they're the biggest criminals in the world. And they're going to, say that Matt Gaetz has problems with, I don't know, Me Too stuff, and they're going to throw out some other thing against someone else. Of course, people are throwing out this thing with Jim Jordon that's a lie when he was coaching, or when he was at Ohio State. Just all this crap that they will throw out because they want their petty power, and they will fight for it tooth and nail. And one of the reasons they have to fight for it, and I'll stop again with this, is that if they ever lost this job, they can't get another one. That's another reason for it. It's just absurd and crazy.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Tweet, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Dash. Thanks, Nick. It's been a minute. It's a great space. I just want a quick question. It's probably going to be a limey Brit naive question, but a question to Jim or Dustin or whoever, really. When George Santos was talking earlier, and he's obviously talking about, keeping deals in the back room private and stuff like that, that's one thing that jumped out at me when they were electing McCarthy that Gates was talking about. When they have these backroom deals or whatever they're negotiating in the background, surely their constituents have been like, well, what are you actually negotiating? Because we don't know. I'm sure you're going to tell me there's a really good reason for that, but doesn't that kind of put it in the realm of, well, we don't actually know what they're doing. Maybe they're doing something in the background, but what they're telling us on the outside is completely different. But it just seems to me that, hang on a second, I want to know what they're negotiating. And that's probably, I guess, for Jim or Dustin. Thanks.
You're absolutely right to point that out. And backroom deals, which I guess are a feature of politics in a sense, are still backroom deals. They're done clandestinely. They don't want to tell people what they're doing because they know that it would be politically disadvantageous for them to do so. That's why you don't hear about them. And people get caught up in this stuff. And politics in a free society, or a free society only remains a free society with transparency. And we lack a lot of it right now in this country. It's very harmful. And this, again, this is why these appropriators are having a hissy fit, because they get to make backroom deals that no one knows about, but gives them power and and harms or makes other people. And I'll just go back. I don't know if you were in Twitter when I when I was talking about earlier, but a member I was working for, there was a bioagro facility, a level 4 facility that was going to be in the district. It had already had money appropriated to it, but we had an appropriator come to us threatening to take it away if my boss didn't do something. And it's like, what are you doing? Who do you think you are? And this is the game that's played, and it's got to stop. I mean, I understand there are things we do in government, we're going to spend money, and there's always going to be some sense of power about that. This is why Federalist 51 is such an important one for everyone to read. That's where the whole, if men were angels, they wouldn't need to be governed. I mean, that's the problem. 6,000 years of recorded human history proves the moral depravity of man. We're always going to deal with that in this life. It's never going away. Politics is the place where we see it worst, although it's bad other places too. And it's not just politicians that are bad. So let's always remember that. This is a problem we're always facing. But yeah, that's what's at play here. And your point is right on target, because this is what we're fighting. This is what we're concerned with. Doing stuff in the back room is just not a good thing at all, in my opinion.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Appreciate that, buddy. Cheers.
Real quick, I have an update. Matthew Boyle at Breitbart, a longtime friend of mine, somebody who's always had a good pulse, has a recent update on his running article about it. I thought it'd just be worth reading to you guys. While Scalise voted for Jordan on the floor, multiple sources familiar with the matter told Breitbart News that the House Majority Leader, who failed in his own speakership bid last week, is the leader of the subversion against the Republican conference and Speaker designee Jim Jordan. Scalise was asked to give a nominating speech for Jordan before the last vote and refused to do so. What's more, many of the people voting against Jordan are Scalise loyalists, people like Gonzalez, Womack, Diaz, Blart, and Rutherford, and more. Scalise has similarly been asked to help engage members and whip votes for the party nominee, and he is refusing to do so. Scalise's office kind of pushed back on those reports for what it's worth. But again, if he really did care about helping the Republican conference, Scalise could agree to give nominating speech for Jordan and publicly call on those working against Jordan to stand down immediately. He continues to refuse to do that. As such, there are growing numbers of House Republicans who are now openly discussing forcing a conference vote to remove Scalise as the House Majority Leader, which would be a brutal condemnation of the Louisianan. It is unclear if it will rise to that drastic step, but Scalise's subversion against the Republican Party and against the House GOP conference has had many top Republicans and conservatives fuming mad. That's a pretty interesting development.
That's pretty wild. Did you link that article down below? I mean, I can go grab it, I'm sure, but I'd like to take a look at that as well.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting. So Steve Scalise is basically subverting Jim Jordan at this point, even though Jim Jordan dropped out of the race to endorse Scalise originally. Although Steve Scalise wasn't able to secure the bag. Is that, am I wrong in that? Is that what
Well,
happened?
that's why I just read Debbie Dooley. She was one of the co-founders of the Tea Party, and she is one of the people behind this movement who's just the Republicans that are just spitting mad at Scalise.
By the way, you are right
Wow.
about that, Nick. You were right.
I just shared that, by the way. Sorry, I was trying to make sure you guys could read it yourselves. And Boyle does link to the Debbie Dooley tweet on that. But listen, if there was a conference vote to remove Scalise as majority leader, like in the middle of this thing, hard to see how that doesn't do anything but further inflame, like, right, the division amongst the party, right? Which is, if I feel like if we saw that happen, we might as well start nominating Ron Paul and anybody else, because at that point
What
we've reached like the
Uh,
full food fight.
what
Dustin,
what
this
would
is
be
what I
the
would
point?
call for right here. If they decide that they're going to sabotage Jim Jordan's run for speaker, I say we just don't even have a speaker. Fuck it.
Hey,
Seriously,
but
this is.
Dustin, hey, Nick, can I just ask the question? I gotta run. But what would be the point of removing Scalise now as leader? Because there is no leader right now. All the leadership offices will get elected or appointed, or however that process goes forward after the speaker. So there really is no leader right now. There are no party officials at this point.
Well, I don't think though that those positions were voted into place at the beginning of the year. I don't think that this resets all that, because those are positions that are not formal House positions. Those are caucus positions.
Well, and the
Well, majority leader is. I should say that majority leader is.
what
Yeah, I think it's
Whip.
decided in caucus, but I could be
no
wrong.
no the threat is very specific in the right, and Jim, I'm sure you'd agree, Matt, his sources are pretty good. I mean, he's been there almost 2 decades.
Oh, I've known Matt a lot of years. He's definitely very good at what he does.
Jen and I both worked with Matt closely for several years, and what's really interesting, which is if that means members of Congress are fully and totally convinced that Scalise is secretly and quietly leading the subversion against Jim Jordan. And if we saw that kind of, I mean, again, this sounds like a stompy foot. I don't get to be speaker, so I'm not going to let it. But I also know that the political repercussions would be too much, so I'm going to make a bunch of backbenchers like hold out against it. Listen, this is the kind of, and again, I told everybody like in the lead up to this, these egos are, it's going to be really hard to get a unified party when you have this much ego crammed into one place together. But if Steve Scalise is actually like leading the subversion, I actually think we might need to shift like some activist gears and get everybody to start calling Scalise and demanding that he give a floor speech on behalf of Jim Jordan. Right?
Yeah, in the same way that Jordan did for him in January.
Exactly.
Dustin, I just did my first meme. Check the purple bubble.
Let's go.
Yay.
So I want to remind everybody, questions, comments, tidbits of information, bottom right-hand corner. We are currently awaiting the round 2 vote for Jim Jordan. We do expect this vote to be much different. Could be in a good way, could be in a bad way. We don't really know just yet. And we're trying to get, there are a lot of insiders that we have on the ground there, from DC that are constantly trying to give us updates, but nobody seems to know what's going on, even members of Congress. That's how discombobulated this entire situation is right now. It's a total crap show, and that seems to have a lot to do with the fact that we have people that call themselves Republicans that aren't exactly Republicans. They'd like to, have some sort of maybe even Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House. So we're going to keep you guys updated. That round 2 vote is coming today. That came from Jim Jordan's camp. That is coming today. We don't know exactly when yet, so we'll keep you guys posted on that. But bottom right hand corner, hit that purple pill. Get questions, comments, insults, insult me, insult Trash. He's pretty good at insulting back.
Don't
Anyway,
insult
guys.
me.
Yeah, no, leave Jim alone. He's fragile sometimes.
Leave Jim alone.
Hey, Nick, I think that speaker re-requested. It's regarding Mike Simpson in Idaho, who's one of the no votes right now. He's on appropriations.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, we do have, a lot of you guys have messaged me saying that we have Lou Dobbs in the audience. Yes, we do. Lou Dobbs is a great guy. We had him up the other day. He always has a spot on our panel, but I message him. It seems like for now he's just listening in, but definitely appreciate the fact that you guys are noticing him and seeing him down there in the audience, and we really appreciate him listening in.
Yeah,
So.
Representative Mike Turner's been down there on and off for a good chunk of the day too. So I'm glad to see that he's at least listening.
I'm hoping he's learning
Right?
something.
Well, I do. I listen. I think we really, the more I think about it, we need to get active on the Scalise thing. So if somebody will get the phone number, put it up, like send it to me. I will do a huge CBDC reward for people who call the Scalise and tag him in it. Like
What
I think that's
exactly
our
is
next move.
CBDC? It's not CBD. It's CBDC.
It's his attempt to take away that nomenclature or that abbreviation from the federal government by starting his own crypto. So there you go. I think it's a great idea.
Good man. Good man.
And Dustin, I'll send you something momentarily.
Perfect, Jim. I'll push that out hard. Let's put the pressure on Scalise. The call to action is going to be very specific on this one. Give a full-throated endorsement of Jim Jordan in a floor speech on the second vote. That's what we need. That's what the request needs to be.
And I was an idiot. I had a typo in my my post, so I'm doing it over again.
Tag me in it, Dr. Angela.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was trying to make my way back. I've been on so many screens. I've got so much stuff going on.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
well, and by the way, I think Dustin, what you said about stompy feet is a great way to put how so many of these people act. It grieves me, guys. It really does. Like, it's one thing to have disagreements and someone's got one perspective, another person has another, and you're trying to push through that, and then you actually have a real discussion about, well, where can we meet, if at all, or can I convince you? Will you listen harder? I mean, and a lot of that does happen in DC. It's not like it's entirely corrupt in every way, but when it comes to power, man, I'll tell you what, they'll take you down rather than lose their power, and that is It's a feature of politics. It's never going away. The question is, how do we mitigate it? And we mitigate it at the polls. That's why that's so important to run good elections, to get involved with it. I'll stop there.
Yeah, 100%. And I am looking for some updates. I think that I'm going to start tweeting at Mr. Scalise himself. I was going to leave him out of it because it seemed like he was supporting Jordan. I'm like, okay, let's see what's going on here. But no, I think it's time to start tweeting. Like,
Tagged you.
okay, I'll take a look. I've got so much stuff going on, guys. All right, kind of a reset. Wow. So here we are. We're kind of waiting to see when they're going to gather again on the Hill, trying to confirm a time. Once we do, we're going to be going into the second round of voting. There's a lot of drama unfolding, obviously. We had Congressman Gates.
There seems to be more drama than we expected, Aaron.
I got to be honest with you,
This
a little
is
bit. I got to be honest.
it's so juvenile.
I know. But, you know, if what's unfolding about Scalise is absolutely true, which seems to be from a very good source, this is lining up to be even more dramatic than I thought. So,
yeah, this is almost this is a backstabbing, is what it is. At a very minimum, and we're trying to, and I'm talking to people, congressional insiders right now, trying to get some more information on that. But even a lot of them don't have details. They've heard about it, they're aware of it. But right now, we're going based off of a Breitbart reporter who gave a pretty detailed account of what is going on with Steve Scalise's office. And so we're looking into that and trying to keep tabs on it. We'll definitely keep the audience updated as well.
So Nick, I'm getting all kinds of DMs of people showing me their call receipts for calling Scalise's office, and it's amazing.
Perfect. Oh no, it's a beautiful thing. The amount of the lines have been melting, guys, this weekend, and the reason that Jim Jordon was even able to accomplish 200 votes after, he lost, 55 was the closest that he could get in the conference vote. The fact that we were able to make up so much ground this weekend just by burning up those phone lines, and as I said before, even Congressman Massey said that is hugely effective. Even I called my congressman for the first time, and I've never done that before because I always thought that it was a stupid waste of time. But apparently, it's not. So
I am getting some. So I just had two people from the Hill reach out to me. I'm working on it, but if this is true, it is a nuclear bomb in the Scalise versus Jordan thing. I'm getting reports. I'm trying to just get one more confirmation on this. But to give you guys an update, Steve Scalise staff popped bottles of champagne within minutes with the congressman of the motion to vacate. So this could be another one of my life rules. Premature celebration never ends well. But so thought they had it locked up for Scalise that they were popping bottles of champagne in his congressional office. I'm trying to get a picture. This is crazy.
well, yeah, Dustin. So does it seem likely that maybe even Scalise is backstabbing Jim Jordan right now because he's still? Look, it's kind of like Joe Biden here in a way. Joe Biden believed that he was meant to be president. He spent his entire career fighting to become president of the United States, and he believed he was entitled to the position. We see how that went. Does that seem like the same case for Steve Scalise here?
That's absolutely what's been, again, for these particular staffers to reach out to me. These are not guys who are right they're people that I know but what I won't say are part of like our same like grassroots mindset. For them to reach out with these accusations against the Scalise staff, popping champagne and partying like it's New Year's Eve on the motion to vacate, that Scalise thought he had it done. You know what the problem is, Nick? These guys all think they're living in House of Cards, but they're really just playing checkers, and they're literally doing middle school like politics. Like, this person doesn't like me. I'm gonna, but they all think they're in the House of Cards like movie TV series. This is pretty shocking stuff. Like if I've asked for a picture, regardless, I'm gonna move forward with it here in a minute anyway. But if they were premature celebrating and popping champagne minutes after McCarthy was vacated, that means they thought it was a done deal, and it would explain why Steve Scalise. Now let's not forget, Jim Jordan didn't just like go in a little on behalf of Steve Scalise, right? He didn't go lukewarm like, yeah, I support Scalise, right? He got up on the floor and gave a impassioned floor speech on behalf of his dear friend Steve Scalise, who had the leadership chops to pull it off. For Scalise to be pulling this is, I mean, it's a temper tantrum. I don't even know what else to call it.
Well, and let me just contrast this from my personal experience with Jim Jordan. And I talked about earlier for anyone that has just been in recently. Jim Jordan has been begged by House conservatives, the true conservatives, to run for speaker or majority leader for years now. I've seen those requests being made in the past, and he has totally refused to do it. And I guarantee you, maybe even to the chagrin of some conservatives, he was not at all happy about going after McCarthy, in a sense. In other words, not because he would have thought McCarthy was so great or anything, but because, he's not the kind of guy who's a vindictive guy. Let's just take him out. No, he's like, let's go fight another day type approach. And that's the contrast. Scalise is ambitious. Jim Jordan isn't. Will he be perfect? No. But I'm going to tell you, the guy is a good guy. And he's not all about himself. And we're going to have to hold him accountable. Don't get me wrong. But he's not. If this is true about Scalise, and I don't know that it is, but if it's true, that's a huge contrast between two men and their character, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I
so we
think
had
Dom has some
fantastic.
insight on that.
I do.
We can. We'll bring you in. I want to say an audience comment real quick. It seems like maybe they're waiting to resume the session here, waiting for round two. They're waiting for Representative Jamal Bowman's recess bell. And for whatever reason, he hasn't pulled that fire alarm yet to let everybody know to come back. So we are waiting on that.
He is the official bell puller.
He is the official bell puller. But just to remind everybody, we are currently awaiting it. Everybody, I say everybody, the majority of Congress people seem to be just wandering around the Capitol right now, waiting to be called back in by the current chair, the fake speaker, Patrick McHenry. And that should happen. It's going to happen today. We're just waiting on him to make the official call. So, but anyway, Dom, jump in. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you, sir. I love the Trans Am in your bio. So my name is Dominic. I'm Idaho Dom. Phenom follows me. I am an elected Republican precinct committee man in Idaho and also a state committee man in Idaho. And what I love you all. I'm going to be honest. I hear what feels like a lot of armchair quarterbacking and analysis on the cloak and dagger interpersonal relationships and everything. And that's all what's happening on stage. And that's what's all the spotlight's on. And I understand that. But I'm just going to give you some encouragement and maybe some different, and I know you guys are on the phones and blowing people up. But what we're doing is we have Mike Simpson in Idaho. He's one of the appropriation clowns. It's really, believe it is personal. A friend of mine that works in DC has visited his office. That's native from Idaho. They're working there as a consultant. And so I'm getting some reports from them. And so, but what we're doing is we're putting in incredible pressure from our state GOP. I'm in communication with our party chair regularly, very good friends with them. Just well connected in the grassroots movement, and the Idaho GOP is grassroots. We took it all back over a year and a half ago when I got elected, and we're running. We censured our governor. I brought the first censure against the state legislator for refusing to protect children from gay porn in the libraries, and it just kind of caught wildfire from there. So we've just been raining down fire on rhinos as a grassroots Republican Party in Idaho. And what I've encouraged all of my Republican friends, I got it made. I'm 75% Republican where I live. What I've been encouraging everyone in my committee and everyone I work with to do is to weaponize the brand. What we own as Republicans, what the grassroots Republican voters own is the brand, is the GOP brand. Now, the name Republican is not trademarked, but GOP is, and the logo is. And these guys need that logo. They need that brand to cover them to get reelected. And I think an incredible tool is to threaten to take away that brand. And I've personally brought resolutions in my committee where we've taken that brand away from people that were complete rhinos, completely liberal, just pretending to be Republican and calling themselves conservative. And so that's what I would encourage people to do. We have an army of people in Idaho that have blown up Mike Simpson's phone. I talked to someone on his staff today. I don't know if I got through because I'm an elected Republican in the party, but I think anyone can get through. But I do have an Idaho number, so maybe they take those numbers on inbound calls. But I would just encourage everyone who's a Republican, especially an elected Republican, a PC, an LD chair, whatever it is, whatever your ranking is in any small Republican faction, is to our biggest weapon is the brand. And me by myself, I'm nothing. There's nothing I can do about Washington, D.C. except watch the theater and talk about it. Oh, what they're going to do. Oh, what's he going to do? Oh, he's mad at him. And it's like a big episode of Big Brother. But I would just really encourage everyone to really look at our tools and weaponize the brand of the Republican Party, because the Republican platform is conservative. And if these folks don't play ball, they can be censured. They can be, it can go very poorly for them, and it can take away their prospects of getting reelected. And we have armies of people blowing up our congressman's Facebook page, his phones. I mean, every Facebook comment is bad. He's getting ratioed to death right now over this Jordan thing. And sure, okay, Jim Jordan is not, in the Republican platform that he has to be speaker, but no, the Republican Party needs to move forward. Jim Jordan is a much more platform speaker than Kevin McCarthy. There's no argument in that. And we need to move forward. We need to get control of the purse strings. We are sacrificing our descendants' opportunity for any wealth. And we call ourselves Republicans. So I'm going to leave you guys with that. I'm sorry I'm long-winded, but that's what we're doing. That's what I'm doing as an elected Republican. And I would encourage everyone to get involved locally and build an army. And if you're in Louisiana or wherever you're at, certain states where these problem congressmen are at, weaponize your brand and hold these folks accountable on the home turf. On the home turf. People in DC trying to pressure that, I get that, but the home turf GOP brand is where all of our power is. Each and every voter, each and every precinct, each and every district. That's where our power really lies. And I'll leave you guys with that. Thanks so much, Nick.
By the way, one of the interesting little dynamics in Idaho, just to tell you more about Mike
Thanks, Tom.
Simpson, is I've known Raul Labrador from when he was in Congress, and Mike Simpson used to have public fights with Raul, who was a pretty solid conservative guy, Freedom Caucus member, before he went back home and tried to run for governor. But he's and now the attorney general. But Mike Simpson is a problem all the time, and I'm sure you are aware of those fights they had. Raul's a good friend and a good man.
I loved Raul last.
Yeah, Raul's awesome. I'm friends with Raul. Helped on his campaign, drove him, flew with him a little bit. If we're at an event, we always connect. He's awesome. And that's the other thing too. It's a lot of times easy to identify these folks. If you have a known conservative like Raul Labrador, Freedom Caucus, hello, like Raul Labrador is solid conservative. There's no debating that. And if someone
sorry, in the back, you're talking about the pressure on Scalise. I'd love for you to mention that if you have a chance.
Oh yeah. I don't think pressuring Scalise is effective at all. Just be honest, guys, calling balls and strikes. So we all pressure Scalise, or a million people pressure Scalise, and he says, okay, I give in. He's one person. That's just my opinion from what I see. Can he call
he's
call
way
the
more
dogs
than
off?
one person. He's one, again, like everybody we are talking to inside the Congress is telling us that Scalise is secretly organizing, right, from the majority leader position, right? The subversion to Jim Jordan, right? With
Okay,
people who are supportive of him. So
right. But if
absolutely
he's
depression. Like, no,
if he
listen, don't
if
come up here and tell people that what they're doing doesn't matter. That only what you think people should do is what matters. That's ridiculous.
No, I don't think he's saying that. He's not
I
saying it doesn't
respectfully
matter.
disagree. And
He
I
thinks
think
we're
it matters.
armchair quarterbacking.
Yeah,
I
leave
Yeah,
think
it's kind of, kind of
to the people
insulting,
in
actually.
Congress. They know what to do.
yeah. Well, I'll counter that in that, um, if people pressure Scalise and he relents, if it's done in secret, how do you know he's actually doing that in secret? You see what I'm saying?
The
Like,
point is that the public humiliation and pressure has worked, right? We did this with Mike Rogers over the weekend. The meme warriors turned up the heat, and he caved Monday morning, and he brought the rest of the military industrial complex holdouts with him, right? So if we want to get this
oh
done,
yeah. So,
sometimes you have to
well, we
apply
agree then.
some like
Yeah.
directed pressure.
Yeah. No, we agree then. We agree then. I mean, I was just commenting on Scalise in particular. I mean, then we agree. I mean, I suggest the same thing that we're doing with our congressman here in Idaho.
I can
Yeah.
promise you, right? The people I'm hearing from, like in DC, right, who are saying Scalise is the problem right now. You need to apply pressure specifically to Scalise. Like they know what they're doing, and they know that like pressure to Scalise will cause other people to get like a little wavery, like right, which is they understand they don't want to become the Mike Rogers, Don Bacon, like targets of the meme warriors, right? Which is these guys, their egos are so fragile, right? That no one wants to be the butt of all of the jokes. And so sometimes, right, and these accusations against Scalise, which are backed up by the fact that he won't make a floor speech, that he's not putting the right any amount of pressure on even publicly, right? Even after what Jim Jordan did, I mean, I think it's a good time for us to just call and keep everybody active, which is right. We can sit here and talk, or you guys can make a quick phone call to Steve Scalise's office and tell him to like give a floor speech on behalf of Jim Jordan in the second vote. Otherwise, if this thing stretches on, right, the danger is if we go past, and I'm not even going to say today, but if we go past like the weekend and they recess again, they go home for another little vacation and come back, this could turn into a full blown circus and clown show. And listen, we're at
It's
200
already there.
votes. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
we're at 200 votes for Jim Jordan, right? We have a lot. It's not going to get better for any other candidates. We're not going back to McCarthy. We're certainly not going back to Steve Scalise. So either you unify behind Jim Jordan, or we will turn this into the clown show it deserves to be.
Absolutely. So we are on, before I get to Honey Badger here, I want to kind of reset a little bit. We are on hour number 6, guys. I told you this was going to be a long day here, and it is proving to be long and probably even longer than maybe we expected in between, getting to round 2 here. It looks like round 2 is going to happen within the next hour. And that seems to be what's on the schedule right now. So 6 o'clock at the latest is when we're expecting them to reconvene on the floor. But anyway, just to kind of fill in anybody that is just joining us here, Jim Jordan on round 1. Round 1 was held about 1 p.m. today. And we expected round 1 to have a lot of these tribute and protest votes where, and I posted to the top here, and somebody just posted over top of me, so I'm going to repost it again. That kind of goes through the 20 Republicans that voted against Jim Jordan on round 1. A lot of them voted for McCarthy, Lee Zeldin, Steve Scalise, Tom Emmer, and there were several other people that got 1 vote. And basically what's going on in the background right now, after that vote, we had Matt Gaetz and Representative Santos come on here and told us kind of the sentiment among congressmen right now. And Matt Gaetz said he was going to go back and work to try to change some of those votes. We do expect votes to change in round 2. Nobody on this panel expected Jim Jordan to get successfully elected the Speaker of the House in round 1. So there haven't been too many surprises here today. We're just keeping our fingers crossed for round 2. it's probably going to end up in round 3. But round 2 is going to be very telling for us. And so, Honey Badger, I'll go ahead and let you jump in, and then we'll bring in steak for breakfast.
Hey, thanks so much, Nick. Good to see you again. So, of all the calls that I made between Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, I had only ever gotten an answering machine. So I just called Steve Scalise's office and spoke to his receptionist. She didn't try to rush me off or anything. She was actually quite nice. But I just explained to her that I'm in an X space with about 1,000 other people, and it has been brought to our attention that he is not only whipping votes, but he's trying to block Jim Jordan from becoming the next Speaker of the House. Ergo, if this continues, we will get behind any effort to either censure him or remove him as the majority leader. Thank you.
And maybe, look, it's proven that X at this point has been a hugely effective platform against pressuring these congressmen to do the right thing, to actually follow through with the will of the people. Because all they've been answering to in the past have been the special interests and lobbyists. And now we actually have a platform where we can push them and make our voice heard without getting suspended. So that's very nice. It's very refreshing. I mean, hell, I wouldn't be here if it was still the Twitter 1.0 people.
No, I agree with you.
Actually, probably most of us wouldn't, to be honest.
Yeah, no, totally. And I agree with you. And I think that that's a lot of weight to throw around, if for lack of a better way of saying it. So that I specifically mentioned we're all in a X space here together, especially since we've seen several congressmen blow through here and chat with us. I think that carries more weight than it doesn't, for sure.
And real quick, before we get to steak, good to see you, buddy. Up in the nest, I put this up there. Gunter shared this about 15 minutes ago. It says, looks like the Rhino holdouts of the GOP got their talking points straight for Mario. And go look at it. It is a bunch of Congress people all talking to each other, saying the same thing, or saying, we're standing, I agree with Mario, I stand with Mario. So there's a list of some people you might want to take a look at up in the nest. Go ahead, Steak.
Honey, by the way, Dr. Angela and Honey Badger sent me you guys' Ethereum wallets, giving you guys both 10 billion rewards for your excellent work. And we'll go through and add a bunch more to other people here in a minute.
Thank you, brother.
So it does look like a lot of these people that are voting or that are expressing the same sentiment with Mall Cop Ballard. It seems like, so we have Representative Jake Elzy, Congresswoman Jen Kiggins, and honestly, nobody knows who any of these people are, which is the most interesting part about it. Kay Granger, Marionette Miller Meeks, which is interesting because I believe she switched her vote in the first round and actually voted in favor of Jim Jordan, but said she was only going to do it on round 1. We'll see if that plays out. And just, by the way, guys, I'm referring to the tweet that's pinned at the top here. Congressman Mike Simpson, Dan Newhouse, Carlos Jimenez, my gosh. Most of these people are ones that were already on the hard no list. Not many surprises here. And but the problem is Jim Jordan is going to have to flip some of these votes. Some of these people that are whining and complaining right now on X are ones that have to be flipped. So, I mean, Jim Paff, how many votes can Jim Jordan lose to become Speaker of the House?
Well, I don't think there's any clear way to determine that. I think as it stands, there are seemingly only 3 people who have a chance to become Speaker of the House in terms of what we presently see, and that's Jim Jordan, Steve Scalise, who I really don't think has a chance, but it's conceivable, and Kevin McCarthy. I mean, those are the only 3 people that we know of right now who can get that to happen. There might you might see someone swell up. You might remember in January, some of the 20s started voting for Byron Donalds in a block. But the thing is, how do you think that that's going to spread out to the whole caucus? It's bad enough that in the minds of these appropriators that Jim Jordan might become Speaker. I mean, if that's what they're most afraid of, then anybody else isn't even a possibility. So that what you have are two sides of the issue that are about 20 votes approximately each. It's the conservative House Freedom Caucus or House Freedom Caucus leaning group, or it's the appropriators and the defense hawks and the radical appropriators and defense hawks. That's it. That's where we're at. And, someone's just going to have to blink to get out of that.
All right, so it looks like we just got a statement from Jim Jordon. He just told reporters that he intends to, quote, keep going on his bid to become speaker. He said, quote, we're going to keep going. We had great discussions with our colleagues. And that is straight from Jim Jordon to the press. So he is out of his office now. We do expect a vote within the next hour for Speaker of the House. And Doc, you unmute. Well, Steak, I don't know. Have you jumped in yet?
Me?
Oh, no. I was talking to Steak for breakfast. Man, I'm sorry. Go ahead, jump in.
What's going on, everybody? This is Roan from the Steak for Breakfast podcast. Quick shameless plug. Follow our podcast. It's on Apple and Spotify. We had Congressman Mike Collins in this morning before they went in to vote on our show, and he essentially kind of gave us a little bit of a bird's eye view into how this day was going to go around. He said he was optimistic about the amount of people who had flipped over the course of the weekend for Jim Jordon. He said, but there was just some people who staunchly wanted to make an example out of the first couple rounds of voting, as I guess we're seeing today. I also saw, in accordance with that Jim Jordon statement, that they are scheduled to vote by 6 p.m. And I don't know. I spoke with a lot of congressmen and women today, a lot of offices and some of their staffers as well. Eli Crane, Andy Biggs, Representative Klein, Burkeen, had all reached out to us and kind of, are embodying our frustration right now to the point to where, you're seeing how inept and ineffective this Congress is and a lot of the stuff that goes on behind closed doors, for essentially the whole world to see. I think you can't take into consideration enough how much of an effect that we here on the social media platforms and places like our podcast have had putting pressure on them, here with the campaigns of not only memes, but communications to contact all these offices and demand that these people represent their constituents and not their partisan talking points that they go and talk about on CNN and MSNBC. And, it's a little disheartening. I feel like we are going to eventually be able to get over this. I wanted to say hi to Jim Paff too. I'm kind of in the agreement with him that big three is the only three who's going to eventually wield the gavel. I still think that Jim Jordon could do it, but the fact of the matter is that, these delays in votes and the alliances that you're starting to see the curtain pulled away and what goes on behind closed doors, goes in hand what happens in House leadership, both when we're in the majority and the minority. It goes into committee spots. It goes into the fact that, there's some people in that are senior representatives in the House that are going to be leaving for TV gigs. So honestly, they don't care if it all burns down after this session. And, obviously we've all seen the huge anti-Trump wing of the Republican Party exposed for what they are, not as representatives of, who and what they were sent to Congress to do, but someone who's going to run on, trying to be holier than thou and virtue single off of never feeding into someone that's been a staunch supporter of President Trump like Jim Jordon has. I think Jim Jordan's did a great job of coming back to the middle and whipping all those votes over the weekend, but there's just some people that are never going to get on board with it. And unfortunately, it's going to continue, like we've all been saying for the last couple hours. This is going to prolong the process and, weaken our very slim majority position in the House to basically get anything done. Legislatively, I can't even see anything besides appropriations, which in reality is going to be another CR if this continues at this rate through the holidays. And then, this has given us a perfect excuse to get an omnibus for the 2024 fiscal year in the government, and we're going to have nobody to blame but ourselves. And like I said, this falls, wholeheartedly on the entirety of leadership up on Capitol Hill, not the people that fought to get Kevin McCarthy removed from Speaker. And it just shows how spoiled brat baby they can be when, they're actually held accountable for the things that they are promising the American people that they're going to do. So I just want to kind of throw my 2 cents in there. And we'll have a whole slate. I think we've got 5 congressmen slated for our Friday show. So if we don't get a vote for a speaker finished by then, at least we'll be able to get some really good insight on what the hell is going on up there. So thanks, Nick, for letting me come up on stage. And Trash, I appreciate you guys. And Millie, and I'm going to yield it back.
No, I think it's a great point. Echoing many sentiments, and I think it's important analysis to pay attention to. This is kind of what we've been talking about the whole space. It's like, look, we know what this is, and again, they have serious problems in their hands. Like, look what a small fraction of the Republican Party, whom right now has the power in the House, can do for pushing forth an American First agenda. Imagine when you get more people into those spots. This dynamic changes quite a bit. I'm here for it. I told you guys yesterday, or whenever I said it, maybe this morning, I'm here for the long haul. If this takes 15, so be it. Whatever it takes. Like, it's not going to be any worse than it has been up to this point. So I think we're in a good position, and I think there is a path here. It just looks like a bunch of horse trading and a bunch of sensitive feelings that up on the hill. So I agree.
We got some breaking news.
Yep.
Alex is reporting, ALX, you guys know him at ALX, reporting there will not be a second vote tonight. I saw our good friend Marjorie Taylor Greene parody down there, put it up on the Jumbotron.
I've just actually, I was just able to confirm that. I actually have a copy of the email that was sent to Congressman announcing that. So that is from Majority Leader Tom Emmer, or Majority Whip Tom Emmer. Which is,
ridiculous.
that's a radical change. So they canceled the vote for tonight. That is fairly bothersome, I would say. I don't know.
Is it though?
What do you guys feel about that?
So here's my thing. They let Jim Jordon go in front of the press, like the vote was like a second vote was imminent, and then rug pulled him behind the scenes. Like this seems like there's some backstabbing going on amongst Republican leadership to Jim Jordon to me.
But again, also Dustin, to that point, maybe in fact these people who are holdouts are feeling the pressure, and they don't want to bring this to the floor again today because it's only going to get worse for them, and they've kind of rallied to try to postpone it. That's
what I was thinking too.
You get a lot of background noise there, Honey Badger, but yeah. So I said, is it a bad thing? I'm not so convinced that it is. Matter of fact, it doesn't seem like business as usual at all. And if you add up what Mario, that little simple, Paul Ballart, the mall cop, put out, we need to get back and have a vote immediately, and everyone aligning on that side of it, and then they say, no, we're pulling the vote for tonight. That actually tells me something that there may be some shifting in a positive direction, and they don't want to address it. So they're going to try to grandstand.
Well, at least they can't. Sorry, Trash. At least they can't vote on the $100 billion for Ukraine and Israel.
I'm good.
And supposedly the border, which is just more money to process the illegals coming in.
When do they ever work?
Down, the country is safe.
Like how much time do these people need? Right? So they could have started this process literally the night that Kevin McCarthy was vacated. Instead, they took a week off to grieve the loss of their poor friend, Speaker McCarthy. Right? And now it's been another long delay. Right? We could have had a vote on Friday. No, we have to push it till Tuesday. Right? And now they're pushing again. Now we're going to get one vote. It's like, oh, we'll take the night off. Like good hard work. We put a good solid 3 hours of work in here, guys. Good job. Like everyone, go fluff your donors. Like I don't know. I'm really losing patience with the just overt laziness of these members of Congress.
Hey,
I don't know what
listen,
else to
Dustin,
say.
they've got to go get their dinner at Capitol Grill over in Pennsylvania. I mean, it's really important stuff.
This is true.
Got to hang out at Capitol Hill Club. They got to go down, which, by the way, I love Capitol Hill Club and have been a member there, but that haven't been said. They got to get down to Capitol Hill Club, because maybe they're going to go ahead and do the seafood that they usually do on Friday tonight. Come on, give these guys a break.
Capitol Hill Club does have some freaking fantastic food. I will say that.
I have been a long-time member, and I actually really do like the place. So kind of fun to go in the basement and eat. But, you know, I also love being in Indiana and not in DC, so I have to balance it.
Yeah, I've had a membership there for many years too. I'm not gonna lie, Capitol Hill Club. It's a great place. That's honestly where a lot of the work gets done. But the idea that like they're just gonna rug pull having a second speaker vote, I get maybe some room for optimism from Trash, but like how? Listen, I'm also okay because this is looking more and more to me, guys. Like I'll be straight with you, right? I was hesitant about Jim Jordan to begin with. But this is looking like it's, I don't know that he's going to be able to drag it across the finish line. And if he can't, there has to be hell to pay for the people who could not unify, right? And this has been my entire career. And Jim will tell you, you've heard him talk about the Tea Party wave, right? Which I was a big part of, right? When the Tea Party wave came in, when Mitt Romney became the Republican nominee for president, we sucked it up and we backed Mitt Romney, right? Every time, and in all of these races all over the country, when the establishment guy wins, we do what we're supposed to do. We unify and we back them, even if they weren't our first choice. And what we're seeing again with this House vote is the establishment and the party apparatus does not pay us the same courtesy. And to be honest, I'm really starting to lean to what purpose do they serve? Are we even really on the same team, or are they uniparty and we're the people who actually give a damn about our country?
Well, Dustin, I'm going to answer that question. I know you made it rhetorically, but the answer is yes, they are the uniparty, and no, they don't care about us. Like, you know, whenever you hear the term bipartisanship, what that means is that you make a compromise that favors Democrats. I mean, that's literally every time you hear the word bipartisan, just go ahead and uh, um, just go ahead and change that word with Democrats get their way. But the thing is this, these guys are so used to doing that, or they so believe in that, they also say the same thing to us. That when we don't come to them, and Dustin, I've had exactly the same experiences that you're talking about. Like the greatest regret I have in politics, and I've had a lot of things that could be regrets. I've done a lot of stuff, but I'm telling you, the greatest regret that I ever have is ever saying anything positive about Mitt Romney in 2012 when he ran, because he was worse than ever. And this is what is so absurd about these people. They don't give a damn about the people who are in this room right now and all your friends that are concerned about this. They don't give a damn about you. They really do care about whether they'll have power over someone else or they'll have influence in some way. That's all they care about. That's all that they're about. There's nothing else in their minds. That's it. It's absurd.
Yeah, Casey, get in here.
Yeah, hey, what's up, guys? And thanks for the mic. So, Idaho Dom mentioned something a minute ago where, it's important that we hold people accountable and we craft resolutions and being, a lead, one of the, I guess, the leaders of the Utah County or the state of Utah's Republican Party. That's actually something that I'm working on is crafting bylaws that have real teeth for censures, because just a glorified piece of paper censure doesn't really mean a whole lot to a lot of people. And if there's a censure that can utilize party resources before a primary, or a censure that pulls or removes the ability from someone to run and receive the Republican Party nomination, I think that there's a little bit more real teeth there. Some states have those bylaws in existence, and that's something that is on my agenda. And I think that more states need to adopt those types of things. But to Dustin's point, the digital grassroots army does play a factor, and the Florida GOP actually has on their website where you can click to join the digital grassroots army from the Florida GOP, and I think that played a factor in Florida, flipping to red and becoming really a conservative stronghold, with Ron DeSantis winning the election through President Trump's endorsement, and then gaining significant ground with his reelection campaign. But, that's my thoughts. So thanks for the mic.
No, I think it's some great points. And Jan, I did get your message if you wanted to come in. This seems to be what you were talking about.
Exactly. It's a good time. I don't know his name, but Mr. Idaho, who mentioned that he is a precinct captain. Dan Schultz runs a course, and several years ago, when he started pushing this, because the RNC would not support it, there were over 215,000 slots, because we have 3,141 counties for precinct captain. And I was wondering if Mr. Idaho would talk a little bit more about that, because I am constantly asked, how do I get involved locally? And that is one of the best places for your voice to actually be heard in the Republican Party.
Yeah, I mean, Casey, you can respond if you'd like, or this is definitely not.
No, I completely agree. When I wanted to get involved in the party, I wanted to become a precinct committeeman through actually a space that I was in with Phenom and Scott Pressler. And when I started getting involved, my precinct committeeman is a do nothing, useless Romney Republican and wouldn't go register voters or help clean up the voter rolls. Two very important things that grow the party and prevent, nefarious acts by those that are seeking to undermine or steal our elections. And I found that it was actually easier for me to get elected to the governing board of the party, the state executive committee or the state central committee, and then craft policies that govern the entire GOP for the state, rather than become a precinct committeeman. And I think it's just important for everyone to look, whatever state you're in, to look at what your state party's bylaws are and figure out how you can get involved and look at how fast you can grow and make an impact within your state and focus on those local issues. And those local issues will have a butterfly effect to the nation.
And that's Dan Schultz, precinct captain. He's got a whole training program. There's tons of support, and he'll do anything to help you become one.
Yeah, his website is precinctstrategy.com as well.
Thank you.
Fantastic. If someone could put that down in the chat for everybody who was wondering, I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of DMs about it. So I appreciate that. It's a great point. Getting involved locally, obviously, we talk about that quite a bit. Phenom, I'm pretty sure you have a lot to say about this as well.
Thanks, Trash. Well, it's definitely a multi-front war. There's some amazing memers in here, and that digital aspect is so important. I mean, look what it did in the 2016. But what Casey's saying about Dom is so true. Like what they did in Idaho is a lot of people from California that left, they got when they moved to Idaho, they just flooded the party. They just filled it up with a bunch of constitutional loving grassroots America first. And so they exactly did what Casey's talking about. They changed bylaws. They made it so censures are painful. It makes it so they can't vote or they can't get money. They're too embarrassed to show their face. They can't use the Republican or the GOP brand, as he's saying. And so the more people that get involved locally that way too, as part of the multi-front war against this. So hats off to everybody who's getting involved. Dan doesn't do a training program, but he does have some videos to get started and can really help there. But Turning Point Action has also been holding a lot of trainings, even training on how to use Robert's Rules of Order, which are so important if you want to get involved in a committee, become a delegate, anything like that. So yeah, it's just multi-front. I just wanted to add that.
That's great.
Yeah, Casey, go ahead.
Well, I think she kind of said it. It's multi-front. I think that we should just utilize both. Why don't we use any and all tactics available? Because this is clearly a war that's going on without weapons to reclaim our country. We should be utilizing these the digital army, the stuff that Dustin and Jen are talking about. We should be utilizing the tactics of getting involved within our parties, and our parties should adopt the digital grassroots strategy so that the party is weaponizing the hundreds or thousands of delegates to push the issues that we're trying to accomplish and influence the minds of the general populace that aren't involved in our party but are registered Republicans.
Yeah, no, this is a very effective way. And just so you guys know what we're doing here, obviously we know that the vote is now moved to tomorrow. Working on in the background, I know Nick is, and I was talking with him in the back channels here, trying to see if maybe we can get a couple more congressmen in here to kind of give us their post-game analysis of day one, what we're looking for into day two. So look at working that out right now.
Yeah, I mean, we had Congressman Gates and Congressman Santos up here earlier, and so we'll try to get some other ones too. Hopefully some that don't typically join spaces. That would be ideal.
Absolutely. Zeno, you joined. What's up, buddy? Okay. So yeah, kind of working on this right now. I was kind of looking through the comments here. It seems to be moving kind of fast as far as everyone kind of like whatchamacallit, like posturing. It's so funny. Alex basically took what Gunter had put out and repackaged it. It's just, you look at it, he's right. He said, this is NPC behavior. And it really is. But what it seems like is like this coalition is forming, saying, no, we need to get back and vote right now. And now it's been postponed. I really just don't understand it. I guess that's just the way it's going to be. So we will pick it up tomorrow for sure. Let me see here. I don't have any other updates. Anybody else get anything out there?
It's gotten really quiet at the moment. I've put out a couple of texts and DMs, and it's kind of just gotten really quiet after it was hot for a while over the course of a couple hours.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of Congress people and their staff and all. They're waiting on updates as well. So I think it's part of the problem. It's been a very very interesting process today. It's been very convoluted. But I think what we'll do is we'll go ahead and wrap here for now. If we end up having responses from any sort of Congress people that want to come on, we'll restart the space. But either way, we'll be picking back up here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We should have a lot more information by then. Definitely follow, me, Millie, Trash. We'll be keeping you updated via tweet or via post throughout the night, throughout the morning. And then we'll be back here live 10 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow to cover round two. And it should be pretty interesting. I'm sure that Jim Jordon and his allies are going to be working through the night to try to flip some of these votes. We do expect a lot of them to flip, hopefully mostly in a positive way toward voting yes for Jim Jordon. But we definitely appreciate you guys listening. And we held it for about 6.5 hours here today, and
Nick,
we'll probably go just as long tomorrow.
Hey, Nick, I want to throw out just one quick thing. Just keep your eye out. I don't have any absolutes on this. Just keep your eye out for Tom Emmer. That's not because I have any information. I'm just thinking about it in the back of my mind. So there you go.
Oh, and real
everybody
quick,
there.
Yeah, and Jim, you actually pointed it out before this whole thing started was about Tom Emmer, and I actually agree with you on that. But I just wanted to note something real quick before we close down. How funny was it listening to Matt Gaetz and Santos roast each other? I'm sorry, but that was funny. I needed that in a day that we've had today. I needed that. It was really funny having them roast each other.
I'm sorry, I had to have a phone call, and I
want that celebratory cook-off.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, guys. So 10 a.m. tomorrow. Set your reminders on your phone, and we'll be covering this again. Should be, honestly, even more of an interesting day tomorrow. So,
hey, Nick.
But thank you guys for, hi, Caroline.
Could you give a time zone for?
10 a.m. Eastern time.
Cool.
10 a.m. Eastern time, 9 a.m. Central time. That would be unfortunately, for Aaron Trash, 7 a.m. Pacific time.
God.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to wake him up that early, but I'm going to try.
Yeah,
I'll be up.
It's a good thing.
I'll be up.
So, well, you guys have a good night. Stay posted. Stay frosty, my friends.